He's got it! Incredible base spinning by Queen Walkers.
Gets it just in time!
That is impressive stuff here. Klaus gets it done.
Golden ticket for Navi.
Tribe Gaming going undefeated.
Next golden ticket holder to the World Championship. Reported Gaming are going to take it.
We are ready to crown a new world champion. Are you ready?
Queen Walkers, it is GX Tiger.
The world championship is claimed.
Hello and welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championship Qualifiers. It is now Stage 3. I'm CarbonFin here, joined with some amazing casters, iTzu, Woody, and Maxi. It's going to be an incredible day of Clash Esports. Cannot wait. Are you ready, iTzu?
I am really ready because I'm still dancing to the song, from last year, right? That was just an incredible song. Hearing it like non-stop in the arena and was really nice to just get the vibe of that experience in, because those teams today are playing for exactly that experience, trying to get to that live event. And I'm super ready to see the action. Woody, how are you doing?
Oh yeah, this is the moment we rise. Bring it on! I love that. It's my jam now. But will it be a new team rising to the top, or is it going to be one of our old favorites that can reclaim a position of power? We've already got 4 teams with golden tickets, but 4 more will be claimed during our bracket season now. And we are in a great spot to see some more amazing Clash in action today, Maxi.
We are welcome once again from me, everybody at home. I'm very happy to be here today, finally breathing some World Championship air once again. As you guys said, we're going to clash tonight and we're going to see the best teams of this season competing. We have 32 teams left, but in the end, all of them are playing to get to the World Championship, to get that golden ticket.
Indeed, that golden ticket, because we already know 4 teams that got golden tickets that are already going to the Clash of Clans World Championship out in Helsinki. And iTzu, these are some amazing teams.
Yes, the fan favorite Navi qualifying as first in this year's World Championship. Then we had Tribe Gaming in the second qualifier making it. In the Chinese qualifier, we had Team Super making it. And then just with the latest Clash Masters with the qualifier, we had Reported Gaming making it. But you can see already with this list, there are 4 teams missing. And this is exactly what all of this is for. And over the next couple of weeks, and Woody will tell you a little bit more about the format and what has happened over the next couple of weeks.
Gladly, iTzu. We are in Stage 3 now. This is the first time that we are entering a Swiss bracket segment. We have 32 teams still competing from the nearly 5,000 that entered in our open ladder. Last week saw a big cut down from that through a double elimination bracket that can only find 32 advancing. But this is a crucial week to move on, because all the teams that advance from this point after Stage 3, if you make it to Stage 4, your team is going to be in the money. Let's talk a little bit more about what they're going to have to do to make it through this week, though. Maxi, take it away.
That's right, we're narrowing it down stage by stage. In total, you just saw it, there are 5 stages, but within these stages, the teams have to fight against each other in clan wars. 5v5 wars, that means 5 players against 5 opponents, and each player can attack once and has to defend once. And in the end, there is a star count for both teams, and whoever has more stars wins the match. And so you move up through the stages to hopefully, at the end, gain one of the 4 remaining golden tickets, because of course that is the most important thing for those teams, but there's also something else on the line, right?
There is a $1 million prize pool. That is what they are fighting for, but first place is gonna be crazy, iTzu.
Yes, it is indeed $300,000 for that first seed, and already the second is still getting 150,000, 100,000 for the third seed. If you combine all of this money right there, as Carbon said, it's $1 million prize pool. And if you're getting in this qualifier to the championship qualifier, even the top 20, you are already making money, which is obviously the at least goal for all of those players. But there's even more than just the money on the line, Woody.
Right, you are, because the top team in the world will join the most exclusive squad of Clash Masters in the universe. They are going to be playing for the 2023 Clash of Clans World Championship to claim that trophy, raising it just as the Queen Walker Stephanie did last year in Helsinki, Finland. What a beautiful title to claim, and an excellent opportunity to show to the entire world that you are the very best. Why don't you take it away and Maxi.
Sorry, yeah, and to become the best, you have to get through today's stage 3, or today's and tomorrow's. It is a Swiss bracket, so for you guys at home that are not familiar with this, we have it broken down right here. It looks a little complicated, but trust me, it's not. In the end, it's all about getting 3 victories. If you have, as a team, 3 victories, you move on to stage number 4. If you have 3 losses, you are out of the competition. It's as easy as that. And it also means that the most consistent teams are going to make it through stage 3, because you can even lose 2 times, but then get up, have that rocky moment and win 3 times, and you're still going to get to the next stage. So for today, out of these rounds you see here, we're going to be looking at round 1 to 4. We're going to be showing 1 match of the first 3 rounds, and then in round 4 we're going to watch 3 matches. So a lot of action going on today already.
Incredible, yeah. Swiss bracket, which is going to be today, tomorrow, and then next week. So, like you said, Maxi, we're really going to be able to get the best teams to be able to advance and eventually get that golden ticket. But between the 2 teams that we're going to be covering first, because there's going to be a total of 6 matches covered here today, with the first match having a world champion in terms of Strut. Yes, the team that also played in last year. Strut taking on Time to Throw here, iTzu.
Yes, I mean, take a look at those stats. That is just incredible. Above 95% average destruction. Both of those teams averaging 13 stars in their matches during stage 1 and stage 2. That is just impressive. And having those 2 teams facing off in the first round of this Swiss stage bracket is, I mean, awesome for us, because we are going to have an incredible match to watch. But Woody, let's introduce the first team. Let's introduce Strut.
Gladly, we have Ast, Philip, Dark Star, Mask, and Rigo Torres. This is a superstar lineup that has seen the addition now of Dark Star, bringing a fresh new face to the squad and showing that there are no weak links in this lineup at all. I mean, look at these hit rates. Upwards of 65, 70, 80, 91.4% in Mask's case. Great case to be made that maybe one of these players could be our world's MVP later, but it's up to them to put it all out there on the battlefield and keep those numbers high, keep on pumping out those 3 stars, because anything short of that leaves you open to falling behind. They've got a very tough opponent in this first round though. Maxi, why don't you go ahead and introduce them?
Yeah, I happily will, and those were some impressive stats we saw over from Strut, but here we have the roster of Time to Throw that are going to be standing in their way today. We have Max here, Jesus, Diego, Bonky, and Parvu. And I would say these stats in total might be a little less, or a little lower than the ones from Strut, but still very, very impressive and close enough, as we saw in the overview that iTzu presented. They are just a couple of percentage points away from each other. And even though Strut has been at several world championships, these 5 players have also a lot of experience in the competitive scene, having gotten to the top in community tournaments and in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series as well. So I think that we have a lot of experience on both sides, and I'm very excited to see both of them face off. Anyone can win.
Yeah, anyone can win this match indeed, but it's time for the predictions. So who we selected to win this match. But all of you at home, you can make your predictions in the chat as well. So go ahead and do that. But, all of you are against me. Each one of you are taking Strut, and I'm taking the lone time to throw here in this match. So it's gonna be interesting. I mean, we talked about Strut being in the World Championship last year. Time to throw was not. But really at this stage, if you just make it here, I feel like anyone can win. But because it's a Swiss stage, right, you have to be consistent. Can you really be consistent is gonna be the key, iTzu.
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really hard. I mean, you have to really show up in the right moments. The base building has to be on point. And remember, in this Swiss stage, you can't really prepare yourself already for a specific opponent, as it's always like randomly put together within the group of the teams which are having the same record. So right now, everyone's obviously starting with the same wins, same losses. So this means you could have matched anyone. So it's hard to predict who you're going to face and prepare for a specific that team. So I think it's going to be a really, really close match, but overall I feel like just stats based, Strut was a little bit further ahead, at least in my opinion. What would you think, Woody?
Well, this is the match that we picked to watch because we thought that it was going to be a banger for all y'all out there. And yeah, I gotta say, it is going to be extremely close. We have a team that is ranked number 5 in Strut, former world champions who are also at the World Championship last year, against a team that's kind of always just been right behind them. Time to Throw is a contender for qualifying for Worlds last year. Didn't quite make it, but has always been just champing at the bit to make it to the top. This could be their year, and if they get a good opening against Strut right here and now, there's a strong case to be made that Time to Throw could be going to Helsinki.
That's right, but in the end, I would say that Strut will have the upper hand. They have just so much experience. I mean, of course, as you said, anyone can win, but it would be a little bit of a surprise to have Strut see a hiccup. But their problem this year so far has indeed been consistency. So, as we said, today is all about consistency, and if they're not able to show that today, then they will have a big problem.
For me, the player to watch on Strut's side is going to be Mask, because I remember from the community tournaments where I remember it was, I know I unfortunately have to bring it up, but Mask did get a 1-star that almost cost them a golden ticket opportunity. So, but after looking at the stats, he was the highest hit rate. So he's completely turned it around. So that is very impressive to see that he's taken that and continue his push through with Strut. So I'm excited to see these two teams that are going to be next. So we're going to say goodbye here to Woody and Maxi. We'll see them very soon in the future matches today, because there's going to be a total of 6 matches, like I said before, that we're going to be covering today. So much Clash Esports. You're not going to want to miss any of it. But this first match here between Strut and Time to Throw, we're split here, iTzu, between two of them. One of them's going to be right, but let's take a look at who chat is going to believe to win this match, iTzu.
I mean, chat is on my side. I mean, it is.
But
just saying, it's 74%. That's quite significant.
Yeah. But remember, it was, I don't know if it was last week or before, chat's history of predictions has not been stellar. It's not been the best kind of foreseeable to be able to fortune teller kind of the result of the match. So I guess we'll find out how chat is feeling today in this match between Strut and Time to Throw.
That was Clash Masters, okay? So like since then,
okay,
chat has warmed up. Like they're ready. They're ready with the predictions, and they're getting everything spot on. That's exactly what is going to happen. As we have our first attack in, we have Max going in with the Super Archer Blimp. We have not seen that much last weekend, but let's see if it's going to happen more this weekend, as it's a Super Minion Blimp, actually, not Super Archers, just going for the Town Hall, and a lot of value. Take a look at that, Carbon. That is a lot of value.
Oh my, wait, the Town Hall, the CC, that's all gone, and the scatter, the scatter shot, and the roll. What's left of this base, Max? And he still has 2 freezes and a skeleton spell to use.
I mean, that is a lot of value. I mean, it feels like Super Minions are in a really strange place, right? Like sometimes you see attacks like these, and I mean, they were recently buffed. where there's like one more long-range shot, which can be a difference in attacks like this. But then again, it feels like this is really the only use case, right? Like mainly, otherwise we don't really see them that often. But inside this blimp, they can wreck bases exactly as Max has showcased with his opening. Now it's all about following things up and making sure that this king, the queen, and the royal champion in support with over 20 super barbarians can finish off this base.
Absolutely incredible value from that blimp as now he just slowly makes his way around. There's nothing to it. After you get all that value, super barbarians to run around this, he still has over a minute and 27 seconds left, and this base is completely destroyed.
I mean, what a beautiful blimp this was. Really, really strong base identification. I think maybe they were expecting with the blimp in front of the town or something.
Wow.
Or maybe like a super auto blimp there, but especially not this super minion blimp completely wrecking that base. And this now means, well, time to throw. We have already said it's close, but you were really believing in them, and they are showing up strong in their first attack.
Do you get any bonus stars for being like under 2 minutes, like having the fastest hit, you know? Because that was such an incredible attack there from Max. And the next stacker is gonna be Riga Torres here for Strut. And Riga Torres has plenty of World Championship experience, not just playing in the golden ticket qualifiers, not just trying to play in final stages, but actually playing on the big stage in the World Championship with the lights, the camera, everything on you in front of an audience. So he knows what it takes to try to make it there and compete, but he's trying to get an official World Championship title. Can he do it with Strut? Well, he's going to try to help them get there with his first attack. And Riga Torres is coming in with a similar type of attack with super barbarians, but it's not going to be with a blimp in terms of super minions, because it looks like it's going to involve a heavy queen charge with super barbarians.
Yes, it is going to be the Super Barbarians, which is like a really, really strong follow-up for a lot of attacks. You can have different openings with it. We have seen mainly Lalo over the last couple of years. Then we had Hot Riders coming into the mix as well. But now we see a lot of times the Super Barbarians getting thrown there into the mix as well. The one big thing is exactly what you can see right now, that you have the flexibility of using your Warden with a blimp, with your Royal Champ, with really a lot of different things, because you don't need Warden support for your Super Barbarians. This is not how they work. They're really good on their own. And this is why he was able to trigger both Rage Towers early on and make sure that this Queen charge looks way easier. This Queen is under a lot of firepower.
Yeah, she is getting through this Lava Hound, continuing her charge, and there's a lot of openings in the walls, which makes it very annoying to try to walk through and charge into the base, but it looks like he's getting this Queen straight into the Ground Expo, and eventually will work through the enemy Queen and the scatter shot. But he's got a long ways to go. He has to stay focused and not lose this Queen.
Yeah, there's the next Rage, as he's expecting that this defending Queen is engaging really soon. I'm not really sure if that freeze was needed, but he's just playing it safe. Do not want to lose his Queen early on in this attack, or more like the Queen ability, as he's still having to charge in behind the Town Hall, and there's the Monolith in front of the Town Hall, so there's going to be a lot of damage still coming. So if like keeping that Queen ability is a really smart decision right there with the giant bomb. The wall break is barely connecting Carbon.
Oh. That wall just opens up to allow this Queen to then step into the Town Hall, as the King is now deployed to the top side with some Super Barbarians to go up. But no, the Queen, she was supposed to pass into the Town Hall, but she doesn't.
Oh no, she does not. Now he has to invest that freeze. Perfectly distracting that King. Take a look at that. Those are the small things, like the Super Barbarians. They are so perfectly used for that, distracting the King. Queen ability is in there now with the Royal Champion getting at it from the top side, but there are skeleton traps. Rage Tower pops, and that scatter is going to deal a lot of damage. With the Super Barbarians, though, they keep circling that base. The healers are getting shot at, and there's the last freeze going in.
As the Royal Champion now jumping over the wall, she's going to the defensive Rage Tower. The Queen is hanging out for dear life, but this RC has her ability, skips through, takes out the Rage Tower, and now is going to work onto the scatter shot. Is it going to be enough? Because the multi-target Inferno is there. Yes, the scatter goes down. The Royal Champion, the Diggy, stuns it, and Riga Torres hangs on to get the 3-star and an answer for Strut.
Yeah, what an incredible attack. Really making good use of that blimp and the fact that he does not need the warden ability anywhere else. Like, this is what makes this Super Barbarian strategy overall just so strong, that you can be flexible with using your different pieces, adding the warden to the blimp as he did, adding the warden to like the king and so on. There's many possibilities, but we have the next attacker. We have 4 bases left open to be attacked. And, well, we have to find out who is going to be attacked next, as it is going to be Rio Torres now defending, and it is a diamond base with a double rage tower setup. We will see this spare tower a lot, I think, over this weekend.
Indeed. The double rage tower is so strong in the defensive side in Clash of Clans, as we're now seeing a blimp coming in to help try to secure this town hall with the rage and his super wizard. So it's the blizzard looking to get some chain value through this town hall, and the defensive rage tower also gets hit and taken out.
Yeah, I feel like over the last couple of weeks we have slowly seen a little comeback of this super wizard blimp, as there's less and less people really paying attention to that, trying to defend it, as we have typically either the super minion or the super archer blimp. And with that being said, the town hall and the first rage tower is gone, and that is huge value with the rage tower now not being able to boost up the town hall, for example. But there's a second one with 3 multi-inferno towers close by. This is not going to be an easy lotto, Carbon.
It's not going to be an easy lotto with that defensive rage right in the middle of the space as he's pushing his heroes into the scatter, but at least he finds the Tesla farm nice and early in this attack so that he doesn't have to deal with it with the Lalo later in the raid, as he now locks on to take out the world champion. The scatter shot's going down. The jump spell will give him access to that multi as the Lalo's coming through, but watch his warden ability. He wants to try to clip a headhunters and a lava hound across the base, so another hound should come behind the warden, potentially try to protect it as he then maybe pops an ability. Let's see. Is he going to do it? He's being very patient here, iTzu.
Yeah, and the rage tower should run out anytime soon, I think. It lasts long, but I don't think that long. There goes the warden ability in combination with the headhunter, as the queen is just keep going through those defenses. The Roy champion going directly for this multi-inferno tower, and now it's all about the back end, but this one lava hound is tanking perfectly, and this attack looks really strong. It's like especially what we have expected with those stats being just so high for those two teams.
Incredible attack here from iTzu, with the Royal Champion going to be able to help finish this off. And iTzu, there are so many balloons, the minions, the lava buffs, everything still up in this attack. This base absolutely getting crushed, and we've got ourselves a match here in the Swiss stage of the Clash of Clans World Championship. Incredible hit there.
Yeah, and he really made this look easy. Beautiful attack right there. Interesting clan castle combination. I think he used, was it only 2 super wizards? I'm not sure, or if it were like 3. But overall, the super wizard blimp is for sure still an option for a lot of those attackers. And now we have the next attacker, which is Philip, going in. I know that he loved the recall smash. He's, as well, as far as I know, pushing with that on Legends, like using the Queen charge, then recalling the Queen with her healers and then Titans. But for this one, he's not playing the Titans. He's staying with the recall spell, but instead he's going in with this attack right there. And it's 4 lightnings and 1 earthquake. I think it's only... Is it just the rage tower? Or what exactly can you take down with that? Oh, okay.
Oh. Bow sweepers. I guess that's what he wanted here. Bow sweepers going down so his super dragons won't be getting pushed back, as this queen is deployed to the bottom side of the base with a couple archers grabbing the buildings to help. Now the queen's walking left. Sneaky goblins are looking to help grab and set a funnel there as the queen becomes invisible so she can continue to get more value.
Yeah, the question is, when is he going to recall? He doesn't want to lose the queen ability, and as the bomb tower drops, that's when he is going to recall that queen, taking down another air defense, creating the pathing which he needs for the super dragons. And take a look at the core. It is 4 ground expos. This is not the best defense to take on super dragons because, well, they just cannot attack them. So staying out of range of that with his queen is really smart. And now we have the clan castle. How many archers are in there? It's super minions actually, trying to just overcome any attack with a lot of damage, but the warden ability is perfect.
He doesn't. He didn't drop his blimp. Was the blimp supposed to go for the town hall? Because that is still up, as now he freezes the defensive queen to try to help take her down. But when is he going to deploy the blimp? He still has his king and royal champion to come into this base, as this queen is slowly making his way up and around. But the town hall is activated, and here comes a late blimp from the bottom side as it slowly makes its approach to the town hall.
Okay, there's the tornado trap, but he can just wait a little bit, and with that angle, he should not get rotated away from the town hall. The town hall is down. Can the Yeti Mites now take down the ground expo? That would be nice.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. Royal Champion coming in to take down the last expo, and now it's all about how he can approach this monolith.
You know, he probably waited for the blimp because he wanted the clan castle to go down. He had Yetis in there. Yetis would have pulled a ground clan castle of, let's say, a lava hound, ice golems, because he didn't know what was in there. So by waiting and having that clan castle get it taken out by the super dragons, he guaranteed, as long as the CC went down from the super dragons, that that would not come out and hit his heroes as he's making his way through with an extra freeze spell. Philip, what a great attack. And look, this match, 3-star after 3-star, and it's going back and forth. What an incredible start.
Yeah, and especially seeing so many different strategies as well, which is always great to see. But like, this approach was beautiful. Really going in with this customized strategy. I mean, we don't see those 4 lightning combinations for like sweepers that often, I would say. So really nice base identification, making sure that he's completely taken down that base and getting another 3-star. And now it's back to time to throw. And well, they have to deliver again next, and the pressure is on again, because this match so far is completely tied. Only the time might be the difference maker right now. Otherwise, 6 stars for both teams and 200%.
Yep, and it's going to be an incredible match as well, because these teams, the 3 stars are coming in everywhere. Can now Bonky deliver as well with a Lalo attack? It's going to be a queen charge Lalo with that queen off to the right side, and that king's going to make his way into the defensive queen and a wall break so that the king can try to then eventually push his way into this multi-target inferno, which he will lure out this clan castle.
It's just perfect. Taking down that multi-inferno tower, luring out the clan castle as well. But take a look at this bottom side. How much damage there is. 2 expos, 2 scatters. If those are raged up, this might be a big problem for this queen, as like 1 scatter shot in a raged up mode is taking half of the hit points of a queen. So if there's one defense to take down a queen through her ability, I guess the raged up scatter is the #1 defense for sure for that.
You have to definitely keep that in mind, but if you're taking a look at the bottom of the screen, there are stats coming from other wars that are happening at the exact same time, because remember, this is the Swiss bracket. There's tons of other matches going on right now, so you can stay up to date on where those teams are standing. And as the queen has continued to wrap around, now moves her way into the Eagle Artillery, takes that down, but you have to keep your eye on where that monolith is, because if it continues to lock on the queen, she's going to go down fast.
Oh, queen is fine for now. This multitasking right now is super impressive, but the queen is getting shot at. She's going down.
Oh.
We said it. It's so easy to lose her queen ability, and overall the queen herself in this high damage area, the monolith inside the core, perfectly placed to deny that queen charge. We have the warn ability early. The tornado trap just delayed some things, but those loons I think would take some damage from the town of poison.
Yeah, they're all getting slowed down by that Talon Poison as he tries to make his way through. The defensive Royal Champion is there. The healers have made their way all the way up and around this base. Now working onto his RC to try to keep her alive. But his RC is going to go down to the enemy RC. And this is going to be our first defense. Dark Star going to be holding here for Strut. And it's going to be in the low percent here, in the 60s, trying to push it up to 70 potentially with 40 seconds left. But this is going to be a big advantage for Strut if they can deliver on their next attack.
Yeah, the queen running too close to that monolith really has cost him, and losing that queen is making this defense incredible. I mean, with showcasing how easy Tower 15 looks like for those pros in the first 4 attacks of the match. Now, having a defense around the 70% mark is not that high. So this is a really big defense for Strat, because it is, even if they're now getting a 2-star on their own, typically those are way above the 70% mark. So even with that, they have now kind of like one bad attack, if you want to call it that way, left open without having to worry about the win overall. So this can be already game deciding depending on what Strut is going to do next.
Yeah, Strut has the opportunity now to deliver, as it was a queen charge Lalo that we saw from Bonky. And unfortunately, the queen, she kind of wrapped around, then ended up getting hit by the monolith, taken down, like you said, iTzu, a raged up defensive buildings like a scatter shot can take that queen down so quickly. But what will Strut do next? We've been seeing a lot of different attacks here. Dark Star is coming in. Definitely one of the strongest attackers for sure here in the Clash of Clans World Championship esports scene. And I'm assuming he's going to come in with a Lalo. No, well, no, it's Twin Hogs. So we've got regular Hogs, Super Hogs, in with a Skelly Donut, it looks like, with 5 skeleton spells.
Okay, there we go with the skeleton spells. I mean, that looks really nice. Getting 2 expos as well as that clan castle. And I guess then he's going to go for the channel with the heroes. I am not really sure. But so far, the skeleton donut as these has worked perfectly. And now it's all about what his heroes are supposed to get. Like, it seems like, yep, indeed, they're going to go for that town hall, as it's kind of like exposed now with both expos being gone.
That's incredible. Look at that. Able to see exactly how much value he can get with the Skelly spells. Double ground skeletons pops in front of this monolith, but the Skelly spells provide so much distraction on the monolith that his queen can continue her way through by herself. Uses 1 invisibility spell as an assistance to help continue this push. This queen can grab this town hall. This is so much value.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at how he's controlling that queen, getting in there. He has to be careful with the queen ability, as he needs that for that town hall. Wait a second now. Is that town hall even going down? He might have to freeze it again. There's the tornado trap, giant bomb, and so on. But is this even enough? Does he? He doesn't have another freeze, and this queen is going down. And this now is a huge problem for him. I mean, at least there is no Bitterheart, so the Royal Champ just alone should get it. But still, this is not what he was hoping for, with now a Hound and a Blimp from the top side to trigger that right tower earlier, I think.
Yeah, as that Blimp is flying all the way across to try to help get that value to the top side. RC ability helps secure that town hall, as now the Hogs are coming in with that Warden. He needs the Yeti Mice to grab that defensive multi up top, but it's not going down. It's all raged up. We got a multi, Expos, Eagle Artillery, all raged together, doing so much damage.
Oh, there's just so much damage on the line, but we have at least the Hawks. At least some of them are still going, but they're in between of 3 multi-fire towers. And we just said that typically we see above 70%, like percentage-wise, but this is not close yet. I mean, this is 60, it's still 10% off. Can he push this higher than the 2-star, which we have just seen from Time to Throw?
Yeah, he needs to get above the 70%. That's where we saw the previous attack. He's up above it, so they'll have the lead there, but still, it now keeps the door open for Time to Throw. If this was a 3-star, that would have been really devastating for Time to Throw, with having a star lead and a very high percentage lead. But now that the stars will be tied, the percentage will be roughly close, but he's still racking up. Every single building matters. It's in the 80s now. So Strut will have just a little bit more of a lead. But hey, as long as you can get a victory by 1 star, that's all you technically need at the end of the day.
Yes, but I feel like as well, what really showcases here is that having more time to plan does not always mean that it's a better attack, because I feel like really in the first 2 attacks it really showcased that it seems like the teams had a really good understanding of what they wanted to do versus those specific bases, with right now here overall the plans are not really working for them, and I'm not sure, even if the tunnel would have went down, I'm not sure how much that would have changed to really get the remaining like 16-17% or something for that base. So overall, well, let's see if the next attacker can somehow get back to the 3 stars, which we have seen just so much from those two teams in the beginning. And it's going to be a Queen Charge Lalo attack, seems like, with a recall spell.
Yeah, pairing that recall spell in with this Queen Charge, but it's not going to Dragons or Super Dragons or Electro Dragons that we've seen a lot of times recall spells are very useful for. It's just getting the Queen into this bottom compartment. Maybe it helped grab that Ground Expo because the Flame Flinger has been deployed down here. Because that is one thing you have to be worried about, is a Flame Flinger, is the Mortar, the Expos, and Monoliths, which will outrange it and take it down.
Yes, but the Queen has to go that way. The Queen has to get that Mortar and that Expo, otherwise he cannot recall her. And then he wants to charge into that second scatter from the Eagle direction. That's at least what I guess. And he has to make sure that this Hound is taken care of first. Otherwise, that would just, well, the Hound would just fly towards the Flame Flinger. Even though it does not do much damage, but it will take some damage, and that can be problematic, as the pups are locking onto the Flame Flinger.
Oh, no, that is locking on the Flame Flinger, and the Queen's ability is forced as well, as now the Queen's continuing her way through, pulled her back, now sending her a little bit to the left side, while the Flame Flinger was supposed to continue to grab the Scatter and this multi, but it looks like it's about to open up here. Without a Queen ability, this is going to hurt the charge.
That will hurt it a lot, especially it's 2 wall breaks. Do you think he planned on getting the Town Hall with that Queen Charge? I'm not sure. I mean, the Lalo through that part is not looking that easy, so this will be challenging to get that right with so much damage and a Rage Tower in just a second in that location.
Yeah. That Rage Tower is about to be activated here. Sends the Royal Champion in, but the Eagle Artillery... Okay, the Queen is able to lock into the Eagle, so hopefully that will go down. As she continues her charge, 1 wall break, and the second wall break gives him access to these... At least that core multi, and the Lalo looks like it's going to be go for this Town Hall as he makes the Queen invisible, investing these spells to keep this Queen alive and getting that value.
Remember, we have seen just so many times that in the current meta, we see the Tornado Trap close by with that Town Hall. So he has the Rage early, Warn ability early as well. Where is that Tornado Trap? Is it around that Town Hall, as we have seen many times? It seems like no, which means the Loons are... Oh, never mind. There it is. It's not denying the 2nd star, but it's making the 3-star nearly impossible.
Yeah, with this Warden now hanging over that Town Hall poison, he's going to be going down, but at least Pavu was able to keep this Queen alive as she's now racking up the percentage. Since this is a tied match, this Queen's continuing her way through, and the Monolith goes down, and at this point, it's a race against the clock for him.
Yeah, it's really, really nice recovery. Those wall breaks looked incredible. I feel like in the beginning, he was too greedy when it came down to... saving a Rage. I think this is why he lost the Queen ability. Imagine having this on the back end. This could have been a game changer, because this is, as you said, in the end, only a time issue, but a high percentage. So we keep going with the 2 stars after having an incredible start for both teams. And now it's back to Strut. They can, with the 3-star, really pull ahead on stars and percentage and make it really rough for Time to Throw to come back.
Yeah, this is the very first match. If you're just joining us here today, we have 6 total matches, so 5 more matches after this one, and it's a Swiss bracket, meaning if you win 3, you advance to next weekend. If you lose 3, you are eliminated. And the Swiss stage, the Swiss bracket, is broken up into 2 different parts, today and tomorrow, and then next weekend it will repeat. Will be another Swiss bracket on Saturday and Sunday, and then it will get to a double elimination where we find who gets the 4 golden tickets. But now it's time for a Mask to come in with a Queen Charge Super Barbarian attack, just like what Riga Torres did in his hit.
Yes, and you have said that he is the player to watch for Strut. He is having an incredible success rate over the first 2 stages of this tournament, but in the past he has struggled sometimes to really show up when it all matters for his team. So can he make this work now in this attack, as he's charging into a lot of damage early on, but using a nice skeleton spell and some support troops to make that Queen go really quickly into that Monolith?
Yeah, that queen was able to take the monolith down nice and easy. Didn't have to use an extra rage, but now a rage is forced because of the double expo and the Grand Warden altar on this queen. Because that Warden on defense hits so heavy there as the queen's able to stay alive with that raged up healers, continuing her way down and around. Will the queen come back to the town hall, loop her way this way? Because there is a mortar that could pull the queen down there, but he'll eventually lock onto the defensive queen. And looks like the queen is slowly walking in with the assistance of an apprentice warden here.
I am not sure. Do you think he forgot about it? Or do you think he intentionally did not deploy it earlier? Because the reason why you're adding this most of the time is because of time, right? Like you want to make sure that the queen charge overall is a bit quicker. And this apprentice warden, this to me was just like 20 wasted housing space because it did not do anything. If at least with the timing he deployed it, or what do you think?
I mean, I would know. I'm not a queen charge attacker like these players, but I would just guess that he felt like he needed just to help get through potentially maybe a little extra damage by that defensive rage. But you know, at the end of the day, he was able to grab the town hall, pull that queen back. The value was there, as now we're seeing the warden pop the warden ability. Yes, clips it, which he protects the king and the barbarians. That's so critical when you're using the warden ability. And if you have the king near him, try to pop the king ability, not when he's full health, but when he's losing some health so he can regain it. And then when the warden abilities pop, you protect all those barbarians. But this queen is now looping her way to be able to grab hopefully both these multis.
Yeah, but the Eaters are under fire. That's why he's freezing the first multi-inferno tower. And on the right side, we can see troops are going down step by step. It's 35 seconds. The Royal Champ, without her ability, can they overpower the backhand? Can they overpower that scatter compartment? As he's distracting the scatter shot as well to make sure this Royal Champ can move forward. But she's dropping really low with nearly now 20 seconds left, Carbon.
Oh, he doesn't have much time, but the queen's walking around. She could step and reach that scatter shot, which is going to be huge. Then he's working onto the mortars, and the warden is there to provide his assistance, and the mortar is going down with Mass getting a 3-star, meaning they're going to have a 1-star advantage in this match. What a great job there. Delivers and putting the pressure on time to throw.
Yeah, really nice attack, really nicely managing everything pretty much around that town. And then with the recall spell, the only question mark to me is really that apprentice warden and the timing and when it was placed. But we're back to time to throw. They have to 3-star now. Devil's chance still in this. Otherwise, it's going to, I don't know, I don't think it would look good otherwise. So they really need that 3-star. And Diego is hopefully the person to exactly deliver that with some Zap Titans. We have not seen those too often recently.
Yeah, the Zap Electro Titans, typically the lightning spells tend to be used in an area near where you're sending the troops. So for example, we have the warden down here. The lightning spells, well, could be used, well, let's see, we have 6 of them. There's a ground expo that's near the town hall. The warden typically may be used to try to eventually walk his way into there, but no, okay, so it's near where the warden's walking. So it grabs that expo, so that the flame flinger then move in and grab the town hall eventually, unless there's a bunch of Teslas by this multi, because that is a lot of times what distracts and slows down a flame flinger.
Yes, that is always something to be worried about, and that king really has to stay out of range as the Titans are now getting deployed. But this Tesla farm might mess up the entire pathing if it's not getting funneled quick enough. And it looks like the Titans are running all around the outside, Carbon. This is going horribly wrong.
As the Electro Titans, and one of them does come back here. A couple balloons to help try to protect the healers, but the queen, oh, he pops the warden ability just to clip the queen so that she stays alive, taking out the headhunter, try to then work onto the lava hound. But the expos on this queen is causing her now her ability to get activated as he tries to continue his way through. But the jump spell, the Electro Titans are not taking it. They've all walked around. It is not going into the core of this base.
Oh no, this is really not looking optimal for them, and they're relying on this 3-star. This will be just so important, but I mean, this core is just keeps standing. The town hall is not even down by now, and this is rough to watch as the Titans have just not gone in. This Tesla farm was incredible and a game changer just like that.
we have the flame flamer that's about to open, meaning this town hall is definitely not going to be going down from it. There are fire spirits, which can deal quite a bit of damage, but this defensive rage, he needs to take it out and then have it activate and then disappear before thinking about sending his royal champion in.
Yeah, the super minions are locked onto that king. And I mean, at this point, I don't know if it even matters if it's a 1 or a 2-star, to be honest, because take a look at the overall current set of the match. As long as Strut obviously not getting a 1-star, it doesn't really matter if it's 2 or a 1. And that town hall, I think he's going to send the royal champion in there, obviously, but even with that, it's not going to be easy to get the town hall. I mean, she's directly targeting the town hall, but it has a lot of hit points. Rage, do you think that's going to be enough? Is there any skeleton traps?
No skeleton. So that rage is, yeah, that rage was definitely needed in order for that royal champion to make it through all that damage. So he was able to secure the 2-star, the 75%, but that puts them to 12 stars total, while Strut, they just need a 2-star to have the victory in this, pushing them to 13.
That is correct. Strut looked incredible in the beginning of this match, and with the latest attack, they really got back to their 3-star ways. But now it's all about the last attacker. It's about us. He's like he's just incredible. He's just so good with those 3 stars. And he has overall like a 65% 3-star rate in the first 2 stages. So let's see if he can improve that and get even another 3-star on the board for him, as he has been, I think, one of the most creative attackers as well. And he really likes that super archer blimp as well.
Wow, 42 super barbarians with that warden ability, freezing up the sweeper to really fly all the way across this base. Remember, Ass, you only need a 2-star in this match. You don't need a 3. Just 2-star and you are victorious, as he's looking to take out this whole core, which includes the eagle, some scatter shots, there's defensive rages, expos, everything in this area. Can he get it?
Oh, the blimp. The ice golems are tanking, which is really annoying for him, as he has no more invisibility spells. Is the rage tower going down? It's not. That could be for sure a deciding factor. Overall, I mean, though, like 2 stars win the match, right? Like 2 stars win the war. So as long as he's getting that town hall, he's looking all right. Obviously, he would have liked to get a 3-star, but first priority, which is the most important thing, get that town hall down, because this would get you to the next 1 and 0 group with 1 win and 0 losses. And the queen so far is getting pushed into that multi-inferno tower, but with this entire base open, she should cycle back at some point. But those skeleton traps, they are annoying, and they're going to delay things.
They are, but she could walk to the left of the defensive rage tower and not even clip that multi. So that defensive rage goes off with super barbarians coming around to the edge. But remember, no spells. So if the king gets locked down by the monolith, he will be going down faster, and indeed that's what happens. But his ability goes off as he's securing the town hall, as the 2nd-star is secured for Ast, and Strut, no matter what, getting the victory in this match, as he's looking to try to still get this 3-star with the Barbarians and the Royal Champ now coming down, moving through the bottom of the base.
Yeah, but this Rage Tower just covering 2 Expos, a Multi-Inferno Tower, 2 Tesla-like, and a Scatter Shot as well. Like, this is just, I think, too much for those Super Barbarians and the Royal Champ to handle. Let's see how quickly that Royal Champ is going to fall as the Rage Tower goes off. Royal Champ ability, she's getting 2-shotted by the Rage Scatter. It's just ridiculous how much damage this is. And with that, this little Rage Island is going to stay alive, and means like a 94% 2-star for us. As we have said, 2-star was already enough to claim that victory, and this means that Time to Throw is going to go into the 0 wins and 1 loss group, and Strut is going to go into the 1 win and 0 loss group. But quick reminder, this is a Swiss stage, so every team has to get 3 wins overall, and they have 2 losses open, which means you can have 2 losses and still stay in the tournament. And with that being said, Time to Throw is not out of this. They're far away from that, because otherwise their match looked incredible.
Yes, they had put up a really amazing performance as well against a team like Strut. But unfortunately, they are going to be going to the 0-1 side, just like you mentioned. And if you guys want to see any of the matches and see what teams are facing who, you can do it inside the game right now. Yes, you just go into the game on the right side of the tab. There's the World Championship icon. You click that, and it'll bring all the matches and be able to update you. It won't show the live scores, but as the rounds conclude, then you'll be able to see the scores and everything like that, or at least who's won. Remember, there's 6 matches here total today, and then there'll be 6 more, or potentially more tomorrow as well, to find the next set of teams that advance to next weekend for another Swiss stage. That's the brilliant thing about the Swiss bracket, iTzu, is teams that are consistent are the ones that are able to be moving on. One mistake does not basically eliminate you from the competition.
Yeah, that's right. That's always the good thing, that I feel like in the end, with the Swiss bracket, the best teams are going to get to the next stage. And especially with having 2 Swiss stages back to back. I mean, that's like the ultimate save there. But, well, with that match now over, I think we should move on to the next step, right?
Yep. Yeah, let's take a look at some highlights from this match that we just witnessed. And it was some incredible attackers. Just the way they're able to control their queens, get them into the cores, but the value of the blimps as well is just next level.
Yeah, I mean, controlling your queen like that, it is just super, super impressive. And, well, I mean, it looks so easy always, right? Like making sure that your queen is going the right way, staying alive for out of the damage. But it is not really if you're trying it on your own. So really nice, nicely done to all of those attackers, and just impressive attacks all around.
And so I got the scores up here, and I'm gonna read through some of the scores to give you guys a lot of updates here. So I'm looking at Bad Zinger, and they have the lead with AO Valor getting a 1-star against them and finishing at 10 stars. So Bad Zinger is looking good in their match. Melasmine, they are needing a 2-star for a victory, as they have quite a bit of triples on their side. They're looking pretty good. We have No Limit taking on United, and United is going to get the victory. At least they put up 13 stars against No Limit. They were looking really strong. We have NJ Flex taking on SWAT, and that one's close, but 12-10 right now, with NJ Flex having one more final attack to try to come in and get a potential victory. Inquisition is needing to they could get a 2-star and win against Dark Phoenix. We have early attacks against Musmi SG, and early attacks is currently 4 for 4 in their war. They are looking stellar. We have Clash Champs. They are currently 4 for 4. They are going to win their match. TWOB is looking to put up to, we have in the TWOB match versus Cloud Esports. That one, both teams have 1-stars in their match. And then we have AO Valor. Yep, we're continuing with the 1-star. So tons of different matches. This is the Swiss bracket, where you win 3, you advance. You lose 3, you are eliminated between all the matches. And it's just going to be an incredible day of Clash Esports. I cannot wait. But let's welcome back our dear friends Woody and Maxi here today. But what did you guys think of that match and all the matches to come? We'll start with you, Woody.
That was an amazing finish, and just as we had expected, extremely close. I'm also excited to report that one of the matches that we were watching behind the scenes between BN Esporting and Agnistars has also concluded with an extremely tight 13-12 finish. This time, though, BN Esporting did take the fall against Agnistars. That's going to be a pickup for them, putting them also into the 1-0 bracket, right there alongside Strut, our former World Championship team, holding on strong in a clear and convincing, although not quite decisive war this last time around.
That was very impressive what we saw there in the first wars. I was mainly watching the match you had on stream, guys, iTzu and Carbon. That was an amazing match there. It started off with only 3 stars on both sides, and then first of all, when we got the live ticker there at the bottom, I was thinking like, wow, all the other matches, they only get 3 stars as well. So I don't know, like the first 10 attacks that were shown were just 3 stars. So I was like, wow, are there going to be any fails today? Well, you guys said it already, there were, and we saw it in this match as well. And I feel like in the end, it was decided by some of the attacks that went south very early on. For example, the queen charge into the monolith, always a very hard thing to pull off. So I feel like maybe that's a sign for all the teams to go more in the direction of maybe safer attacks. But let's see what they make of it. It was definitely a nail biter there, and I was very impressed with the performance of both teams.
Absolutely, and I got a couple more stats coming in, so I'm going to read them off on the screen that I've got here. Early attacks, they've got 14 stars putting up on their match. Clash Champs, they put up 14 stars. Musmain MG, they put up 14 stars. Incredible. MJ Flex just have won theirs 13-12, getting the victory. And Inquisition, that match versus Dark Phoenix. Remember, Woody, you were talking about Dark Phoenix last weekend. Inquisition versus Dark Phoenix, 12-12, and the percentage is Inquisition wins 95.6 to 92.8. That was super close match, coming down to the wire. Benzinger wins 12-10. They are looking good. TWOB takes the victory in their final attack, gets the 3-star over Cloud Esports, wins 11-10. So an incredible amount of matches that we're going to be seeing here today. And if you guys want to know any of the scores, be sure to let us know in the chat, and there will be the live ticker, just like Maxi said during the match, that we can update you guys on those matches as well. So it's going to be so many more matches to come, 5 more here today, but we have a lot of great performances from teams that could be expected to try to get a golden ticket, maybe to try to play in the Clash of Clans World Championship, because they have so much experience, especially on that big stage. But is there any match, iTzu, here, or any out of the results that maybe you listened or maybe that you were able to see that could be surprising, or maybe expectations? What's your thoughts on how we kind of wrapped up this very first set of matches?
I mean, I think there were overall like a lot of different results, if that makes sense. Like, as you said, like some matches have even 1 or even multiple 1 stars, and some other matches go nearly perfect. But I'm already in, like, if you're going in game, you can already see what the matches are looking like for the next round. So that's already something I'm looking at right now as we speak. And this is going to be quite interesting. I'm just trying to think what interesting matches we have. We have Millicene versus ETX Benzinger, which should be an incredible match for sure. That one looks like a really, really crazy match. And otherwise,
early attacks versus Clash Champs. That is going to be an incredible match. I would say that one is something to keep your eye on, because both those teams put up 14 stars just right now in their very first match. I would love to, man, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the upcoming for today. Here, Woody.
Yeah, and not only did they both put up 14 stars, but they also held at bay their opponents, tough ones too, Millicene and Nadu, down to 11 stars. They were the only 2 teams in our first round of matches that got a win by a 3-star margin. So the fact that they're both now going to have to go up against each other, it is going to be a grueling slugfest for these 2, and I am super excited to see how it turns out. I know we'd had our eyes on Clash Champs certainly for a couple of weeks. Didn't get a chance to see them last week, but the competition there is definitely red hot. And so I'm very excited to see that. But Maxi, any other matches that are standing out to you now as we're in game and looking through the tournament hub at the upcoming matches that we have for the next round?
Yeah, that's a tough one, as those 2 were the exact same 2 matches that I was looking at. Let's see. Strut will now have to face VNAs, which is interesting. They have Keko on their team, an Italian player who's also a friend of Mask, so that could be an interesting one as well. Let's see. I think Inquisition, who also won, they have to play Agni Stars, also very interesting. Agni Stars, comprised of a lot of well-known Asian players: Vado, Curry, Maxi and Sahara on there, for example. So yeah, I think especially on the side of the teams that have won their first match, we have incredible matchups, but we also have to keep our eyes on the teams that have had a loss in the very first one. I don't know, Carbon, do you think that there has been kind of a surprise in the first round? Any team that you would have expected to win but did not make it in their first match?
I would say Vietnamese Sporting. I was definitely surprised. That's a team for sure. But a lot of the other ones kind of going towards some of the expectations and the performances that they put up. But let's take a look at a highlight from the Vietnamese Sporting from their match to see an attack that they actually delivered and came in with. And this was the very last attack here, iTzu.
Yeah, we have the Sketty Donut with the Mass Super Hot Riders. Two really powerful tools, and the Sketty Donut is going right for him. Creating pathing, taking out the client cars, always those really nice things. And I guess going to go for the Town Hall. Yes, indeed. Just with the Blimp. This Blimp is doing two things. Taking down the Town Hall, taking out the Expo, but as well triggering the Rage Tower. This is a really important thing, which a lot of people underestimate. With being able to trigger spell towers and then make good use of that, that's always a really nice thing to do. And Blimps are just perfect with that, Woody.
Yeah, they definitely are. As we're seeing this last attack from Sahara starting to shape up, you can kind of tell the sort of counterclockwise pattern that he's going to be going for here with the poke out into the left side, setting up for an attack out on the bottom side of the base, trying to get down that Eagle artillery likely very early in this raid. Going for those splash damage structures, extremely important, especially when you're going for a dual hog attack like this without any heal spells. Got to go hard and fast, taking out as many important multi-target infernos, bomb towers, anything that can cause those hogs problems really quick. So here does come the main attack right now. Expect to also see a relatively early Warden ability pop out there. The sooner you can get that used, the better protection you're going to get for the main bulk of your army, and to try to just power through the base as quickly as possible. He did get a little bit unlucky with skeleton traps popping up right there in the core of the base and Tesla traps right on top of it, but that really just kind of wound up giving him even more value for that Eternal Tome, protecting him from all damage as he powered through the bottom side of that base, Maxi.
Yeah, I like how he waited there with the Warden ability just a little bit, using one of the free spells to make sure that the Rage spell tower was activated. So while it was activated, the most damage is actually raining onto his troops. So that was the perfect timing there to then use the Warden ability in combination with the Rage spell of his own to get through these raged up defenses as quickly as possible, then having one more freeze in the back. And as you can see there, he even has the Royal Champion ability intact, basically swagging that towards the end of this attack. A really well thought out plan with a great execution there from Sahara.
Yeah, incredible attack, delivers, getting that 3-star, and Vietnamese Sporting getting pushed to the 0-1 stage. So really clutching up the attack there, but we have an incredible lineup of matches that are going to be coming through the rest of the today. 5 more indeed. And then we have continuing the Swiss stage, the Swiss bracket tomorrow. Next weekend will be another Swiss, and then the weekend after that will be the double elimination to give the 4 golden tickets. So much Clash Esports over the next several weekends to lead up to the Clash of Clans World Championship out in November for giving away the grand finals $300,000 first place prize. But wow, today cannot wait. Well, iTzu, we're going to be getting ready for that next match, and what match is that going to be?
I think if I understood that correctly, that we're going to have Millesime versus ETX Blitzinger, which I think is going to be an interesting one. I mean, yes, we know early, the other match with what was it again? With early attacks versus Clash Champ is really good as well. But I just think that Millesime versus the Blitzinger, I think that's just looking incredible. Just based on the stats, Millesime went undefeated during the stage 1. So I think that should be an incredible match with really close attacks, I think.
And not only did they go undefeated, in stage 2, they picked up a perfect win against Glance Esports. But you know who also did pretty well in stage 1? Bad Zinger. Their opponents were actually the #1 seed. The only team that was seeded above Millesime was Bad Zinger, another team that also went through the upper bracket in stage 2 undefeated. One of these teams will not be undefeated after this next war, though. I promise you that, because we will have a decisive finish. Maxi, I don't want to put you under too much pressure to make the first prediction here, but with two amazing teams coming up next, do you want to just give us a little bit of a taste of what to expect from this action?
Okay, yeah, I will. I mean, I will develop my prediction while I'm talking, because I wanted to highlight the defensive side of things here as well, because we keep talking about their offense results, the stars that they gain, but let's also take a look at the defense. And if we look at that, then Betzinger, even though they just scored 12 stars themselves, they only had 10 against them. So that means they either, I'm not sure, either held their opponent down to 1 1-star and 1 3-star, or only 2 stars. So that means none of their bases have been tripled, and the base building plays an important role, because it can make your be the biggest hurdle for your opponent to get a 3-star on you. So now with both of these teams, one having 14 stars in offense and the other having 10 stars on defense facing off, it might be really coming down to the base building as well. Okay, so as I've been saying that, I think I've made up my mind. For this first one, I will go with ETX Betzinger, and I'd say that the better defense, will decide this match. What about you, Carbon?
Well, for me, I do have an answer to your question about 1-star, 3-star. So it actually was, they did give up 1 triple, because there was a 1-star for AO Valor against them. So does that influence my decision? No, I'm still going to go with Milazim against Betzinger. So we're split between Maxi and I. How about you, iTzu?
I mean, I think I would go with Milazim as well, just for the reason that I'm just so impressed with how consistent their opener attacker is, like Spray. It is, I don't know, like last week he just obliterated the base perfectly, and this can be such an important thing. We have seen with the last match, the first couple of attacks can be really, really important to set up the entire match for you and your team to success, and having just such a strong opener and attacker who most likely is just like relieving a lot of pressure from the rest of the team, because he already says, okay, guys, this base, block it, I will 3-star it, don't worry about it, it's fine. I think this is a really, really important thing, mental as well, like mentally wise. So I think I will go with them. Woody, what about you?
I take the results from stages 1 and 2 as being important and indicative of their skills and performance going into stage 3. But I gotta say, what happens in the earlier stages isn't a clear prediction as to what's going to happen later on. The matches get even more intense, difficult, and especially with a Swiss bracket, you've got teams that are both undefeated up at this point, getting to the very end of the top 32. I do concede that there's a lot of strength on the Milazim side of the roster, especially because they've got multiple teams competing here. There's so much opportunity for practice and brainstorming. But I think I'm going to tilt a little bit more toward Betzinger on this side. I think that they've got a little bit deeper experience in the competitive field to be able to pull from. This is a squad that has been together for a very long time. And, you know, this might just be like a 51%, 49% tilt for me, but I think I will tilt toward Betzinger in this next match.
That sounds good to me. So we're also 50-50 in prediction. So let's take a look at their actual stats here. And we can see that even though they had just 12 stars in their war today, ETX Betzinger actually have the better percentage advantage, but just by a tad bit here. As we can see, the average star count is the same, and the percentage average just a little bit higher. And you mentioned that ETX Betzinger was the first finishing team of stage 1, but I actually just checked that Milazim was number 2. So we have the 2 teams that were the best in stage 1 facing off. That is really something. So Carbon, looking at those stats, are you still happy with your prediction?
I'm still happy with my prediction, yes. You know, it's 50-50 between the two of us, and I think it's going to be close to 50-50 with when the chat makes their prediction. But the lineup for Milazim is an incredible one, followed with Kingsman, Amualin, Tryhard, Arium, and then the attack that leads it off, Spray, that you were talking about, iTzu. Just look at the differences. So every single one of these attacker, such a high triple count in terms of a 3-star hit rate, but Spray is just one above them all, 86%, and probably even higher now. Incredible stuff, iTzu.
I mean, this is just insane. Like having nearly a 90% success rate. I don't know how he does it, and always attacking first. So like having one of the, I would say like the first and the last attacker have a lot of time the most pressure as an attacker in the team, because as first attacker you're kind of setting things up for your team overall, and having already like, I don't know, 2-star or even lower percentage or something can be a big difference maker. And the last attacker obviously like having to clutch out the match sometimes, having a lot of pressure. So really important stuff, and I feel like this is just what makes it even more impressive. So yeah, it's going to be really close. I think as Woody said, both teams are really close. The stats are showing it as well, and I think our predictions are really close as well. So I think this should be a really good match.
Well, we didn't have the lineup there to share with you for Bad Zinger, but I can report that the roster, as it was last recorded, included Dima, it had Kadil, Frosty. Oh, here we go. We've got it now. ND, and then finally Koreshi. So in addition to those beautiful names, you can also see the hit rates and the average destruction for the players listed here. They have got a very impressive run so far, and, you know, kind of similar to Millisime, have got a standard roster that's been kind of tweaked around with just a little bit. I'm noticing standout performances so far from stages 1 and 2 by Indy and Koreshi, but, you know, I'd say this roster is maybe a bit more rounded out than Millisime. There's really no weak links at all, but yeah, just so impressive to see on that last lineup. Spray just taking that hit rate nearly all the way to 100. Bad Zinger are going to have to rely, I think the point was made earlier, a bit more on defenses and trying to hold tough with some bases that hopefully haven't been burned yet, or hopefully just brand spanking new and fresh to try to throw a wrench in Millisime's otherwise unstoppable war machine.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, the defense, Dima is very well known for his base building, and so is ND. So the both of them in one team, that definitely makes for a good defensive structure here. We have an overview here of our predictions once again. So looking at the first match, yeah, Carbon, you were alone there.
Yeah.
With the throw pick, and unfortunately it didn't work out.
I threw.
The other ones have 1 point in the bag. Your first one?
No, the second one's because Carbon has winning team as well. That's not a good sign.
Oh no, I can't be the chat. That's not my fault, you know. Okay, you know, I was thinking the underdog was gonna take it in the first match, but this one we're split. So this one, who knows? It could go either way. It's gonna be an incredible match, iTzu.
Yes, I think it's going to be for sure. And as Woody already pointed out, as Maxi as well said, like overall, those two teams are really close. And I feel like it might be really snowbally, especially with like defenses mattering and stuff like that. So maybe one of the two teams, since there are a few of the best teams in the entire world, might even come up with something which we have not seen, as this is like, I mean, the Super Barbarians at some point just came out of nowhere, right? Like they were not buffed or nerfed over the last couple of months. You could have played them since the pretty much beginning of Town of 15, but no one really did, at least not in the competitive scene. So I think overall those are two teams which for sure could come up with something different, and I feel like this being showcased now at this stage, because at some point you have to bring the new stuff. So I feel like this could be the perfect situation, and I'm really looking forward to whatever might be new on offense or defense in this match.
All right. Well, I know that we're going to get ready to kick this one off as shortly as we can. I think that we should get also our results from the community poll in. If that poll is still up and active over on YouTube, please do go vote, because we want to know who you think is going to take the win. It's that strength and support from the fandom that can really bring home that victory in the final stretch. But here we do have it. And just as we predicted, it is an extremely tight result. Millisime MG is going to take the favor from the fans at a 54% of the vote. But ETX Bad Zinger is not far behind at 46%. That is pretty much within the margin of error of a coin flip for us. And so it's certainly going to be an exciting one to watch. if you're cheering on in the chat, make sure to subscribe there, because not just this match will these two teams have the chance to perform. They are going to be participating throughout the day in a Swiss stage, and since they both already picked up a win in the first round, this is not going to be the determining factor as to whether or not one of them is going to be moving on or not. But with that, I know we're ready to kick off the war, so we're going to be saying goodbye to our first couple of casters and moving on now to the next round. It's going to be cast by Maxi and me.
Whoa, yes, here we are saying goodbye to iTzu and Carbon. We'll see you guys shortly. And yeah, now it's just us, and it's going to be an amazing match. So we have the ETX Zinger prediction crew here casting this one, but don't worry, we won't be partial, we won't be jinxing anything, we never do that. Going back to talking about this match, what I find interesting is, because iTzu talked about new troops or some new strategies that might come up in this, because this is the most important tournament now leading into the World Championship. And I like how, like for this, usually teams prepare just for this tournament, and they might keep some of their strategies for later stages of this, because in the first stage where you had 40 wars, you didn't really pull out a secret strategy. I know that, for example, in the past, Tribe Gaming has had a strategy that they developed just for the last chance qualifier, and as this is something like the last chance qualifier here, maybe we will see something, you know, that the teams pull out of their pocket that we haven't seen before, especially with like the diversity of troops being so huge at the moment, with recall, queen charges, any air troop basically being viable, the hog riders, electro titans, and so on. Woody, I think it's going to be interesting to see if we have something new today that we can show the fans out there.
The greatest thing that I love the most about Clash is that there's a plan that you want to develop and stick to it as close as possible, because that is often going to be the greatest way to give you the strongest chance at winning. But then you have to be able to adapt on the fly. You have to be able to say, all right, we didn't know what our bracket was going to look like. We didn't know if we were going to win our first match. We didn't know who our second opponent would be. The fact that Badzinger is now going up against Millicene, SG, MG, the top two teams ranked in the first ladder stage, now just facing it up, I think you just have to throw everything at the wall right now and try to get that win. If you wind up 2-0 against one of the most difficult teams in the entire lineup, you're, I mean, virtually guaranteed to move on to stage 4 at that point. You'd only need to get one more win, and with, you know, 3 lives to make it happen, I think that that would be a pretty solid choice to make. But it's up to these teams to ultimately make the decision in the end. But you're right, you know, we do oftentimes see the most interesting, creative, new changes to the metagame coming through in these most important moments. When a war is the difference between victory and elimination, that's when we see the creativity come out. I remember I saw the very first Warden walk that I had ever seen in live combat during the CCGS, you know, several years ago. And so it was a very important moment to see, you know, Clash Esports developing when, you know, you need just a little bit more reach to be able to hit a target that was a little bit too far away for an Archer Queen. You bust that out. You know, earlier today, you know, we were just chatting with our fellow co-casters, trying to, you know, talk a little bit about changes in the metagame, and I heard from Carbon that there's a certain super minor attack that has also been picking up a little bit of steam in his estimation anyways. But we're not going to be much too different from what we have seen previously, because it is going to be the Super Barbarians to start this one off for Kadil. He's going to be fighting for Badzinger up against this beautiful base established by Tryhard. Let's see how he starts it off, Maxi.
Yeah, let's see. It is Kadiel kicking things off here. We know that he is a very well-known legend player, and he has mostly used hybrid there. I don't know what his current strategy is, but there he comes in with the Queen Charge Super Barbarians. Now look at this blimp, guys, landing right on the Town Hall. Didn't find a tornado trap whatsoever, and with the raged up Yetis, he gets it down. However, this Monolith is still posing a big threat, and it is still up, while Kadiel's Queen Charge is going in at the 6 o'clock compartment of this base.
Yeah, very vulnerable spot. You got to be worried if you were that queen. You've got Expos raged up, firing away at you. The CC troops are popping on over, but with good placement on that poison spell and a rage to complement it, she is going to stay relatively safe, well protected in there. I'd be really worried if I were those healers, though, that air defense is going to start popping off, and there it goes. It's starting to fire away and takes one of them down before the Barbarian King is able to smash through it. Tornado Trap does trigger, and that's going to be some pretty good news for Cadilli. We won't have to worry about that later on. And the fact that the queen can now like safely recover along the exterior side of the space and still kind of continue to chug through, I think is going to shape up very well for the Super Barbarians later on in this attack. They hate having to make it through walls, and with a lot of open compartments in the middle here, I think that they're going to have just like open season as he's just continuing to pick off more buildings along the outer edge.
Yeah, you're right. I think it looks very good there. Now he's like, I feel like he's got it all planned out. It looked, first of all, it looked like he was adapting on the fly, but like this Royal Champion kind of charge there, naked Royal Champion charge into the core with the Skelly on the monolith. I feel like he really predicted the base to look exactly like that at this point. However, the skeletons seem to die out around this monolith, so that will be still standing there towards the end of this attack with 49 seconds on the clock and the Royal Champion going down. I think he has enough force there with his queen ability still intact, but the time could be an issue. However, Woody, I think all of the walls are open, so the queen has access to all of the buildings. Now, the question is, can she make it in time?
I think she's got a pretty solid shot at it. Still has her ability. You know, Cadil ran into a little bit of trouble over on that left side corner with a double giant bomb going off right next to the scatter shot. That took out a couple of the Super Barbarians, and I think that he had hoped to finish off that Wizard Tower and maybe even take a few shots at the Expo. With that Expo up, it was just plinking away at that poor little group of skeletons on the monolith, which is really well targeted, but just really needs to get the damage in super quickly now. 5 seconds left to finish off two big beefy buildings. The Archer Queen's firing away, but the time is just too short, Maxi. It is a 2-star, 98% for Cadil as we come up just short in the first exchange.
Yeah, that must hurt a lot there. Just a couple seconds, maybe 5 more, and he would have gotten it. This skeleton spell that he used on the monolith unfortunately didn't have enough firepower to take it down. Otherwise, I think this could have been enough there. It was so impressive, this attack. So many things going on at the same time, so well planned out. But now the ball is back in Milsim's corner, and iTzu's talked about him Spray, their opening attacker who has an extremely high hit rate, very impressive. He is once again the one to start it off for his team there, coming in with the Super Dragons, finding a Tesla farm early on. And yeah, let's see Woody there sending in the big force of Super Dragons right away.
I'm really curious to know what was going through his mind with that baby dragon deploy, if he was trying to poke around to find a Tesla farm like that, or if he just got unlucky while he was trying to get a little bit of funneling done over on the left side edge there. But nonetheless, it's spray and pray right now. He's just got all his Super Dragons burning at full steam ahead right through the core of this base. They're getting pushed back by sweepers. They're getting hit by lots of different fire, but he is not going to be slowing down at all. Looks like Spray's going to be pivoting a little bit more toward the top side of the base as the pathing for these Super Dragons has just kind of led him toward the top side. Still has protection from the Grand Warden, but it's getting awfully low. He's being pushed back, and the Grand Warden barely survives, but ooh, just a little bit more damage there from the multi-target. And that is going to be close to the end of him. Phoenix picks him up for another few shots here, but kind of a dicey entry point along the top. He got some decent value, but is it going to be enough to close it out for the triple, Maxi?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the Royal Champion needs to get this town hall down at the moment. That's the biggest worry that I have, and it seems like she doesn't get it. Otherwise, I would have said it could be a 3-star, but what? At the moment, it's looking like a 1-star, and I really don't see him recovering from this, as he has nothing to lead these Super Dragons into the town hall, and they will suffer from the damage they get before. This is going to be a 1-star. What, Woody? What are we witnessing?
We are witnessing the highest hit rate player from Milsim not just miss the triple, but miss the 2nd star. A crushing defeat for this mass Super Drag army that seemed to just underestimate the defensive capabilities inside this base. You know, maybe got a little bit unlucky with the Tesla farm outside on the left. Didn't have a backup plan though for the Town Hall, and with now the attack finished, a 1-star 85% is just heart-rending for Spray. An attacker with a 99% hit rate is going to be taken down a peg by the defensive setup by Badzinger here. We were giving credit to the base building that Badzinger has shown throughout the tournament so far, but wow, have we really got to say hats off to them for keeping such a skilled attacker at bay with a 1-star. That is super powerful, Maxi. It beggars description to be able to say how big of an upset that would be for the strongest attacker to come out with just a single star.
Yeah, that's right. But on the other hand, they should tell themselves it was just 1 out of 5 attacks, so anything can still happen. And ETX Badzinger have at the end started with a 2-star, so it is just a 1-star differential between both of the teams. So anything is still possible for Milsim. So yeah, let's take a look at what ETX Badzinger can do as their next attacker. Qureshi is getting ready, and let's see. Tryhard has already been attacked, and the other 4 bases are still open. I'm very excited to see what Qureshi will bring now. Will it be Super Barbarians? Will it be... Actually, we see so many super troops at the moment. Super Barbarians, we see the Super Hog Riders, the Super Dragons, and what do we see here? The Super Bowlers, Woody.
Ah, heavy crushing firepower and lots of long-range action too now, setting up a Flame Flinger over on the right side. I like this entry point so far from Qureshi, and it is going to give us a lot to talk about as we cast this match, because not only is he bringing the Super Bowlers, he's also got the Electro Titan to go out in front, tank a few shots, 2 Ice Golems. This is basically a kitchen sink comp, and he's got everything, I'm sure, just perfectly set up to dissect this base. Does catch a little bit of a Tesla hiccup over there on the right side corner, and the Grand Warden takes quite a few shots, but he is still swinging, being healed back up now thanks to those healers, and with about 45 seconds invested so far, hasn't done a whole lot of damage to the base, but it's just about getting the funneling done early on. I'm taking a look at the interior now to try to get a sense for what could be causing problems for these Super Bowlers, but kind of the one thing that I'm noticing is that if he's attacking from the bottom right, he could potentially get a whole lot of splash value as those bowler balls bounce through the base, because there's a lot of great building kind of lines that are constructed here that I'm noticing. If he does wind up choosing to attack from the top right side too, he could also still get that value, but I guess it's going to be up to the bowlers to decide how they're going to kind of ricochet these shots off, Maxi.
So, sorry, Woody, I was almost falling asleep during that 1 minute and 10-second Warden Walk. What was that? That was incredibly long, but we know that Qureshi is one of the best Super Bowler players in the world. So if he thinks that he can still 3-star this base after such a long Warden Walk, I don't doubt him. And we can see with the Rage spell here how quickly his troops charge into the middle of the base with the female heroes, Royal Champion and Queen, making their way into the Eagle Artillery. The Flame Flinger locking onto that Town Hall as well, and now that we just have 1 minute on the clock, he has already gotten down 60% of this base. So I think it's not looking that bad. However, there is a back and scatter shot that at some point he has to take care of. One more Rage spell, Royal Champion against enemy Royal Champion. I think it can be enough. Not a lot of defenses still left, Woody.
Drop it all, Qureshi. You are going to be coming close to the time is the only concern that I have here and now. I'm seeing a lot of firepower ready to get dumped on in there, but he's just holding on to those wizards, that baby dragon, that minion. If this winds up being an issue because of time, I would just really wish that he could have gotten those dropped in earlier. 20 seconds now to take down 11 buildings, and he is going to let it come down to the wire. He's getting awfully close, and I'm feeling pretty good for his chances so far. Archer Queen rounds the corner at the bottom, and those Super Bowlers are still looking very healthy. 9 seconds left as he moves in against the final structures. There's some big storages. That's a lot of hit points to get through. 1 second left. He's got it. Qureshi with the 3-star for Badzinger pulls his team ahead. 4-star lead against Milsim.
Wow. I mean, I'm so happy I was right that I didn't doubt him there, but it really came down to the wire. A last second 3-star. He knew exactly how long he could let his Warden walk on the outside storages and defenses and whatnot at the beginning of this attack. A super speedy run of the Super Bowlers and the Queen and Royal Champion there. Very impressive, and of course now that brings Milsim into a very tough position, because even if they 3-star now, they will just be able to keep that 1-star differential that they have less than ET Expert Zinger. But who better to do that than Al Mualim?
Good question. Al Mualim will be moving in next to try to rectify this situation for Milsim, another extremely experienced attacker who's been on this roster for a very long time and is going to be, wow, once again, they are back at it with the Super Dragons. This must be an attack strategy that they have honed and are feeling confident about using. It's not super out of the meta, but it's not extremely popular, at least based on what we saw in Stage 2 last week. So I'm curious to see how they choose to bring it to bear here again. Maybe they're just, getting a sense of aerial weakness from Bad Singer with these air defenses spread on the very far extremes of the base, in some cases not even really being protected at all. But with the recall there, he is going to be able to grab another corner air defense. Very typical usage there to pop a queen from one side of the base to another using that recall spell. Newest spell to be introduced to the game. So with this additional setup, now he's got a beautiful funnel to move in early against the Town Hall. Doesn't want to have the same sort of mistake as we saw last time that leaves a Town Hall standing. But the Queen should be able to grab that, and with Super Dragons now getting ready to heat up against the bottom kind of 7 o'clock position of the space, it's really shaping up now, Maxi.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried about this Wizard Tower, and we can already see one Super Dragon going there, because it could lead some Super Dragons, at least 1 or 2, into the Town Hall there. Nice free spell, but we see a lot of Super Dragons moving away from the big group. One being taken out there, but he needs a little bit of force in the center of the base. Unfortunately, Warden ability already running out, but can he get the Eagle Artillery? Yes, so that is out of the way. But now, towards the end of this attack, it is the hero's job to finish the rest of it. The Rage Tower, luckily, was already activated and is now running out, so the Royal Champion hopefully wouldn't have to deal with it in a second.
Unfortunately, got a low value hero ability pop forced from the Queen there, kind of on the top left side of the base, just taking out a few external structures. Would have preferred to use that against the enemy Archer Queen now, who's now engaging the Royal Champion and is just popping her down. Offensive Royal Champion has been eliminated, but there's still 3 heroes ready to go and charge on in. No healers to keep them topped off, so it's just a matter of racing to the finish.
Yeah, the Skelly trap that was popped there.
Oh, Queen's down!
Who took some time off the clock. Now that Rage Spell Tower, I don't think it already recharged, did it? Oh, the Black Mine!
Down.
No!
Super Dragon is down! It's all up to Diggy and the King, and he's got so many walls to punch through, Maxi!
Yeah, 26 seconds now, even with the raged up multi against him. He's got a Phoenix. He's got a Phoenix on the King, but I guess the King will decide to go through the wall instead of around.
Oh, no, he's walking around.
Oh, no! He's got a clever King, Almualine! Go, King! Go, Phoenix! Come on, they can do it! No!
Come on, only 5 seconds! How much hit points does the tower have? Hit it! No, the bomb! No. Stops him short anyways as the clock has run out, and another heartbreaking finish now with a 2-star 99% for Almualine.
They really needed that 3-star at this point to keep the score. Now it is already a 2-star differential between both teams, and Milsim also has fewer percentage here, fewer average percentage, so it's looking very good for ET Expert Zinger at the moment. But it's back in Dima's hand now to get another good attack in. A 2-star would be okay at this point, but the 3-star even better to maintain the lead.
With a 2-star advantage, ETX Badzinger is basically going to run away with this one if Dima pulls off a triple in this third attack. Now, the mid-war is not a time when you want to be behind by 2 stars. Certainly a very difficult hill to climb over for Millicene. They would have to really pull off a major upset. With Badzinger now able to effectively just kind of cruise to victory, they can take safer strategies, don't have to make those risky plays that can potentially result in 1-star finishes. I'm feeling even more confident about the Badzinger pick now that I've seen Dima following up now with Super Dragons, although he's not going to be going in on the same side as the Town Hall, as long as he holds on to the Royal Champion or Archer Queen for reverse pickup of that first star. I will feel pretty confident about this setup. I'm feeling a little bit confused about kind of the bimodality of the space. It's like, doesn't really have a clear center. Maxi, the Eagle Artillery far on the outside edge down there, and kind of presenting a big target for Dima, but then the Town Hall still up top toward the center, and kind of hard to reach, having to either go through an Archer Queen over on the right or the Royal Champion over on the left.
Yeah, he reacted very well there though with the super minion blimp. The blimp landed into a lot of traps, the tornado trap, but also all of the red mines, but somehow it didn't catch all of his super minions. However, he invested a lot there. A rage, 2 clone spells, that is already 8 spell capacity, plus the invisibility spells that he used. And the value was basically, I think, the monolith, the town hall, and some surrounding buildings. So the question is if his heroes have enough force to get through the rest of the base. We see a very dangerous compartment at the top side of this base. The King, the Multi-Inferno, and the Tesla farm behind there. I can promise you, Woody, there will be skelly traps and giant bombs as well. Let's see how his heroes do there.
This is going to be terrifyingly difficult to find a 3-star follow-up for Dima. He's doing his best to power through and keep that percentage high and just force his way along the top side with a Multi-Inferno just raging away at all of these troops. Electro Titan and Diggy might just wind up being the clutch attack. Oh yeah, the Electro Titan and Diggy are super powerful and still pushing really strong along the top, but without any healers and still lots of point defenses that are going to be firing away at them throughout the entirety of this attack. It's gonna be a difficult run to the very end. 37 seconds left, and holds onto that Archer Queen ability until the last scatter shot now. That could be a lot of splash damage depending upon how these troops stack up on the outer edge, but there's no walls to work through at all. They can just walk right in and start like a bull in a china shop, rampaging through these last buildings. Maxi, give it the call.
I think it's enough. I think it's enough. The Electro Titan will kill Skellies immediately. On the other hand, I think we've seen all the Skelly traps at the top compartment there, and this Royal Champion came, this Electro Titan came in clutch, protecting the Royal Champion from the Skelly traps around this Multi-Inferno, and that's why with 6 seconds on the clock, Dima was able to get it done. And yeah, we see Badzinger, they are strong on offense as well. They just got 12 stars in their first match, but make no mistake, they can get 3 stars left and right. And with 8 stars out of 3 attacks, they are looking good, Woody.
They are looking extremely good. In basically a best case scenario now for Millicene, if they go 3-star, 3-star, 3-star on their last 3 attacks, even if they kept Badzinger at bay with just 2-star hits on their last 2 attacks, they would be tied at 12 stars each. That is a really tall order, even just to ask that much of Millicene at this point. But that would mean that they would have to win on percentage or get a 1-star defense against Badzinger. Very unlikely to happen when Badzinger already knows that they hold that lead and just need to push it a little bit further for the win. Let's give all credit due, though, to Kingsman, the next attacker for our Millicene squad, coming on in with a heavy Electro Titan army, bringing 4 of them to support this Warden walk as he moves in against a base with a big opening along the bottom side and what seems like easy access to the Town Hall, but could be a very difficult back end to power all the way through.
Yeah, you are right there. We see another Warden walk. We saw it before from Kureshi. As Koreshi is one of the best Super Bowler players in the world, I would say that Kingsman is one of the best Electro Titan Smash players in the world. And we can see his Warden Walk was a little bit shorter, just around 50 seconds here. And now this Flame Flinger needs to make its way towards the Town Hall. I think he checked already for traps there. And yes, it's locking onto the Warden statue now, and look at how much health it has. Will definitely be able to take out this Town Hall as well. Unfortunately though, as his push of Electro Titans is going on at the top side, he loses his Queen ability early on, so a lot of damage was raining onto her, and maybe the healers had already switched to the Electro Titans. Now the question is how good he can get through the center. Of course, the clan castle is not ideal for him. 3 ice golems, and that means that his force of Electro Titans will be slowed down a lot, and that also gives the defense buildings more time to deal damage onto them. However, Town Hall is about to fall, and he still has some healers alive in the core. I think he's looking okay, but exactly, Woody, you said it there, with the Queen going down, I have my worries if this is enough force.
Slow is not what you want when you're up against raged up multi-inferno towers. I mean, those Electro Titans are super beefy, and they can take a punch, especially when they're getting backup from healers. But you gotta fight fire with fire, and with multi-infernos raged up, just melting your entire army, you have to find a quicker way to get through such a really difficult spot. Jump spell was a good, entry point in there, but I don't know if there could have just been more spells committed to that midsection. Just pushing through seemed to be too tall of an order to ask of Kingsman. And at this point, it looks like the 3-star is going to remain out of reach from Millesima, which means that Badzinger just need to get a couple more 2-stars to guarantee their victory.
That was such a close one here, and you could really see the difference there. Remember in the last attack, a couple of skeleton spells, 2 or 3, popped around the multi-inferno, but who was it? Whoever attacked Dima had an Electro Titan still alive, and it killed all of those skellies. Now you could see Kingsman's Royal Champion ran into this Tesla farm and scattershot compartment. Also 2 or 3 skeleton traps popped, and the Royal Champion was stood up, or had to deal with those skeletons, while all of the defenses, including the enemy Royal Champion, could deal damage onto her and Diggy, and he didn't get through this compartment at all. He wasn't even able to take out the scatter shot, and that's what made the difference. If he would have had just 1 Electro Titan up there, I'm sure this would have been a 3-star at least, force-wise. But yeah, like that, it's really going south for Millesima MG. Now they are 3 stars in the bag, and that means ETX Badzinger just need 2 safe 2-stars to secure the victory here.
Indeed, extremely skilled player is going to be using one of our favorite little combos here. Drop it in the skeleton spells with plenty of rage and invis to keep them on target. He's going after the CC. That is going to be the most important building to take down. Secondly will be that monolith. It also has been finished off. And with that, he's going to be happy with the entry point so far. Very expensive spell deploy, but cutting a hole into the middle of this base with a very chewy donut is going to be a very nice way to start things off. And even manages to get a blimp going directly for the Town Hall now, thanks to some great protection there from that Warden. Pops it right on over at top, and even with that Tornado Trap to block, that is not going to be enough to deny those Yetis. Yeti Bites popping right out, gets the 1st star against that Town Hall, and Badzinger will be shaping up to get at least another 2. Maybe even a 3rd star again from this attack, because nothing seems to be going wrong so far. Super Barbarians are going to be cruising along the outer edge now, as the center has just got a massive hole stabbed right to the heart, Maxi.
Yeah, and that freeze spell there allowed the Warden to take out the Eagle Artillery and the Expo with the help of the Loons and the Owl there. That was a very, very great call there from him. And the same goes for the safe blimp there at the start with the Warden ability and the Rage, like the Yeti blimp. I think that is one of the safest ways to secure the Town Hall takedown, and thus the 2-star here, having the Super Barbarians with the heroes that will usually always allow a player to collect enough percentage points. And this is looking great. I mean, the 2-star is what he really needed, but look at this. The Royal Champion still going strong in the core of the base, even joining up with the Warden now. A 3-spell in the back, Queen with the ability, and this time, once again, we see the Electro Titan taking care of the skeleton traps there. I think this is going to be a 3-star, Woody.
Yeah, the Grand Warden got a cheeky little snipe there on the Rage Tower, ensuring that it didn't get a chance to activate a second time. And with ND now also getting that Royal Champion shield tossed off against both of the multi-Infernos, and then powering all the way through the end thanks to Diggy just keeping her on task. This is an obvious 3-star victory with a swag freeze dropped on the very end just to put Illisim on ice. ETX Badzinger now with 11 stars. Means that there will not, by any possibility, be a star victory for Millicene. The best that they could possibly hope for is 11 themselves. And with ETX Badzinger needing to just put up one more star in their final attack, it is all but over. In the mid-war, a very surprising follow-up to a war that we had predicted would be extremely tight. And I gotta say, in terms of the skill of these attacks, it has been a very close war. A lot of these attacks from Millicene have come into, the mid 80%, even coming out with a 2-star 99%. But it's all about those triples in the end, and Badzinger have delivered, whereas Millicene are just nowhere in sight, trying to keep up against a squad that has just pummeled them from the very beginning, Maxi.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there with what you're saying. The attacks from Millicene were closer than it seems from looking at the scoreboard. But Woody, to be honest, between us, ETX Badzinger, pickers in the prediction, it's not that big of a surprise, right? We knew what we were doing. We knew they would get the upper hand here. It was a clear prediction there for us. No, just kidding. Of course, we were not as that sure, but we're very happy that ETX Badzinger are giving or making our prediction right with their performance. But for now, let's concentrate on these on that last attacks. We have Tryhard coming in, and make no mistake, Millicene MG, they're far from being out of this. They had a win in the very first war here today, and this is their first loss. And we said it at the start, in the Swiss stage you need 3 victories to get to the next stage, so everything is still possible for them. Now, looking at the attack that Tryhard did here, a blimp to start things off. He lured the land castle out, was able to take out the scatter shot compartment and the enemy queen, so some good value already. But Woody, I think he wants to go for the town hall now with his heroes.
And that is exactly what he's going to get. Just a little bit of a slowdown from CC Ice Golem along the outer edge. It's not going to be too much to have to worry about. Tryhard does have that monolith firing away at his king, though. Bit of bad news from there, as the king is going to be obliterated by that big, heavy defensive structure. He will power through with the last gasp from that Phoenix. And just like Samson will bring the temple walls down, defeats the monolith and gives an opening now for the queen to finish off the town hall for the first star, and is creeping awfully close to the second star now at 40% overall destruction. Keep an eye on the bottom side of the screen now if you want to see some additional stats rolling through from some of the other teams that are competing alongside our 2 top teams here now, as we are watching Millicene's Tryhard make a stab into the center of the base with quite a few balloons. Raged up multi-Inferno is ready to fire away at them, though, and that is going to demand that Grand Warden's Eternal Tome protection. But they are powering through mighty quickly. A single target Inferno, interesting choice from Kadila, is going to not be too much of a threat for the balloons. Just needs to make sure that the Grand Warden doesn't get too close to that. If he takes down this multi, he might still have a shot at the triple, but it's getting pretty tough toward the end here, Maxi.
Yeah, it is, but it was looking very good. I was also taking a look, by the way, at the scores down there. Time to throw, for example, we saw in the first match, seemed to be getting the victory in their second one, getting 3 out of 4 attacks to a 3-star, but this attack from Tryhard seems to be falling short, as the balloons are not able to take out this back-end air defense.
Oh man, the last thing you'd want to see at the very end is your cleanup just getting stuck on a storage while the air defense pops away. Can't even get the Electro Owl to chain lightning over onto that air defense. And it's just minions and pups to try to get the final shots off. They're going to get to close in and try to get some more damage in there. There's not a whole lot of air defense that can stop them after this, just that one Tesla, but oh man, they finally get the air defense down. but the cleanup is going to come a little bit too short, and I guess the Tesla is going to be the last defense standing to oppose these minions at a 2-star 95%. That is what we will be left with after Tryhard's beautiful attack that just came second place in this beauty pageant. To the defenses set up by Badzinger, once again holding off against extremely strong foes. Tryhard's going to take back a minute there, have a sip of a cool drink, and prepare for the next round because he knows that Badzinger are going to close out with the win in this matchup.
Yeah, and Frosty is the man to get the 0-star now for Badzinger. Basically, all he has to do, just attack so they don't get disqualified or something. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's basically all he has to do. It's looking so good for them, so strong, and it's a real surprise to me how Milsim just have 7 stars out of 4 attacks. But you can see the percentage there; it's not that huge of a differential there, and I think it shows that the attacks have been closer than it looks. Now, very interestingly, Frosty coming in with Queen charge without healers at the start there, and having the Ram go into the base, I think, to just take out the Eagle Artillery, I would guess, because there's not much damage around it.
Yeah, we don't see Rams very often, but if there's something that's kind of near the edge there that you can still wind up using some hit points for the Ram to justify that big expenditure, but then be able to power through a key target, I love to see that. A lot of times we would see a pivot toward like a log launcher in a case like this if they're trying to roll through walls, but doesn't seem like that's going to be an issue for Frosty. He's happy to get that big target down, and even with 2 Ice Golems popping out of the CC now and kind of trying to put a frost on the troops that kind of remain from that wall wrecker, it seems like he will be able to pivot away now and take them out without much difficulty as he moves over into the right side corner of the base for another counterclockwise sweep, moving up toward the Town Hall next and trying to keep his heroes safe from that big old monolith. Electro Titans also do not like monoliths at all, and so finding a way to finish that off will be crucial. He does have that skeleton spell, but with multi-target Infernos surrounding, I'm really curious to see how he chooses to try to engage this, Maxi.
Yeah, a lot of like his troops split so much there, and he had to use the warden ability. It was actually forced because there was so much damage on him. Now he needs to get this town hall down though. Nice jump spell there. However, it opens also the multi-compartment, and I think the queen is what he needs to take out the town hall. King and royal champion working at the top side. Okay, but with the queen ability, okay, he catches the tornado trap, but he should be good. Right. Yeah, he got the town hall. That's nice. Queen is even staying out of the poison, but Woody, there's a lot of base left for just a royal champion. It's not looking that good.
Yeah, that back end is mighty thick, and Frosty is doing his best to take a stab at it, but it looks like a 2-star is all we're going to be left with here. Still, that is going to be 2 more than he needed to get the win for his team in this final exchange. He's pushing through pretty hard on the other end, but Queen is going to hold on to the last line of defense for Kingsman of Milsim MG. It is going to ultimately be 13 stars for Badzinger. An impressive performance and pretty much exactly what we had predicted coming into this match. It was either going to wind up being massive defenses for Badzinger that could keep Milsim at bay, or it was just going to be an overpowering offense from Milsim that could overwhelm Badzinger and deny access. You know, Badzinger's offense was consistent, not, particularly star-studded here, but exactly what they needed. With 13 stars, a very reliable performance, and with an amazing defense to pair right alongside it, they are going to be well-deserved moving on with a 2-0 record in our Swiss stage now, and we'll need just one more win to be in the money and guarantee a spot in stage 4.
Yeah, that is a very good start. Of course, the start you dream of to get into stage 3 here. Every single team does that, and ETX Badzinger showing a very strong performance here. They started with 12 stars, now they got 13. But still, once again, I want to emphasize their defense. I mean, they had just 10 stars against them in their first war, and it's not going to be more than 10. Even if Ariam in their last attack now will 3-star, they will Milicim will also have gotten just 10 stars, and that just shows the defensive strength of ET Expat Zinger once again, holding down a team that got 14 stars in their first wars to 9 or 10 stars is impressive. But now let's focus on what Ariam will do as he's coming in with the Queen Charge recall. No, not recall spell. I was thinking that because he kept one healer, you know, and usually because he can just recall 4 healers, yeah, you keep one, but yeah, he doesn't have a recall spell. I think he realized that as well and dropped the last healer there, and now the Super Dragons rain into the base.
Interesting deploy here. He's going to be taking a lot of shots early on from that scatter, but he will be able to finish it off and keeps this group relatively compact, clustered, and focused as they move toward the middle of the base. Now getting the CC pull out as the Super Dragons are going to get raged up into the core. He's already popped that Returnal Tome, but he's going to have still quite a bit of spell support to be able to put the freeze on the Town Hall and maybe even provide a little bit of invisibility for his Queen along the top side if she gets into a tricky situation later on. Super Dragons have done a pretty good job of staying relatively compact, but spreading out just enough to make sure that those key targets are going down. Keep an eye on that Monolith, though. It really needs to get finished off awfully quickly. The Grand Warden gets another shot, and it does go down. More good news for Ariam here now, as most of the major problems for this base have been cleared out. Archer Queen also somehow survives into the middle now as she's walking straight through the Giga Poison. But I'm not really seeing anything too terrifyingly difficult about this base as it stands. 2 freezes and an invisibility spell yet to use, as well as the Royal Champion's ability. And it's just that bottom compartment with the Archer Queen and a scatter shot that could cause some problems. Nice freeze there as both offensive heroes now engage. Enemy Queen goes down, shield tossed off to the scatter, and Ariam is going to be the first and only 3-star striker from Milicim today.
He indeed is, and what an impressive way to 3-star. Like, he basically swagged the first freeze spell because like, unfortunately he froze the Queen only, and the Headhunter was taken out by the scatter shot. Then the perfect freeze was deployed perfectly, and you can see the Queen and the Royal Champion at almost full health is actually a lot of troops to have still alive towards the end of the attack. I mean, this one Super Dragon that stayed alive on the outside there on the left side definitely came in clutch, as there wasn't a lot of damage against it, but a very nice plan here from Ariam without the recalled spell. Nice job here, showing what his team got, and I'm sure that they will perform better in their next match.
I would certainly expect them to do so. Ariam giving them a little bit of a shot in the arm now with the last exchange, giving them a 3rd star to walk off the field with. Even though it is not going to be a victory lap for them this time around, they are going to have plenty of opportunities as the last 2 wars that they'll have later today give them another couple chances to pick up some more wins. But with that one finished off now, it's going to be an opportunity to kind of recollect ourselves, reassess our predictions, think a little bit more about our favorite attacks from that last round, and maybe even get a chance to see some highlights from that previous one. Let's go ahead and bring in back our other 2 casters to do that alongside us, Carbon and iTzu. What did you guys think? I'll start with Carbon about that last war.
Well, that last war, I was totally surprised about Spray and the 1-star. And the crazy thing is, I was taking a look at 10 different wars behind the scenes, and all of them, not a single person got a 1-star. The only one we saw was Spray. Every single other attacker out of the 10 that I was covering all got either 2 stars or 3 stars. So 1 star is just, that's how rare they are, and 0 stars would only be from a disconnection, but is insane that that even comes in from attacker like Spray iTzu.
So you're saying that it was your prediction which kind of messed up?
Oh no, I didn't say that. I mean, no.
Isn't that already kind of confirmed how that works, right? Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I was really surprised as well. I was just like, I don't know, really praising him, and especially as an opener attacker with how successful he is. But yeah, I feel like after that attack, things just went downhill somehow for them, and this has really just snowballed into a huge lead for Bazinger, and that just cost them the entire match for Milliseam. So really interesting match, and let's hope that Milliseam can bounce back. For Bazinger, this means though they're getting another win on the board, Maxi.
They sure are, and they are in a very good position now. It was an extremely nice war, but unfortunately it wasn't as close towards the end as our first match. It was a great showing though from ETX Bazinger. We were talking about the defense and offense, and they were able to hold one of the offense-wise strongest teams back to 10 stars as well, and that impressed me a lot. However, I was very surprised. I was very excited to see Spray attack here, as I think he's a new face, at least to the high competitive scene, and he's been performing so well. And now, unfortunately, it was just one attack. It can always happen, a hiccup, when things just go a little bit bad. I just think he was sure that his Royal Champion would take out this Town Hall, but in the end it wasn't enough. It can happen, but I mean, even without his 1-star, his team would have been far from winning, as Bazinger was just very strong there. But I'm interested to see if we already have some results in the other wars. Did you see something?
I did. Yes, a lot of the scores are actually up to date inside the game. You can look right now and it will actually show all the matches to come for round 3 of this Swiss stage. I'm going to read off my screen here a couple different scores that we have seen. Clash Champs, they won 13-12 against Early Attacks. We have ETX Titans, who they won 14-13 against Chacha Esports. And Clash Champs and EX Titans are actually facing each other. So Clash Champs got 13, EX Titans got 14 in the previous match. That could be a really good one. We have No Limit going down to Trident Warrior, who got 14 stars in their match. But a big upset. Well, a lot of people could be like, wait, Inquisition, they lost. They lit up a 3-star at the very last attack, and that is how they are now getting a loss. So they have been pushed down to, I believe, a 1-in-1 stage in there. We have Strut, who just won, so that means Strut is currently 2-0, and you can see in terms of teams that are currently 2-0, we have ETX Bazinger, who's taking on United, NJ Flex versus NJ Stars. We have Strut taking on X Team Esports, and Clash Champs taking on ETX Titans. All those teams are currently 2-0, and those are the matches that they're going to be facing off. And if you win that match, you then will advance to next weekend, and you don't even have to play tomorrow, iTzu.
Yeah, so after the next matches, we are going to have already like the first 2 teams making it to the next stage already set, and obviously there's like more teams to follow over the day to come. But I feel like out of the first matches you have just mentioned, I think Clash Champs versus ETX Titans are just looking incredible. I mean, I think that has a high chance that we're going to cover it. I'm just waiting to like have the confirmation there, especially since we have already covered a match from ETX Bazinger. We have already covered a match from Strat, and I mean, that match, Clash Champs versus ETX Titans, I'm really looking forward to that. Woody, what about you?
I think that's going to be an incredible one, but I do want to also give a quick shout out to NJ Flex going up against Stars next. They're the also 4th team, or rather the 4th matchup there in the 2-0 bracket, where a win here is going to be all it's going to be required to advance onward. We haven't gotten a chance to watch either of those 2 teams yet, so I hope maybe at least the match after this next one, we can maybe see the loser of that matchup in the 2-in-1 bracket getting another chance to try to advance with that top spot. But yeah, hats off to Bazinger and to Strut, who we also saw previously. They also picked up their win, so they're going to be 2-0 right now and need just one more in this Swiss stage in order to be moving on. Taking a look toward the middle side of the bracket, we've got Dark Phoenix picking up the win. I had my hopes out for them earlier on, so they are now 1-1 going up against the Emporium Titans next. TWOB, another fan favorite, has picked up 1 win and 1 loss. And they'll be moving up against HS Esport in their 3rd round. Tiririt Warrior is going to be going against Time to Throw, who we saw in the 1st round. Time to Throw picked up a win in their 2nd match. And then to round out the 1-1 bracket, we've got Inquisition going up against TPM Esports.
Yeah.
Okay, so
incredible.
Yeah,
Take it away.
those were some really interesting matchups. You guys at home, we said it a couple of times. I'm going to repeat it once more though. You can also find these in game, and then you can make sure that you have the overview of all of those teams, and you won't have to worry about us, having to read through all of them. But yeah, I think it was very interesting to see that Strut and X Team Esports, two teams that have been at the World Championship last year, will have to battle it out now for the third win. And also our next match that we're going to witness, you have to keep in mind, we have the Swiss stage, and you win 3 times, you get to the next round. Now those teams are 2-0, so that means whoever wins the next one has secured their spot in stage number 4. So if it wasn't enough on the line so far, there definitely will be now.
There is indeed going to be a lot on the line, but we got a replay from the Clash Champs War in their previous match, because that's actually going to be the match that we're going to be watching next. We're going to be seeing Clash Champs versus ETX Titans, and that is going to be a fantastic match. Clash Champs putting up 13, ETX Titans then putting up 14 stars, so it's a battle of 2-0 teams coming up next. But this was Loop Zero's attack coming in here, and take a look, coming in with some super Barbarians, and this was against early attacks who put up some incredible performances in their hits.
Yeah, they had for sure some really strong showings with this last attack, though being a high percentage, but not a 3-star in the end. And we have some more attacks. I mean, Clash Champs is one of the teams which are, I think, out of all teams, mostly playing Lado, or like one of the teams which is mostly playing Lado, just because they're just so good with this. Like, it's just incredible to me how good they still are. Remember, Loons have not gotten a new level on Town of 15, and for the not the best of the best teams, you can really notice that. But like Clash Champs, they just don't care about that. They're still like tripling base left and right, so it's just super impressive to watch, especially with their Lalo attacks, and they're showing that off really nicely. And the next thing with this, which makes it really tricky to actually defend that, is Lalo is one of the highest skill floor strategies which there is in game, which means how do you test your own bases versus Lalo if you cannot represent the skill of the other team? Like, that's literally impossible. If someone is doing like a hero dive Lalo attack or something like that, and you just don't have the players to test your base which are as good as the other team, it's literally impossible to test those attacks, because you just cannot really, like, you can't really know if this attack is working with this specific opening, for example, and so on. So it is tricky, but Clash Champs are for sure one of the favorites going into this, and well, let's see if they're getting challenged or if not. Both teams are 2-0, and they're here for a reason.
Yep.
A very clear reason, and as the predictions are going to start flowing through, make sure to keep an eye over there on chat, where you can let us know who you think is going to be taking the victory in this next round. We have got our next war coming up soon, so enjoy the stats as you get a little bit of a deep dive into the numbers game here at play between Clash Champs and ETX Titans. I gotta say, there's a little bit of a tip toward Clash Champs' favor here, but you know, pretty much all of these top teams are gonna have about a 13-star average from their wars, so you can't get a whole lot of information from that. It's how they perform up against the most difficult bases, as we just saw in that last war, that is really gonna determine whether or not they're gonna be able to pick up the wins or not. Clash Champs known for having a superbly strong offense, but Milda's team were known for having a very strong offense too. I'm not sure I can say the same about the defenses for the Titans as I could for Bad Zinger in that last round, though. I would say that this one is also teed up to be maybe a very close match, but maybe a bit more in Clash Champs' favor than for the Titans. What would you say, Maxi?
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. However, it is definitely a very close call, and we just saw a couple matches. But before we get back to that, let's take a look at the well-known roster for Clash Champs. We see them here with their beautiful jerseys from left to right. We have Celinio, Leo, Picastro, Pato, and Loop with the E at the end, and they have some very impressive stats here underneath their very impressive pictures, and I'm sure that they are one of the favorites of all of the Clash community members, because they have just been very consistently strong throughout this year. They've been at last year's World Championship, finishing, I think, in 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. So they have a history of being very successful Clash esports players, and it's going to be interesting to see how they can do today on their first on-stream match, Carbon.
Yeah, the interesting tidbit there is going to be, how does Seleno perform? He was the lowest hit rate amongst all 5 there. So if he gets a 3-star, that could be what determines maybe if Clash Champs is going to be victorious, even though they are probably going to be coming in as one of the favorites, not to necessarily also just win this match, but to be getting a golden ticket out of all the teams in the last chance qualifiers. Because if a team like Clash Champs doesn't get that golden ticket, a lot of people are going to be surprised. But let's go take a look at their opponent's roster here at iTzu.
Yes, that's right. We have the other team on the screen as well, and all of them are pretty, I would say they're pretty consistent. We have seen most of their teams always have like 1 or 2 players having like way higher or way lower hit rates than the rest of the team. But I feel like for this team, they're really close to each other when it comes down to the hit rate. Everyone above the 50%, but still within the reach of 15% of the top attacker of their team. And I feel like this is sometimes good, sometimes bad, because having one of those top performers in your team is like, as well, like, there's a lot of pressure in the planning phase, which is then getting like put off your shoulders, and it's overall really, really nice to have if you can just rely on that person so much. So overall, a really close match as well with the next one, but I mean, that's going to be crazy good one, Woody.
Yeah, the ETX Titans, just to give you a sense of their performance from the previous stage, were in the lower bracket of stage 2. They wound up qualifying with an 11-9 scoreline against Quantum's Bears. So with only 9 stars scored against them in their final round, you gotta expect that their defenses are gonna be holding up pretty well. But they weren't necessarily one of the stronger attackers over on the top side. Their upper end was capped out quite a bit lower than their opponents was, with the Clash Champs actually getting a 5-star advantage in their stage 2 upper bracket run. They went undefeated with that win on against Jellybean Dream as a 14-9 scoreline finish, and then concluded, as we saw, with a match against the Dark Looters. That was a bit closer on a 12-12 scoreline, but with their undefeated run up here on the top, both of these teams with a 2-0 record have certainly had a good day so far, guys.
Yeah, and I mean, you could say that there's a lot of pressure now, but it could also mean that there's less pressure, because both of these teams know they still have 2 more chances to get their 3rd victory. But now here we have the caster prediction, and finally, all of us are of one opinion, guys. It might be a little boring for you guys at home. Well, let's see what you predicted. But for us, we have a clear favorite for this one, with Clash Champs just being well known, just having a very consistent year so far. And I think that this would be the best choice. I mean, maybe iTzu and Carbon just looked what Woody and me picked, because we've been perfect so far today. But what can I say, Carbon? How did you come to the conclusion that Clash Champs will win?
I flipped a coin, right? That's what my predictions have basically become, right? But seriously, it looks like Clash Champs is going to lose, because if I pick them, they're going to lose. That's how today is going. So I guess we'll have to see what this next matchup is going to entail, because you guys at home are also putting your prediction in the chat to let us know who you think is going to win this match. Clash Champs coming as the favorite amongst us casters. But let's go ahead and say goodbye to 2 casters here, as we will get ready now for this next upcoming match, which is going to be Clash Champs taking on ETX Titans. Oh my, it's going to be a great one here, Woody. I'm curious what the chat is predicting for this one.
Oh, I've got a little bit of a sneak peek as I'm keeping my eye over there on the YouTube poll, and it looks like it's pretty decisively tilting toward Clash Champs' favor. Yeah. 78% for Clash Champs against ETX Titans, only getting 22%. Now that is a lot more of the overwhelming advantage that we had seen on like some of our previous predictions here. When you get to the point where it's over a 3-1 margin for one team over another, that is definitely establishing a clear favorite in the minds of chat. But that still leaves open a spot for an underdog performance to upset and surprise. That is something that we definitely love about Clash of Clans as well, giving an opportunity for every team to have the same shot at glory. But they are going to have their work cut out for them. As we've talked about already, the Clash Champs is an extremely skilled team with lots of experience on the main stage. They all come from the same country. These guys have all fought very hard, arm in arm together, and will not be given up very easily at all, with superbly powerful offense and a defensive line that is quite impressive to boast about as well. I think that the Clash Champs do deserve their spot as the clear favorites here in this next matchup. But maybe let's play devil's advocate a little bit here. What could we say about their opponents that might give them a little bit of a shot in the arm, Carbon? How can we root them on?
It's momentum. That is what you're going to have to keep in mind, because they put up 14 stars in their last war. But the question is, it wasn't against bases of Clash Champs, which have been known to be one of the best in Clash of Clans, where there's so many bases. You probably are doing your clan war leagues, your regular wars right now, or maybe you're listening to this and you're currently doing your attacks. Odds are some of the bases you are actually hitting right now are built by Clash Champs, because they're copied by so many people around the world. If it does well, you know what, let me copy it, and that's what they do. Plus, with the link sharing and everything of being able to then copy the base from that way of when they share it out on social media, that's the best way to be able to grab the defenses. As we're getting ready for the very first attack, as Dark on top is going to look to lead it off.
Well, you're certainly right about that, Carbon. Clash Champs is not just a name. They are true to the moniker, and they have got a lot of fans out there, not just watching right now, but also keyed into their social medias where they can find those links posted. Everyone watching right now, though, will be able to enjoy the cutting edge of the Clash meta, as we see both the best bases and the burliest attacks brought to bear in a setting where the stakes could not be higher at this point for these two teams. This is definitely the most important match that they've had leading up through the series so far, with a stage 3 finish that would end in a win. The team that wins this match is guaranteed a minimum of $5,000 as they'll advance onto stage 4 and will be among the top 20 teams in the world. Clash Champs are going to be defending first against Dark on Top by ETX Titans, who will be marching in with a hybrid army heavy on the miners, 18 of them, twice as many as the hogs that he's brought. Clearly wants to be burrowing underneath these walls to get against those non-defensive structures and make sure that those are cleanly swept through this base, as he starts off with the Queen Charge over on the right side to try to pierce through this opening he's created with the wall breakers and move against that monolith in the Town Hall early on, Carbon.
Yeah, as that Queen's going to charge her way through, you take a look at the right side. There are stats, and that will be updated. That was from the previous match, so we'll go ahead and clear those off and get those ready for this new match, because this is the very first attack here of this match between ETX Titans and Clash Champs, as the Queen is clearing this monolith slowly after getting through these skeletons. But Woody, I think this is the first time that we're actually seeing a hybrid attack here today.
Yeah, the first I've seen today, and I'm excited to see how it shapes up. Got to be very careful with these spells, and I'm happy to see that Dark on Top has brought a couple of heal spells. Maybe the best use of heal spell is to drop right on top of some big splash damage for a big, heavy ground-based army like the Hogs and Miners that you see here. There's also a little bit of a bonus as well for those healers to be able to potentially pivot off if the Queen dies and try to help those Miners and Hogs out. Fortunately, it looks like Dark on Top will be able to keep her just barely alive this time with an Invis and a Rage to try to top her back off, but that is a lot of firepower being stacked onto not just the Queen, but the healers as well, with Seeking Air Mines taking a couple of them down, and now the big bulk of that Hog Rider army getting a little bit off track with the Tesla traps springing up, as well as spring traps to just eject them off a field. It is going to be a difficult finish for Dark on Top as his army is dwindling away now, Carbon.
Slowly but surely continuing to push in, and the World Champ's ability does go off, takes out the backside multi. There's a bunch of miners that actually are continuing their way through. Skeletons, but the Eagle Artillery is going to be raining down on this Royal Champion. She's trying to hang on. Down as she goes, but is he going to hang on with just these few miners left and that Warden? It looks like maybe it's just only the Diggy now.
Not enough. Lots of splash still in the back end. That bomb tower, wizard tower, 2 mortars, and the Eagle Artillery. Not a whole lot to be super worried about if you've got speed and big firepower. But Dark on top just ran out of gas in the tank as he tried to power his way through to the final edge of this base. A 2-star, 90% now is a fine finish for the first attack. Dark on top starts this foray off with not a really very strong or a very weak hit. It's really going to be up to the foes now, the Clash champs, to show us what they've got and to try to surpass this bar set by the Titans.
Yeah, with a 95% hit rate, unfortunately, does fall short with the 90%. But what will now Clash Champs do? From the previous war, ETX Titans put up 14 stars. That means that they would have to triple the rest of Clash Champs' bases to be equivalent to that. But in order to advance against a team like Clash Champs, you're pretty much going to have to put up 14 or even 13 stars, as P. Castro looks to be coming in with a Queen Charge Super Barbarian attack. I just know P. Castro loves to bring attacks of Skelly Donuts. He's not doing that here. He's deciding to go with a boulder bounce to help funnel for this Queen as she's going to step closer towards that Eagle Artillery.
Moving on in, and we'll be able to take it out without even getting it activated. Gets a nice little coconut loon in there as well. Only a few shots from the Archer Tower. Ooh, and nice luck there for Pete Castro. Does catch a Seeking Air Mine in that topside compartment. You know, this is one of the best tips that we can provide for early players who are just getting their teeth wet in the competitive scene. Use a balloon out in front of your healers to try to protect them from any Seeking Air Mines. In fact, P. Castro is going to send in a second balloon just in case there were multiple traps in that top compartment to try to bait out a Queen Charge. That is not what he would want to have to face off against early on, and so the second balloon floats on through, and it catches another one! The prediction power from this man cannot be topped! P. Castro has now saved 2 healers by floating in balloons to keep them safe under pressure, Carbon.
Absolutely incredible value to keep those healers alive. Will this Queen be able to continue her charge? Notice there's a defensive rage by both the multi-target Infernos where the enemy Queen is waiting. But he's taking a lot of time now with that Warden, a part of this King. You typically will pair that Warden ability when you pop this King ability to get everything protected, as he decides to send in the Royal Champion to help provide this assistance, as there is now the Warden Eternal Tome.
Couple more balloons kind of along the edge now. Don't catch any more Seeking Air Mines at this point. He's going to have to refocus over onto the bottom side of this attack, where his Super Barbarians are going to be starting to kind of coalesce and collapse around these edges, doing their best to chop apart defenses before they get much of a chance to fire away. Royal Champion a bit distracted on the enemy Grand Warden and finds a Tesla that she's got to go deal with before she can get back into the center and deal with that multi-target Inferno, but it will go down. Raged up Scattershot and a multi-Inferno over on the right side are going to be the next targets for the Archer Queen as she pops them down without any problem at all. P. Castro has got a clean landing set up for him with 43 seconds and plenty of firepower to finish it all off. Just dump it on in there and claim your 3-star.
Brilliant job, P. Castro, getting it done with a freeze and invis left in the bag. P. Castro delivering a 3-star for Clash Champs. A brilliant charge, getting that Queen through the Eagle Artillery, setting a gorgeous funnel on the left side with the bowler to push the Queen through, continuing a charge, and the openings in the wall just allow the Super Barbarians to run their way around.
That is exactly what we'd want to see if we were fans of Clash Champs, and happy to get that confident finish, not even really coming close in the end, with 2 swag spells to dump out there and 30 seconds still on the clock. That was a convincing win to give the Clash Champs a 1-star lead in the beginning here. But that is not going to be enough to clinch victory against a tough team like the Titans. It's going to be Alcodir moving in next to choose his opponent 4 more bases left for the Clash Champs to select from, and as the pickings get slimmer, the attack strategies have to get even more and more specialized to try to take down a base that maybe none of his other teammates really had much of an inclination to try to select. We'll see which one he does go with here. It's going to be Selenho's base. Now, has got a lot of Yetis and 5 Super Wizards. What are we looking at here, Carbon?
Bat spells as well. This is going to be saying, all right, let's send everything from the opposite side of this town hall. And indeed, we've got the Yetis, we've got the Super Wizards, and get ready for a log launcher to pair it all together and be a bat wave to move in towards the backside as the log launcher is going to look to open these walls. A bunch of ground skeletons popping up to try and defend the space with the rage spell, raging everything on the defensive side here as he's still hanging on the Warden Internal Tome, still trying to move his way through with an Ice Golem getting frozen, yet he's getting launched. Pops the Warden ability now.
Excellent start for Kadir so far, but this is definitely a bit more of an unorthodox approach. Log launcher rolling straight into the town hall is good news for him, and he's got a beautiful alleyway just set up for the queen to just prance her way straight to that star. But will she have enough pushing to get through this big cushion from the CC popping out a Lava Hound now to slow up and gum up this attack? She is going to go down, and the pups will be able to refocus now onto the Royal Champion, tossing her shield out for more damage against that Town Hall, but it is activated and burning her to a crisp. Al-Qadir has lost all hope and just needs to use these bats now to try to salvage the 2-star.
Wow, I'm just wondering, he didn't have an Electro Titan inside of his log launcher. If he had Electro Titan, it would have been able to clear the Lava Hound and the pups when it popped, but he was thinking maybe Super Wizards would have been enough to be able to then just help that queen, so no poison was needed.
No way!
And a 1-star just like that can determine a match. A 1-star against Clash Champs almost essentially locks up your fate. 1-star, 69%. Oh, that is not good for ETX Titans.
Superb defense from Selenho. The Clash Champs have not just come out swinging with a 3-star, but just kept their opponents down to a single star in the second strike. That puts them at an even playing field in terms of total stars earned. And I don't even know what to say at this point, because we're going to get a follow-up now where the Clash Champs could potentially have a 3-star advantage out of just the first 2 attacks. Pato is going to be the next to move in on offense for the Clash Champs and prove that there are no brakes on this crazy train. He is going to be chugging along all the way to the station with those big old guns ready to fire on all cylinders. Here we go with a Laloon army. And, you know, I heard Maxi talking about Laloon earlier. It's a very difficult attack composition to prepare against because there's no way to know exactly how a skilled attacker may choose to use it against your base. Shikari King on defense does have a good spread on these air defenses, and that is often what is going to be what the attacker has to focus on early on to make sure that the pathing is properly cleared for those Lava Hounds as you get those balloons set up for later on. The fact that he's brought 3 Lava Hounds though has given me an indication that he might be just using 1 for each of the remaining 3 air defenses as he tries to power through the core of this base and kind of create like a reversed C shape for his balloons to path along. But Carbon, it looks like he's going to be moving in along the top side next with the Royal Champion and could be adding a Laloon with it very soon.
But one thing that didn't go down was that core multi-target Inferno. He would love to have it go down with the log launcher. That's one of the purposes of the log skipping through to take that multi down, because the Lalo must now path into the core, which typically a bunch of red air bombs tend to now be near the Town Hall. So if you pop that Warden Belly, there might not be too many traps by that multi-target Inferno, which is the only hope that he could potentially have. But he's now forced to go with a freeze over this multi and the defensive race. He freezes up again, freezes another time over this Town Hall. As Rageous Warden ability can protect these balloons, easily takes that Town Hall down with ease. As now the defensive Lava Hound moves over to the Queen. He's dropping poison to help clear that as the lava continues to path around.
Sends in an aggressive drop for the final Lava Hound on the bottom corner with the pups popping out and engaging the enemy Royal Champion. The Balloons path over and finish off those two key defensive structures. But as you mentioned, Carbon, it's going to be that last multi-Inferno in the center that he's going to have to deal with, and he didn't even use the freeze on it. I'm not sure how he's planning on taking it out, but it is going to be a difficult run to the very end for Pato as he now has passed the 88% mark, looking for 90% with these last couple of heroes joined in by some archers and pups to try to finish off this final destructive force in the center of the base.
With ground skeletons popping up here, the Warden's going to try to help these headhunters, but that multi-target Inferno was supposed to go down to the logs of the log launcher. Unfortunately, was not able to. The log launcher lost its health by getting hit by some defenses, and that value just was not achieved. As Pato's going to be still a fail. 90+% is where you want to fail if you do. You want to be getting the 3 stars for sure, but if you're getting the 2 stars, it's got to be in the 90s, even close to a high 90s when it comes down to it. But knowing that your opponent got a 1 star is definitely takes a load off your shoulders, and you can just take a deep breath because it's going to require them to really triple out to have a chance in this match.
Not quite as strong of a start as we had just seen from Bad Zinger, but nonetheless, Clash Champs with a 2-star lead in the early war are going to have a big fist on the table to be pounding away at the Titans for the rest of this match. It's going to be 3 more attacks for the Titans to have to try to come back and make up this differential now. If they get 3 back-to-back triples and are able to keep the Clash Champs at just 2 stars each, that will be enough to somehow be able to get a lead on stars. But that is a very tall order to ask of them at this point. Shikari King from the Titans will be moving in with another La Lune assault, but he's going to spice it up a little bit. Brought an Electro Titan of his own, true to the name. He's got 2 lightning spells, so I'm curious to see where he chooses to drop those. You can't really get a whole lot of value against a sweeper. He goes against the top one. The bottom one still standing means that he's going to have to be very careful and thread the needle with that battle blimp as well as with the hounds to make sure that the balloons are not going to be pushed back and slowed down by this entry point.
Yeah, with the Warden coming in, the objective is to protect the blimp all the way to the Town Hall. But he's also able to potentially take out the monolith with these early set of balloons as he finds a tornado trap, spinning his super archers around, double clone. So now he can reach over, skip through the Town Hall, but a giant bomb is there, hitting the super archers. Is there enough? Okay, yes, there's plenty of super archers still left up in the core, and they're skipping through the Town Hall, not able to get that one multi-target Inferno to left, and oh, wait, what? He's able to then have the super archer skip through the eagle, take out the monolith, and then take out the eagle as well.
Nice shot right into the core of the base, and only a minute in. Shikari King has still got a lot left to deploy for this attack, but that was the big bulk of his force to start things off. Nice funnel setup so far for him. He knew he was going to have some more buildings on the interior side of this base. That little Tesla pop up is going to be a little bit of a surprise for him, but probably not too much for him to have to deal with. Although he doesn't have any healers to support the Archer Queen, so it's just going to be that Unicorn going down early, which is going to be a bit of sadness for him. Pathing along the exterior of the base now and trying to sync up with the Barbarian King along the top side, who's been chopping away at some more air defenses to try to provide additional cover now for those balloons, which will be marching in very shortly. Wizard Tower, of all things, though, is going to get the snipe against the enemy Archer Queen. That's going to force out another balloon to be spent by Shikari King, but he's only got a dozen left. Every single one of them must be deployed perfectly for maximum value. That multi-target Inferno is going to be awfully scary, as well as an entire clump of troops still defending upon the bottom. That Grand Warden and Archer Queen supported by a scatter shot and air defense. There's a lot of base left, Carbon.
There is. With a defending Queen, here comes the Ice Hound. Now trying to just surgically deploy these balloons around, picking off air targeting buildings, while the World Champion makes her way into the scout shot. Headhunters sneak in to help pick off the enemy Queen, and just look as the RC still has their ability, but watch out, we have a defensive Rage on the backside with an Air Expo and a defensive King waiting to take that World Champion down.
Oh man, just stabbing all the way through. 19 seconds left and still hasn't yet used the Royal Champion ability. Tosses it off in the last few defenses that are out there. 13 seconds to try to clean up everything. Minis along the bottom are going to get that side. Balloons flown to the top over to the Expo. He's got the Phoenix. He's got the Royal Champion. Stabbing on through. The Dark Elixir Storage is the last standing, and it cannot be taken out in time. Shikari King left with a 2-star. 99%, and the last hopes of the Titans have just started to evaporate, as they would need so much defense now against their foes in order to try to pull a win back out. Carbon,
that hurts so much. After getting a 1-star in the first set of attacks, you have to then start to deliver for the rest of them, and unfortunately not able to do that. And they are currently down with a score of 5-5, with Clash Champs using 1 less attack than what ETX Titans have done. So with a 3-star, they have a 3-star lead, which could be huge, as Leo is coming in with a skeleton bat donut, which is looking to at least remove a clan castle. And is he going to go for the monolith or the multi-target inferno? I mean, I try to do these things, it never works. I always fail. But he's going to go for the clan castle, the multi, and the ground expo.
interesting setup here with a golem to be blocking out in front. You typically would want to see healers supporting the heroes along the backside, or maybe just an ice golem if you needed a soft entry. Golem is kind of a hard mix in between the super heavy entry with healers and kind of that softer approach with an ice golem. So he must have a pretty deep spot that he's going to be targeting with that golem to block out in front for likely his heroes. Yep, along the top side here. Has found quite a few little point defenses to be able to pick off along the edges and find a funnel to get a little bit deeper in here, but is not bringing any wall breakers to support this entry point. And so must just figure that the queen's going to be able to reach over these walls to...
Oh my.
That's going to be it.
That king is getting surrounded by skeletons as he forces ability with the freeze now to allow him to continue to get to the scatter shot. But this queen can walk around and get access, take out the multi, take out the defensive rage, and the eagle artillery. The value from this queen is immense right now.
Gets the shot against the enemy eagle. Very nice lock here. Pops the ability as well, and even with the mortar firing away, it's not going to be anything too much for her to shut down. Cracks through the wall and will get even more shots off, like you mentioned there, Carbon. Very, very high value queen. My queen, I would do anything for you. Leo has got exactly the entry point he wants for these Laloon pushes along the right side now. With 6 more balloons he's hanging on to, he's going to keep a few in the pocket now to follow up later. Even brought his invisibility spell. If he had wanted to use that on the queen, I wouldn't disagree with him on that at all. Could have popped down the enemy queen and that scatter shot, but he's got plenty of firepower after all, with the royal champion powering her way through, and with plenty of cover with those balloons blocking that monolith for her. I think that this is going to be another easy 3-star for the Clash champs. Well, they make it look easy anyways, don't they?
They do. Look at what Leo has done with a swag invis and having a few back-end balloons to come clear the top side. He just makes it look so easy when you're able to remove all that value in the core with just spells. Yes, spells taking out Clan Castle, Inferno, Expos, things like that. Leo of Clash Champs delivering another 3-star for them.
Supremely impressive finish here, and they are not leaving anything to chance. It's not going down to the wire. These are just crushing victories for the Clash champs. with a total now of 8 stars out of their first 3 attacks and some excellent defenses as well. Clash Champs are really shaping up to be right there alongside teams like Bad Zinger to contend for a golden ticket as the weeks play out. With 1 win here, they will be guaranteed to move on to stage 4 and will be in the money. But it's up to the Titans to try to put up one last stopping defense against them. They've got 2 more rounds to go through now as Rand will be putting up the next attack, choosing either between Loop or P. Castro's base to move in against. But mathematically, Carbon, it is pretty much over at this point with the Clash Champs having a very strong lead.
Well, Woody, you never know. Anything can happen in Clash Esports. It's very unlikely. The odds probably 0.0001%.
Okay,
you know,
I'll agree with that.
But it's there, right? You never know. Anything can happen. But let's see what Rand can do with a Queen Charge Hybrid. We still want to see these attacks because they're still, you know, it's all about momentum. If you get a 3-star here, you could then use that as momentum. Like, okay, I tripled my last attack.
To be tied?
Well, not
You
tied.
use that momentum to be tied.
No, that you use that momentum in your next war, right? So you triple here, you're like, okay, I tripled, I can do it again, and I feel confident. So that's where it comes down to, because both these teams are 2-0. If you lose this match, you're only 2-1. That's not a bad situation to be in.
Not bad by any means. I still would give them a good solid chance at moving on. But as far as casting this war, I gotta say the Titans are in a very tricky spot. Hercules is just chaining them up back down in the depths of the earth yet again. And Rand moving now in along the top corner of the space with his queen to try to charge through. He's getting a little bit of awkward pathing here. It looks like he drops that invisibility spell to force her in to engage that town hall. We'll be able to pop that down and set up for this hybrid army next. Miners and Hog Riders are going to get a couple of heal spells to keep them safe through the back end of the base. Keep your eye on that Rage Tower right in the center of 2 multi-infernos and a monolith and an eagle.
He's fighting so many red air bombs here. His healer's about to be toast as this queen walks a little bit further in, seeking earbuds. Ragaloot's Lava Hound, which means the world champion is going to get distracted on this hound as the hybrid is cutting across, trying to make its way into the core, as Hogs and Miners do kind of split off in a couple different directions as the Kingsville goes off with a defensive rage through the bottom side.
And that Rage Tower has also got a Tesla farm protecting it. That is a very juicy core for Rand to try to take a bite out of right now. We have got Hogs streaming on through and trying to get maximum value from their heal spell to keep them topped off through so much damage. I think it might actually just work. Rand's taken another big blow with a giant bomb exploding in his face, but he's made it through that really super tough compartment. And with a minute left and still has the Royal Champion shield left to toss, this might be the first 3-star for the Titans.
This is what I'm talking about, momentum. You know, once you start to talk about it, things can start to deliver, and Rand gets it done for ETX Titans. If they don't win this war, he could be like, I tripled, and that can help immense when it comes to your future wars. You just win one more, and you still will advance to next weekend. Congrats to Rand getting the 3-star with the Queen Charge Hybrid. Yes, their odds of winning this war is still not great, but they're going to still try to put up 3 stars and hope for something crazy against Clash Champs.
It's just you needed attacks like that earlier on in the war. You needed to be able to follow through with that consistency that we've been talking about. If you want to be clearing through the top and being one of, I mean, there's only going to be 4 teams that move on undefeated through this stage. That is going to be such an impressive thing to claim, especially if you were also undefeated in stage 2. That'll be a very difficult thing to be going up against next week, as Loop now from the Clash Champs will be presenting his last attack of this stage, as we would definitely expect, as things are going right now, Clash Champs to take the victory. It's going to be that Archer Queen in the bottom section now, healed up to get a little bit of a funnel established for Loop. as he gets quite a bit of value in this bottom compartment, finding the enemy Royal Champion as well as a scatter shot to be able to take down before he gets set up for a little bit of a lighter Law Loon. This is exactly what we've seen before from the Clash Champs, though. They do prefer to get these deep assaults with a Queen deep inside the base to take down those big splash damage structures. So this is just by the book so far for Loop, not catching very many surprises or anything that could give him a major problem, Carbon.
And notice he dropped the Apprentice Warden with this Queen right away to help assist this Queen get through this area even faster, because it's going to provide the damage wherever the Queen's attacking, but also it's going to provide the HP buff to help assist the Queen in the charge. So this Queen's pushing her way through, but take a notice at the time. With about 1:45 seconds now left in the attack, you have to start to think about Lalo. So when you're doing a Lalo at home, that's typically the time I recommend to start. When you see a 1:45, start the Lalo. But these pros, they're so good that they can get away with starting the Lalo at around 60 seconds because they're so efficient at moving the balloons across the base.
And that's just one of those advantages that you mentioned there. Instead of choosing an Ice Golem to pair with the Queen, Ice Golem can work really well against shutting down a big, heavy, high DPS core of the base. But if you just need consistent throughput to be added on top of her, that Apprentice Warden is a great new addition to the game that can provide some additional tech options here for really highly skilled players like Loop to take advantage of. Queen is still chugging alongside the bottom, but he is not going to be able to focus on her as the top side attack has now begun, with Loons getting slowed down quite a bit as they try to make their way all the way to the center. The first and second star have been claimed, but he loses the Queen now, and it's going to hope that those healers will be able to pivot off onto the King and provide a little bit additional support. Oh, looks like they're splitting. A couple are going to go help the Royal Champion down onto the bottom, who finishes off that multi-target Inferno, but still has to deal with that Monolith. Nice placement there with the Skeleton Spell to try to finish that off and provide some cover for her. But with the Expo picking them away, I don't think that that Monolith is going to go down, and this is just going to be a really tricky, big core section of the base to have to try to finish off.
He does use the phrase on the Monolith here. The King is the only hope of trying to clear the bottom right compartment. He does have 2 balloons, but the problem is time.
Okay.
He doesn't have enough to go back to the clan castle because of the defenses, which pulls the Royal Champion to the right side. The clan, oh no, there's red air bombs for the minions, but he didn't have the time as well. It was too much health anyways, and a defensive King still up. So ETX Titans do have a defense here. And they're going to look to get a 3-star, try to answer. They are down by 2 stars with the same amount of attacks used. So even if they get a triple, would put them to 11. All Clash Champs have to do is get a 2-star, no matter what, for a victory.
Beautiful base building there by Sikander. Excellent job holding Loop at bay. Even with that Apprentice Warden pick, getting a little bit more DPS stacked onto the bottom side. We were talking, I mean, you were mentioning how difficult it is to wait a minute and a half before you get the initial deploy of your main army, and how close that winds up cutting it toward the end stage of that attack. Had plenty of firepower, but just ran out of time. Such a difficult call to make in the heat of the battle here, and we'll see if Sikander's defenses can stack up the same as his offense now, as he's going to be attacking with a bit of a different army here. We've got mostly super Barbarians, but has brought one of those Electro Titans maybe to try to clear out the CC or any potential skeleton traps that could be popping up. But also did bring that Apprentice Warden in. It's going to be moving in hot within a blimp early on. 2 clone spells ready to drop on whatever he's got souped up and ready to be raged inside of there. It's the Super Archers, of course. And with some good luck, might even be able to chain some damage onto not just the Town Hall going down, but also onto that multi-target Inferno. Could potentially get shots against the Monolith. There's a lot of great targets in here, Carbon.
Yeah, the Monolith's going down. Royal Champion's gone as well. Now you don't have to worry about the Town Hall explosion, as there's all these openings around the wall to allow his Super Barbarians to continue their way through, as the Warden is now down with the Queen. Electro Titan can help make its push through, as we have Super Barbarians coming to the top side. Ice Golem is down, as he's got to move his way all the way around this space, as the King is still being a way to deploy, but he has the 1 Apprentice Warden, which you typically don't want to place near your own Warden, because then you just won't get that buff it doesn't stack on top of each other. So might as well send it to where maybe the world champion decides to go.
Eagle artillery shots are going to be firing down on this army the entire time, and that is just going to be a lot for him to have to power through against, especially now with the raged up scatter shots on the top side, just getting lots of shots in. But these are splash damage structures that aren't necessarily built to counter what Sikander's throwing at him just yet. With a Grand Warden Eternal Tome popping off, he'll get a little bit more breathing room as he tries to make his way through the top corner of the space and onto a really difficult right side corner as well with a multi-target Inferno and that enemy Archer Queen ready to pop off. He has held on to a couple of hero abilities now, with the Queen unprotected but still holding on to her ability, and with the Royal Champion yet to get into the action. Just a minute left and lots of cleanup left to do. I think that there's too much base left for him to get the triple, but he will be working toward a very high percentage 2-star, Carbon.
And he sent the World Champion down to the bottom side. I'm kind of curious here because the defensive King was down there. Didn't send the World Champ into that Eagle Artillery because the Queen had no chance of even reaching it. Yeah, you could drop a minion in there, but it will take way longer for the minion to ever take that down, unfortunately, as the World Champion is not able to clear too much, as it is going to be a 2-star. So all Clash Champs have to get is just the 1-star for a victory in this match.
The last little minion right next to the Eagle Artillery, a little bit too close for it to be able to fire back, but I don't even know if spitting Dark Elixir at that thing is green enough to finish it off in the 7 seconds we have left. But Sikander will allow the valiant effort to continue, as that will be the last troop standing for his army. Can we technically call it a time fail because he ran out of time there, or because
no,
that was not going to be enough to finish off the base. Sikander with that 2-star, 77%. At least he comes up lucky with the 77. He can go try to hit a jackpot somewhere else later today, but it is not going to come up the way that he was hoping for in this match here and now. The Titans are down for the count, and that is going to be a clear path to victory for Celinho, attacking the last base that remains. That belongs to Ram.
All he needs to get is that single star. That's all you gotta get there. But if he gets a triple or even, let's say, 2-star, and that 1-star never happened, it was a 2 on his own, then the person who got the 1-star really doesn't have to feel too bad, because it wouldn't have it didn't make the difference, essentially, because everyone else didn't get their 3 stars that would be needed against Clash Champs. But it can play a role on a mindset of the players, because when you know that your teammate gets a 1-star and the war's pretty much out, you kind of are almost given up at that point, which can affect future attacks from your team. But we're seeing Celinho coming in now with the Super Barbarians. It is again with the Sarch using the double clones. It's either going to be Super Archers or the Super Minions, one of them. And with 5 invis, that blimp's going across. Gonna wait to pop that warden ability as late as possible. Oh, no, he's still waiting because the sweeper pushed back, and boom. Brilliant, but he does find a tornado trap right now. This sweeper is gonna be very annoying to try to push past.
Yeah, super difficult spot here. You just wish that there could have been a freeze or even 2 lightnings, but every single spell is going to count for Celinho now. Gets the invis off there, and we'll be able to protect the troops popping out of that blimp as the Super Archer is going to get cloned up now, firing away on all cylinders and trying to get those long shots to take out some key targets. Gets a little bit of splash damage onto the multi-target Inferno, and as that long-range geometry is trying to get the angle just right, looks like the damage is not going to be coming in against the Town Hall just yet, but Celinho is still doing quite well with that early stab here. And, looks like the Super Archers actually are uncontested now in the center, not taking damage from any buildings at all. It's just going to be the CC troops that are causing them a little bit of difficulty now.
Remember, he doesn't have to take the Town Hall down. He just needs to get 50% at the moment, which he'll easily be able to do with his heroes as they will run their way across. There's the Electro Titan to the left side to help deal with the Lava Hound over there, while he sends the Queen, King, Super Barbarians to the top side to path his way eventually to that Town Hall.
46%, 47%, a few more buildings and that'll be it. 49! Come on, Celinho, 50! That one single star claimed from the attack will be enough to guarantee victory for the Clash champs, as they are now in the money in this year's Clash of Clans World Championship. They are moving on to stage 4 and will be the first team today to claim that great spot. Congratulations to them and the ETX Titan squad that fought against them valiantly, but will still need another win somewhere else in this Swiss stage bracket before they can move on to join their foes. Moving in against the Town Hall, Carbon.
Yeah, as this queen is making her way onto that Town Hall, continuing to push through with the ability secures the Town Hall, and at the same time, the Royal Champ's coming to the left, and he's not only trying to end with a 1-star, a 2-star, but he's looking to put a 3-star on the board. Looking fantastic, and Clash Champs finishing up with 13 stars.
Another confident finish here, the 13-star conclusion with a 98.2% average destruction for the Clash champs. Extremely impressive follow-up now, as once again we've seen that is kind of the bar that you would expect to be set for a lot of super high-ranking teams, minimum of 13 stars to pull off a confident victory, and with some really solid defenses as well from these top teams. Both the Clash champs now holding their opponents at bay, as well as Badzinger just right before them, keeping those attacks all the way on the edge periphery of their defenses. Yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said both in terms of the base building and the creative offensive skills that we've seen from the teams that are advancing so far, Carbon. Lots to be very excited about, as the 4 teams that already have golden tickets cannot rest on their laurels at all, because this open season has just brought a whole new crop of talent up. In some cases, returning some of the players that we had seen before who had performed really, really well in the past, but bringing a little spice here and there, as we love to see in the Clash of Clans esports scene, bringing in a new player sometimes to shake up the roster a little bit and add some fresh blood to the mix.
Absolutely. Let's go take a look at some highlights from this last match here indeed. And I'll go ahead and update you guys on some scores around the league. As we saw, this match ended at 13-10 for Clash champs. But I'm taking a look at Strut. They are currently 4 for 4 in their match against X Team Esports. All they need to do is get a 2-star and they will be victorious, because X Team Esports put 13 stars up against them. I'm seeing that VN Esporting just defeated Cloud Esports, and I believe that VN and Cloud, they were actually in the O2 bracket, which means that Cloud Esports is eliminated. They are going home. TWOB just barely lost to HS Esports 13-13 with a 93.4 to a 96%. So TWOB is going to be now in the 1 and 2 situation. So they're still in it, but one more loss for them, they will be eliminated. We have No Limit getting the victory 12-11 in their match. We have NJ Flex putting up only 2 stars against Enja Stars, and NJ Flex is going to be now 2-1, while Enja Stars, they went 3-0, and they are advancing to next weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, Inquisition, they just got another loss against TPM Esports, 13-12. They go down, unfortunately. Time to Throw, however, they got 14 stars against Tritchett Warrior, and Tritchett Warrior, they are looking to put up 12, but unfortunately they won't be able to win that. And Woody, I know one of your favorite teams that you've been looking at is Dark Phoenix. What do you think? Do you think they won, or do you think they lost? They took on Emporium Titans. What are you thinking?
Tough foe to take on in the one bracket there. Dark Phoenix, though, it looks like did secure the win. Based on the stats that I'm seeing here on screen, it looks like they both did 13 stars. Very, very close, but the result just streamed in right when you asked that question, Carbon. So it is going to be a pick up for Dark Phoenix, a 2-1 victory over Imperium Titans. But there's been a lot of action going on in the background. Let's go ahead and bring in our other 2 casters now to kind of break down these results with us. Guys, welcome back, and I'll start with you, iTzu. What has kept your attention over the past match? What's the most important result to report?
I mean, first off, for your match, what is just surprising is that we keep covering matches with 1-stars. I mean, especially happening early on in the matches, and this then it just, I don't know, it feels like it's snowballing out of control. Like, we always just take a look at the attacks, but always remember with the mentality behind, like, and with the momentum, a 1-star is really, really frustrating, and it's really hard to stay focused then for the rest of the team. It's not easy. Obviously, the best teams, they have to somehow power through. But we have now seen 2 teams back to back, which are, they have struggled so much after the first 1-star overall. And since it happened twice really early into the match, it was hard for them to come back. The other team keep pressured, really nice done. And with that, back to back, let's see what is going to happen next. But this to me was the biggest surprise with that match. And I think Maxi has taken a look at the other matches happening in the back, as I was doing more like the icons for you guys. So Maxi, what happened there?
Well, let me
That's
jump in
right.
real quick,
Yeah,
'cause
I was looking at that. Sorry.
iTzu and Maxi, you were both pro players. So Maxi, I just want to make sure that your response also includes, if you can, tell us a little bit about the mindset of being one of the streamed matches and how that's different from being one of the background matches.
Okay, yeah, well, I think that's easy because after a little bit of experience, it doesn't affect you anymore. Like, I don't think you would care at this stage if your match is being streamed because there is so much on the line anyways. And if teams have gotten here, or like most of the teams that we're showing, they are not in a streamed match for the first time in their lives, you know. If they were, of course, that would make a difference. But since they have been in community tournaments, in the streamed rounds, in the streamed matches, and maybe also in Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers, I don't think that it bothers them too much. I would even go as so far to say that they sometimes don't even know until after the war that they're being streamed unless they're told. So they don't look for that. They just look for who they're playing against and if their opponent was streamed before, so they could take a look at their strategies and bases. iTzu, would you agree?
Yeah, I think I would agree for sure. Maybe like teams who don't have this experience of like being at this stage. I mean, we have some teams on the list of like this list from today which have maybe not been at the stage, which don't have the experience. For those teams, it might be a little bit more with like more pressure connected. But I feel like for like teams like Strut, Clash Champs, and so on, like those players, they have been playing on the big stages and live events and so on. So I don't think for them it really bothers too much. And I think I would even like put on top of that, I think for some of those players, it seemed like a bigger boost to be streamed and really like to try to showcase what they can. And I feel like maybe even they perform even better. So yeah, that really depends how the experience level of your team is. But I think Maxi can now answer a bit more about like the other matches on in the background of the.
Exactly. I'll go back to the matches in the background. Even though, Carbon, you said a lot about them already, or like you guys were talking about them, and everyone at home, you can check the live scores of the matches that finished in-game in the Tournament Hub. But one I was looking at the whole time was actually TWOB against HS Esports, because they... But, okay, we got the last attack I just hear, so let's take a look at that while I'm talking about how this match unfolded, because they actually started with 3 out of 3, both teams. It was a 9v9 after 3 attacks, I think. And, oh no, actually that was another match, I'm sorry. It was a 9v7 in favor of TWOB, so it was actually HS Esports coming back after they were 2 stars down. And then, in their 2 last attacks, they were able to 3-star, while TWOB did miss the triple, and with the 2 stars they got, they were low percent, they actually were not able to take it home until the end. In the last match, in fact, they needed 90% 2 stars, and that is the attack that we're just seeing here. Gohill was the last attacker, 90% 2 stars was the mark. But yeah, I mean, I've spoiled the outcome of this attack anyways already. He's not going to get that, and you can see why. His loons in the Warden ability get blown away by the sweepers, and they're not able to make their way into the multi-infernos. So that means the core of the base is left standing, and then with the Lalo you cannot collect the buildings around there. So he fell very short, and you guys talked about it in the streamed match. If you fail, you want to get at least a 2-star in the 90s. Gohill unfortunately was not able to get that, and that means that HS Esports were actually able to yeah, improve their record to 2-1, while TWOB is now with their backs against the wall with a 1-2 yeah, record. So that was one interesting match. Then of course Strut versus X Team, which Carbon you already talked about. They were actually 9 against 9 after 3 attacks, but then X Team fell short and Strut just missed the perfect war with their last attack, but still finishing strong with 14 wars. And then the last match I want to highlight real quick is ETX Bad Zinger. We saw them before, we talked a lot about them, especially their performance on defense, and Carbon, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how their match went.
Well, I was literally about to say it was breaking news. ETX Bad Zinger, who went 40-0 in the ladder stage, never lost. They continue to win and win to get to this point, but they have just suffered their first loss. Yes, they have just lost to United 12-11. But they're still 2-1. So they still, if they win their next match, they will be able to advance to the next Swiss stage, because there's 2 Swiss stages back to back before we get to the final double elimination. But yes, ETX Bad Zinger, they have just lost, but they're still in it. They're not out of it in this Swiss stage. And iTzu, why don't you go break down the format once again for us so the viewers at home can understand?
Yes, no problem. Well, we are today and tomorrow, over in this weekend, we are in this Swiss bracket, the Swiss stage number 3. We're starting with 32 teams. We have started with 32 teams because we are already past the first round. We are already past the second round, and we are now closing into the 4th round, actually, as we have already the first couple of teams getting their entry to the next stage. Overall, this entire format is just based on not losing 3 times, or more like you want to win 3 times, because as soon as you're winning 3 matches, you are going to be in the next weekend. If you're losing 3 matches though, you're out of this World Championship qualifier, and that's obviously nothing you want to do. So this is pretty much breaking down how this works. Win 3 and you're looking good, lose 3 and you're out. And this is exactly what's coming down. This is exactly what we're playing for on this weekend, with all of those teams trying their best, giving us their best show, and showcasing perfectly what is possible in the current meta, Woody.
Yeah, the Swiss bracket is even more forgiving than double elimination, because it's effectively triple elimination, and you only ever get matched up against teams that have the same record as you. So it's a very fair run to the end and plenty of opportunities to fight onward. But I gotta say, we can pat ourselves on the backs, boys, because we made a very good pick for our round 1 selection when we watched Strut go up against Time to Throw. Both very good teams that have performed well so far. But Strut is going to be advancing with a victory now over X Team Esports. They picked up a 14-13 scoreline on that run. So Strut will be going on to stage 4. But I said that was a good round that we watched earlier with Strut, because they also went up against the only other team in this last round of 10 matches. Only one more team could also put up 14 stars, and that was also Time to Throw. They picked up a win in the 1-1 bracket over and above Tiririt Warrior. That was a 14-11 scoreline, which means that Strut is now advancing, and Time to Throw now have a 2-1 record, as they'll be advancing further in this stage with just one more win necessary to make it to round 4. The Swiss stage is going to be continuing throughout the rest of today as we start to slow down the match schedule a little bit so that we can watch as many of these bubble round opportunities as possible. We want to catch as much of the great action that's playing out in the thick of this bracket. And so, yeah, there's some great ones left today as we've got 3 more matches to enjoy. Maxi, what's standing out to you as something that the players out there should be keeping an eye on?
Well, I also actually wanted to shout out some players that don't have to keep an eye out anymore, and that is the teams that were unfortunately eliminated now, because we don't have only 4 teams with a 3-0 record. We also have some with a 0-3 record, so we have to say goodbye to some teams that fought really hard and really well to get to this stage. They are Explot Sattery, Cloud Esports, and Filiocchi. So we say goodbye and arrivederci to them, but I'm sure that was not the last that we heard from them. But now let's get back to the teams that are still in there and still fighting for their spot for the last golden tickets that we're going to be giving away in the next weeks.
Absolutely. You talked about the teams that were eliminated. Let's go and talk about the teams and show you the graphic of who actually advanced to the next Swiss stage. And there you go, are the 4 teams that advanced so far. Secured their spot in stage number 4, which is going to be the second Swiss stage. They don't have to play tomorrow. They'll be able to take a breather, relax, and wait till next weekend, which include Clash Champs, Engine Stars, Strut, and United. iTzu, is there any teams here that surprised you to be getting out of one of the first 4 teams to qualify?
I think Stars really surprised me. I think I was just double checking their scores from the first rounds. They have gotten 13 stars in the first round, 12 stars, and then 13 stars again, which is not easy, especially considering who they played. They played, for example, VN Esporting in the first round already. In the third round, they have just won versus NJ Flex. So not easy opponents overall. And then we already said, like, a lot of people, when they were like, what is your top 4 teams who you think are going to get the golden ticket? I think for a lot of players out there, Clash Champs and Strut were on this list already. So those are, even though it's like really nicely done and really impressive that they did it with a 3-0 record, it was, from a lot of players, expected, if that makes sense. Well, I think the one team, especially how they did it, to me, stands out with Stars. How about you, Woody, though?
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm a little bit surprised by them as well. I mean, I picked Clash Champs and Strut to both get wins, so those are certainly not surprises. But yeah, Stars did not have quite as convincing of a run through the beginning of the stage or in stage 2 when they were picking up, 12-star performances to make it all the way through. But not exactly, the dominance that you would expect of one of the top 4 teams now to be undefeated in stage 3. And I guess a similar line could be said about United. Didn't have a clean run earlier on, but also managed to break through today. And sometimes that's all you need, is just one really good day of consistent performance against tough teams, but they're tough themselves. So hats off to them. We've got 4 teams now that are going to be cleared to advance as we tee off our next round coming up shortly.
That's right, and I wanted to add real quick that, of course, it's a very nice success to get to the next stage, but and you can do that by having a one good day, but to really get to the World Championship, you have to give it your best. So if you think that you made it to the next stage now because you had a little bit of luck, a little bit of a good day, then I'd say you really need to push hard and work hard in the coming week. So you're not dependent on luck anymore on the next weekend, because as the teams get fewer and fewer, the quality gets higher and higher, and that makes it harder and harder for you to get the victories that are necessary to remain until the very end, when we'll give away 4 golden tickets. But in the back end, guys, we are figuring out what we're going to show you next. I'm sure you are as excited as we are about the next matches. Of course, from now on, we're just going to be showing you matches where it matters. So where either a team that wins will advance, or a team that loses will get out of the competition. Carbon, have you got any information already what we're going to be witnessing next, or are we still figuring that out?
We're still figuring out. It's not locked up just yet. There's a couple teams in terms of matchups that we're going to be jumping into, so it's still on the table, but either match that we jump into is going to be an amazing one. If you're at home and wait, what matches are left? Well, you can go into the game and take a look, and if there's any matches you want us to take a look at in the future, just type it in the chat and let us know, so we can then note it down, potentially not only either jump into that match to show you live, or provide you updates on the screen with the scores and let you guys know how those teams are doing. Plus, you can see the scores update after the war is complete. It doesn't update live as the attacks come through. It's only once the wars are done. Then it shows you exactly how the teams did perform. But either way, like you said, Maxi, that this is going to be a very important match where we're going to be determining teams that are advancing, teams that are going home, and all that work's coming down to this. And if you're able to make it to next weekend, that's where the prize pool starts to be paid out, iTzu.
Yeah, that's right. And I've just received words that we're going to watch next Early Attacks versus NJ Flex, which should be an incredible match, especially with like how they did so far in this Swiss stage. And I mean, those two teams are looking really strong, so it's going to be interesting. And the big question again, is this another match decided by a 1-star early on into the match? Are we keep jinxing those poor teams with like joining their matches with the stream and having like one of them getting a 1-star? Because that would be really unfortunate. Like, you always want to have those close matches. The last 2 matches, unfortunately, were somewhat one-sided, with one team just running away with the lead and then just snowballing out of control. But Woody, what do you think about the next match?
Well, we have got an excellent match queued up for you, and I know that I'm going to be sitting out of the predictions for this one. The one that I'm going to be watching is going to be Early Attacks versus NJ Flex. That is one of the 3 that we are going to be coordinating, and so we've started to gather predictions on that one, so you can keep that in the back of your mind as you try to decide which team you're going to be tipping your hat in favor for. I know it was not an easy choice for me. They had some really difficult opponents so far today, but because I'm standing out, let me just make the case real quick for NJ Flex. They're a team that just lost to Agnistars, one of the squads that picked up an extremely impressive top 4 finish in the 3rd stage. So NJ Flex was 2-0 going into the match against them today. They haven't had the most incredible offense so far. In fact, getting some pretty tight wars overall. But this is consistency that I'm looking for. It's a squad that I think is relatively new and could have the potential for an upset here, even with only an average of 12 stars. I think that they are difficult to get a good read on, and you know, a good strong opponent from Early Attacks. I can't hold it against y'all for making a solid prediction over on that side, but let's go ahead and introduce the teams first before we get too deep into the predictions, so that we can give the proper dues to both of these excellent teams.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And as we're talking about the team's performances so far, we could see that it's actually quite close between them. But here are the first 5 players from the Early Attacks side. And we have Chihuahua here, Hiroya, Kuma, Yatta, and Hades. So a very interesting lineup with many familiar names that have been known in the community for quite some time. Especially you know, we'll be keeping my eye out for Yada's attack, as much like Koreshi, he is known for his Super Bowler strategy that he has perfected in many attacks. And Hades, who appears to be a very creative attacker. He can come in with basically anything. I've seen crazy queen charges from him, but also just some out-of-the-box thinking, and we were talking about it earlier. That is something that we are really excited for in these last chance tournaments, that the teams might come up with, and I think Hades is a candidate with creative thinking who might just show us something like that.
Indeed, amazing attacks to be expected from Early Attacks, but their opponents, NJ Flex, are not gonna look to be stopped here. With Pipto, we have Trustinets, Paul, Kevin, and Sam, but we're taking a look at the percentage in terms of the hit rate, and it is definitely a little bit lower than from Early Attacks. But they're not going to let that stop them. They're going to be looking to bring it here because they know if they win, they're able to then advance. If you lose, it's not all the hopes are lost, right? But you don't want to start 3-0 or 2-0 and then go 0-3 and be eliminated. That is the worst case scenario there after all that hard work to get to that point, iTzu.
Yeah, I mean, that would be always the worst. Just like getting reverse swept to some degree, right? Like being just so close, but yet so far, and then not making it with like collecting some unfortunate losses. But overall, like stats wise, I think they tell a really clear story with, I feel like, pretty much every player on the EA roster having like an above 60% hit rate, and some of the top hitters of NJ Flex having just barely those 60%. So stats wise, it is one-sided, but is it going to be one-sided in the end? That is the big question. And we, I think, maybe can take a look at the predictions of the casters if we're ready. And we are actually. Quick reminder though, for you guys out there in the chat, make sure that you're letting us know who you think is going to win, EA or NJ Flex. And we have actually Woody going crazy. Now the question is, since we're always talking about the jinx power of Carbon, is like Maxi, are we strong enough to counter the Jinx power of Carbon, or do we really need 3 other casters to somehow make Carbon guess right? Because he didn't get it on right. The last match was
you're
correct,
right.
so.
Yeah, you weren't
Maxi?
able to do it all by yourself there up in match 2. Then in match 3, you're right. The force of all the 3 of us did actually was able to compete with Carbon's Jinx powers. But now it's just the 2 of us. I don't know if we need a heavyweight predictor like Woody alongside us to actually be strong enough. But we'll see. You know, it will also be decided between Woody and me now, who remain perfect for today, because so far we've had quite a good catch there. But yeah, let's see how it develops. It's definitely going to be a very close match, I think, especially something that we have to keep in mind is that for both teams, so much is on the line now that sometimes the stats don't have so much or like they don't have so much meaning like they usually do, because the situation is just different from usual and the pressure plays a higher role. So I think teams that usually might not get the most consistent high stars could get a very high war now, and other teams that are usually good could maybe have a little upset here.
Yeah, upsets can happen. That's the name of the game here in Clash Esports. You have to be ready for anything. 1 stars seem to be a common theme between the matches that we have been covering. Out of all the other matches, it seems like the 1 stars are not coming in. But when they're on the main stage here, when they're being shown, the pressure is hitting them maybe a little bit different. We've talked about the pressure of how it can affect these players. But, you know, if they don't have the experience, then that's where it can start to be in the back of their mind. Wait, everyone's watching me. The pressure is here. However I perform here could determine what people think of my attacking ability, even though they are all really, really good. Just 1 stars can happen. You have to deliver, and you have to be getting 3 stars to give your team the best opportunity to try to advance and have that chance at a golden ticket, iTzu.
Yeah, that's right. Everything is on the line now for those teams, and I feel like if we talk about the experience and how they can handle pressure, EA so far was in a lot of big tournaments, and now the question then is as well if NJ Flex can really like live up to the pressure and actually can like handle that pressure, because I think Maxi can agree. If you're completely new to this type of tournament, and obviously like all of those players have experience with playing community tournaments, but it's a different thing if you're an official cast like this. So this is for sure something to be considered, but overall, I think both teams will obviously try their best and give us hopefully a really close show. And I'm just hoping for no 1 stars, please, from none of the teams. I want to see a lot of great attacks, and that's exactly what I'm hoping for, Woody.
Well, I'm happy to deliver the spicy pick for the prediction here. We'll finally get to decide if Maxi or I are going to have the insight necessary to possibly go perfect today. But I'm really glad that I asked you that question earlier in the segment also about the experience factor playing a role in being a streamed match, because I think as we saw for the previous round, both of those teams had a lot of experience on streamed events, had been plenty familiar with the camera by that point. But I think that the story is a little bit different for this time around. As we had mentioned, early attacks with a lot of experience in community events. NJ Flex are kind of more of the upstart figure here, who don't have quite as much of a showing in top events, but have been doing very well so far in our open qualifiers. And that's exactly what this event is designed for, to showcase talent for teams that may not have had a chance through other events yet to make a breakthrough. I do want to say, though, that I think that the result here is going to be skewed one way or the other, either for a blowout victory by early attacks, which I'm not, predicting at this point, or a more narrow margin of victory for NJ Flex. I think that if we see a tie on stars, that it's much more likely for NJ Flex to get the win. And I think that if either team is going to come out ahead with a star victory, that I would tilt toward early attacks. But as we mentioned, if we don't see any of these 1-star strikes, it's kind of about which team can put up a better consistency overall, trying to chug along through with those 3 stars that they really want to try to get, but have proven quite difficult here in the late stages. We didn't see any perfect wars in the previous round of matches, only 2 14-star wars. 13 stars is a lot to ask, and their opponents have put them up before. Stars taking the 13-star victory over early attacks, and I believe Clash Champs got a 13-star victory. No, sorry, Stars defeated NJ Flex, and Clash Champs got the victory over early attacks. So, Both of these teams have given up plenty of stars. They've put plenty of stars up on the board themselves, but it's going to be, I hope, an interesting match that goes down to the wire till the very end, Maxi.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sure it will be. And even, you know, with the matches before where we had some very, very close stats, some of these matches, they didn't even end up being close, as we had actually 2 matches that we streamed that were basically decided before the last attack, with just like a 1-star being necessary, I think. So actually anything can happen here in these matches as well. And yeah, it's a very interesting take there, Woody. We haven't seen a single perfect war. I mean, I don't think that there is a huge risk that we're pre-jinxing something, because in the current meta it is just so hard to actually even get there, to get this chance, because we have seen, I don't know, a handful of 14-star wars, as you said. So in the current meta, which I think is really, really good for the competitive scene because of the variety of attack strategies, and yet the defenses and especially the spell towers are strong enough to hold attacks back and not seeing too many 3-stars. I think that with a 13-star war you are usually good. So with the around the 60% hit rate, you should be able to get a victory in most of your matches. And also at this stage where we have the strongest teams, except for the 4 already qualified for the World Championship, still in the competition. So yeah, very excited to see if we will see a high-scoring war, or if once again we will have a big differential like in the wars before. But yeah, the thing I'm most excited about is, will there be another on-stream 1-star?
Well, we'll have to see if there will be, because the attacks are coming very soon. So Woody and I are going to take a step back on the off broadcast, while iTzu and Maxi will take you through the next match here. Cannot wait to see what will happen. Will it be 1-stars, or will we see a bunch of 3-stars? Well, you guys go ahead and take it away for this next one here.
Thank you, Carbon. And yes, indeed, I'm super excited for this, especially as a lot of the players of EA, that's at least for sure what I know, are pushing as well in Legends at the moment. I feel like overall a lot of players, a lot of pros in this current phase of the tournament are trying to get as much practice in from Legend League as possible. And I feel like Legend overall is like a really important thing. If you want to improve in the game and you are a Town of 15 or even Town of 14, I would definitely recommend you to play in Legend League, because just the routine which you're getting into is huge. But let's take a look at, you are predicting at home who is going to win this, as, oh, that's another one-sided one. Early attacks, a lot of you think that they're going to win.
Yeah, and I mean, that is in line with what we are thinking. In fact, 75% of us casters think that early attacks will win, and 25% of us, Woody, think that NJ Flex will win. So you guys are pretty, we did a very representative prediction there among us, I think. And yeah, you said it, so I just took a quick look while you were talking about it, and checked the top Legend leaderboard, and Hades is actually, I think, in 16th place in the world right now. Of course, in the middle of the day, we don't know who has made how many attacks and how many they have left, but it shows that he's definitely up there. And I didn't check the rest, but as you said, a lot of them are pushing there as well and being quite successful. But enough of the foreplay, iTzu, we are about to get some action, and True Sentence is the first attacker for NJ Flex.
Yeah, and he can still decide between every single other base. Who is he going to attack from the EA team? Who is he going to pick? And obviously, what strategy is he going to choose? I mean, we have seen plenty of different strategies, a lot of super barbarians, but as well a lot of different queen charges. And yes, indeed, it's going to be a queen charge, or more like a queen walk, because we have the super dragons, but with the recall spell.
That's right, and that is why he's only putting down 4 healers, keeping one of them, because we talked about it before, the recall spell has a capacity of troops that it can recall, and it just includes 4 healers next to the queen and the unicorn. Now he will just do a quick queen walk, I think. Yeah, there he also already finishes. I think he would have liked to get that mortar down to have a more clear path for his super dragons, but yeah, so that's a very common strategy. He will send the super dragons into the town hall, and then the success of this attack depends very much on how good he can delay the warden ability, and if he can get the dragons out of the town hall poison quickly.
Yeah, but in the end, it's not about the Super Dragons finishing off the attack. It's more about, like, they are taking down the damage inside the middle of the base. So, like, for example, the Town Hall, the ground expos, and triggering those Rage Towers would be massive for the attacker, as then the heroes are going to sweep around the back end and try to get everything out of that. Vulnerability perfectly timed. The super minions on the defensive clan cast are not doing any damage whatsoever, and now it's all about those Super Dragons really pushing through, as both Rage Towers have been activated, and this now means then a way easier job for the heroes to go around this back end, which exactly is happening right now.
Yeah, and look at the right multi-inferno tower, or the bottom multi-inferno tower. It was not in the Rage Tower, I think. At least it was not lit up like the other ones. But okay, that was just a little side note there. You said everything important. It's about the heroes finishing the base, and that means they need to work together. However, unfortunately, this queen makes her way inside of the base, and after taking out a couple of more of buildings, she will get stuck there. So it's basically the king and the royal champion's job to get to the back end, but there's also a drill in the mix, iTzu, and I think anything is still possible in this attack.
Yeah, the royal champion though getting a lot of damage, or receiving a lot of damage. The queen taken down. More buildings. King ability has been used, and another Super Dragon has been unleashed versus that base. But the Rage Tower is reloading, and a double Black Mine taking a triple Black Mine, taking that Super Dragon out.
Yeah, we can see the problem there. Sorry, I interrupted there really quick because I was just so excited by the queen choosing wall after wall to shoot on, and now she's like on the fourth wall in a row, unfortunately. But yeah, that's not due to the queen's you know, AI or something. It's actually because of how True Sentence placed his troops. Because once the king and the royal champion cleared the outside, the closest buildings for the queen were all in the inside, and it wouldn't have made sense for her to go outside. Unfortunately, that means the clock runs out before he can get a chance to finish, and at 92% is where he stops. It was a solid first attack, but definitely not what he aimed to get.
Yeah, that was for sure not the start they were hoping for, but it's at least like a decent percentage, which is not too bad. We have seen some opening attacks recently which were not on this level. So let's see what now Yata can do, and if he's actually picking the Super Bolus for his attack, as he's really known for this strategy, but I have not seen him use it that often in like competitive matches. He's playing that in Legend, but I am not sure if he's going to pick that strategy now, as he's switching to a different Smash type attack. He is going for the Zap Titans. I think he's going to go for the Monolith and that Invisibility Tower. But this looks, I mean, this looks really obvious, don't you think? Like this lightning value and then the king on the opposite side. They have expected this entry so much, and you can tell that with the first Black Mines and Skeleton Traps popping up.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Teslas as well, but I liked very much that he used wall breakers, because if he would have used Barbarians, they would not have triggered the skeleton spells, because they were a little bit behind this wall. But because the wall breakers ran more towards the center of the base, where the first walls are, they are actually able to trigger these skeleton traps. And I don't know if the NJ Flex guys who built this base were expecting that, because I think they put the skeleton traps in there on purpose. Anyways, let's see. For now, I think that Yara is coping very well with the defender having expected this exact attack strategy. Almost a minute over, so I think the Electro Titans are going to come in shortly.
Yeah, I mean, so far, as you said it, he has done an incredible job of really making sure that those traps are not messing things up, getting that flanger now towards the Town Hall. And now the Titans are in, and this is always the problem. If you are like giving the attack an opportunity to an obvious entry and you are baiting that, but the attacker is like reading that bait, it is really good looking for the attacker, as he's losing more healers, as I'm saying this with Black Mines, and the healers are just transitioning to somewhere different with the Titans going around the outside, but they might come back with that jump.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. However, look at the queen. She stays back outside the range of any damage. Although she just has one healer, she has an easy job taking out these ice golems. But then again, I think he would have hoped for a better and stronger push into the Eagle and multi compartment there, because that's where the damage comes from at the moment. However, the 2 or 3 healers at the top side, they are able to keep a lot of Electro Titans alive. The Town Hall is already down as well. Now the King and the Queen will join forces, both with their ability intact, and the Royal Champion from the outside. I think he still has a good chance here, but the time iTzu could be a problem towards the end.
Yeah, but what I love about this is the pet choice. We know time is an issue with Titans, and this is why he has chosen the Yak on the King. Remember, the Yak has gotten 5 new level compared to the other pets, and with having that, he opened that wall really quick, having the King like walk around and everything. And now Queen ability has been forced as well, but interesting choice there with this pet, making sure that time is maybe less a factor than we might expect. The Queen now finishing the left side. Are the troops quick enough for the bottom side though?
I don't think so. There are too many buildings and he has all the troops clumped up in one spot. But the Queen is coming from the top side and she can reach the workshop, and he got it!
Wow, that was just so close, getting the last building down as we hit that 0-second mark. Really, really nicely done from him, getting that 3-star in with the Titans. It's still a smash attack, which he likes to do and which he's just so good at, but it's not his super bonus. Incredible job of just working around the bait, and that was just really impressive. I mean, this attack plan was really obvious with how the King was set up, with how the lightning value was presented to him. And the defender was like, yeah, I would just bait that. But Yara just too good in outsmarting the attacker right there. And now we're back to NJ Flex, and they would love to get that first 3-star on the board and tie things up with early attacks. And their choice is going for the Queen Charge Hybrid.
Oh, very nice. We've seen a Queen Charge Hybrid 3-star in the last match already, and I think it's a very good choice. However, the base setup was a little different in the last match. We had an outside Town Hall compartment that the attacker charged. This time Pepito is going for the scatter compartment, and I wonder, let's take a look at the troops, how he's going to get to the Town Hall. So he's got 2 wall breakers. It's probably not enough to get the Queen to the Town Hall. So I guess that he might just decide to hybrid from the bottom into the Town Hall. What do you think, iTzu?
I mean, the highest 3-star chance is from the top side, but it's a really high chance of like 1-starring as well. So I am not sure what he's going for, as the Queen is just hanging on like with barely any hit points. I really want to know, like, I think 3-star rate from the top side is higher, but it has the chance of 1-starring. What is he going for now? Is he taking the risk already in the second attack? We just have said we don't want to see a 1-star, and he's going instead from the bottom side. But going into the Town Hall early is always super, super risky, as the Town Hall poison is just so strong. Queen ability to burst through the Lava Hound, because there's no rages left. But there's not that much damage left on the Queen at least, but the Hybrid, they're up for a party moving into the Town Hall.
Yeah, that is right. However, also there's not too much damage around this Town Hall, so he can delay and the timing is perfect because the Town Hall is not activated yet. He even activates the Tornado, but the Town Hall is not. Now it's activated, so he can delay the Warden ability, and just as it goes down, which is now, he can pop the Warden, and I think that was close to perfect there. He needs to heal the troops now right out of the Town Hall poison though. There he goes. Nice free spell as well, but the only problem, in my opinion, is the Queen. She took a very weird wall there and is not getting any value. If she would have gone to the upside to go to this Eagle Artillery, and the top side would have been better, but I think it's a 3-star iTzu.
Yeah, this was really nicely done. I feel like with nothing really touching that Town Hall, the Hybrid was able to move out of the Town Hall poison way quicker than I expected, and that was really, really good for the attacker. But as you said, this Queen is being stuck on some walls for quite some time, not doing anything useful. And time, because of that, is going to be a huge issue. The Eagle finally is going to fall versus the Queen. There's 25 seconds at this point left. There are super minions. Maybe they placed it a bit too early, as he should have waited for the Royal Champ to tank. So then the Sneaky Goblins could have cleared things up, but this might be still enough.
Yeah, I think you're right, but definitely he should have waited with the Sneaky Goblins, but there we go. 8 seconds on the clock, you know, that in this current meta, that is a lot of time left, actually. And very good job here by Pepito. A nice attack, and definitely shows that They are in this as well, and early attacks will maybe have a little pressure now.
Yeah, really nicely done indeed. And well, having Hypers in his 2-star and a 3-star on their side is not a bad start at all. And it's now back to early attacks with Hiroya, and he can decide between 4 different bases, 4 different opponents who he is going to attack, and obviously what strategy so he is going to bring.
And it is, oh, a Skelly Donut as it seems. So what will he be going for? Probably Clan Castle and Multi, or... Well, he's got a lot of skeleton spells, so he might go for 3 buildings. No, both expos. Interesting.
So we have the skellies in place, we have the invisibility spells keeping them safe, even though we have some mortar shots happening. The clan castle is down, the expo is going to fall as well, and this means he has gotten every single building he was going for. Heavy investment on the spells, but now it's all about the heroes and the value they might get, which is then making this investment worth it or not worth it, really depending on that. With the king ability now trying to get into that compartment, but this queen is staying alive for a lot of time, and this king has dropped a lot of hit points because of that.
That's right, but I think he has the Phoenix on the king, yeah, so it should be enough to take out this scatter shot, because there was not another skeleton trap. Unfortunately, the skellies did not trigger the rage tower, so that will probably be happening shortly. The queen has just the unicorn on her, so the raged up multis could actually deal some immense damage on her. But the first question now is, where will she go? Will she go to the top side or back to the bottom?
Yeah, where is she going to go with the Lalo now starting from the... That is a really wide Lalo drop. I mean, 2 hounds at the same time, getting everything into the warden ability. Red mines are popping around the town hall, but the town hall is going down. And now it's like a multiple group Lalo going across the base. This is like loons are everywhere.
That is really interesting, and look at this. He knew that around the town hall were 2 ground expos and around the eagle too. So as he took them about the eagle out with the skeleton Skelly Donut and the Lalo into the town hall with the early warden, the royal champion has nothing that deals a big damage on her. So she can easily take out 2 multi-infernos and the eagle artillery. And look at this. This attack is an absolute overkill. A beautiful plan there. Great base identification from Hiroya, and it shows why early attacks is such a strong team. And look at this, it's lots of seconds on the clock. A quick one, a convincing one, and a attack that probably makes NJ Flex a little scared about what's to come from early attacks.
Yeah, really strong showing with the 6 stars after 2 attacks in from early attacks. Now it's back to NJ Flex, and it's like for them they're in a rough spot, because all they can do at this point is not fall behind more, because even if they're 3-star, well, they're still 1 star behind. If they 2-star though, they might run risk that they are falling behind 2 stars, and that would not be good for them in this position. But they're up next. Kevin is up next, and he can decide between 3 different opponents and 3 different bases. Let's see what he's going to bring.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that as well. Yeah, I have no idea, but they definitely need the 3-star to keep up with the pace that that early attacks is bringing to the table so far. I don't have a recollection of what Kevin used to bring, but here we see it now. Okay, it seems to be oh, it's interesting. So not a super archer blimp, but a lightning spell with an earthquake. Oh, well, actually, no, it might be... It's just Yetis, I guess, yeah. But he zapped something behind the town hall and used the earthquake to activate and damage the town hall as well. And he will add the super barbarians to his heroes. But 2 tanking troops, an ice golem and a regular golem. So that's going to be interesting if he has enough force from his heroes to get the rest of the base taken down.
Yeah, I feel like you just want to create the pathing with this setup. As the multi-throne tower going down, his heroes now should be able to walk around this entire left side. Needs to be for sure quick on time. I'm a little bit surprised that he brought a poison, because he's running a Titan. So this to me does... I mean, you could just pretty much bring another freeze if you want to, or another skeleton spell, whatever, with this combination, because the Titan is kind of replacement of a poison to some degree, especially with the clan castle. So surprised by that, but let's see if that one spell slot might be a difference maker in the end.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that take. So let's see where he's going to bring the Ice Golem. Either on the 6 o'clock side. Oh no, okay. He's just sending it in with the rest. I thought that maybe he uses it for the Royal Champion at the 3 o'clock side, for example, to get a freeze on the Queen and the scatter shot, but he's not. So let's see if the deployment of the Barbarians is in time now to keep the heroes on the inside and also provide some tanking. But iTzu, what is this Queen doing?
I mean, we all know the Queen loves walls, and we're all waiting for the wall breaker Queen skin, but she's just taking this job way too serious and is just going for way too many walls right there, as the Royal Champion has been added at the bottom side. But we have the Golem nearly going down, only a couple of Golemites being there, the Queen struggling in the core, the King has went down already, and at this stage I am not sure if there's enough power for the back end with not having many Super Barbarians left at this stage.
Yeah, the timing was a little bit off. I mean, he had the right ideas there to freeze the Queen and the scatter shot, but he was just a little bit too late. Same goes for the Headhunters. They were a little bit too late, so the enemy Queen actually took out his Royal Champion. I think with a little bit better timing and a little bit more luck, you know, the Queen not getting stuck on this wall but helping the King out, this could have for sure been a 3-star, so the plan was quite good. But yeah, in the end he fell short due to a couple of mistakes and a little bit of bad luck.
Yes, indeed. But this now means we're back to EA, and they're up next with their next attack, and they have the option, or like the option, but they have the possibility of pulling ahead with 2-star lead if they can 3-star with their next attack. Hades is up next, and you might just go in with the Queen Charge Twin Hawks, the same strategy which he's pushing with, but no, instead we see the Super Archer Blimp with the Super Barbarians. He's just going for the Blimp on top of that Clan Castle, it seems like, which is, oh no, just on the Eagle, I guess, right? Because Clan Castle versus 2 sweepers, that is not really that easy.
Yeah. Interesting, but there are 2 ground bows, which I guess is good value. But yeah, I was actually, before he attacked, I was just about to talk about the Twin Hawks. I feel like we saw a very few Queen Charge Twin Hawk attacks, even though amongst the teams when I watch tournaments, that is one of the most popular strategies, especially like for the highly skilled players. So I'm wondering, do you think it has a reason why they're not using it? Maybe are Queen Charges just too hard in the current meta?
I mean, Queen Charges are insanely hard in the current meta, with the Rage Towers being just so much stronger than any of the other spell towers. I mean, there's a reason why everyone is using the Rage Towers, right? Like, they're just so incredibly strong. And Super Archer Blimps as well work really well against them, so this is the reason why we see them sometimes in this competitive environment, as the Super Archer Blimp already has gotten a lot of value. And, well, the heroes now just dive through, and we have the Super Barbarians pushing everything into the Town Hall compartment, as the Apprentice Warden is giving everything more hit points.
Yeah, it's looking good, especially because the wall break worked. He has an invisibility spell, yeah, to protect this Queen. She goes for the Town Hall, so that's going to be taken care of. And with the Royal Champion ability, an Ice Golem, and 10 more Super Barbarians in the back, I am pretty confident to say that this should be a 3-star, unless we see 4 Skelly Traps pop at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, there's the first Skelly Trap though. Popping early on, but I mean, the Royal Champ's complete opposite side. She can just freely run into that next building, as we have Super Barbarians working, as we have the Phoenix working, and this just looks like another 3-star. Early attacks is just pulling ahead by quite a bit and getting another 3-star in. They're now at 9 stars after 3 attacks. Perfect hit rate so far for them. And they're really giving NJ Flex a tough time to somehow really get into this match.
Yes, that's right. And also their attacks are so incredibly quick. Look at this one here in the post-attack stats. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. I think before we had a 2 minutes and 20 second attack as well from them, if I'm not mistaken. So that is just some really good stuff here. There is a reason why they are in this position and why they have the chance here to move on to the next round, but or next stage. But still, even though we have a 2-star difference between both of these teams, that the percentage that NJ Flex has put on so far is actually very good. So if they get 2 more 3 stars, they actually still have a chance because it's you know, in the it's definitely possible that early attacks will get 2 stars. So let's see what Paul can do as he's sending in a blimp with the Warden ability, iTzu.
Yeah, what type of blimp do we have? We have the Yeti blimp, it seems like. He's trying to trigger the Rage Tower early and obviously try to take down as much value as possible. And the one thing which is confusing me the most about this base is just that we have like 2 army camps next to the town hall. This looks so wrong to me. I don't know why, but either way, we have that queen now slowly making her way, most likely, towards that town hall. But at the same time, he has started that queen so late that this means already nearly 50 seconds, or more like 45 seconds of this attack are gone. And time with queen charges, we have talked about this today many times, is always an issue.
Yes, that's right. And he wasn't able to lure out the clan castle troops either. So that's going to take some time off the clock as well. I think, though, I was thinking about these army camps. The only reason can be to mess up the pathing, right? And if you look at it, actually, a Lalo or something into the town hall would actually have to path into the clan castle, around the clan castle, and then the troops that target defenses like balloons or hog riders would actually split so much between the 6 o'clock and the 3 o'clock compartment. So maybe that is the idea behind that. Definitely an interesting idea, even though I don't know how good it proves to be.
Yeah, I mean, at least for this queen charge, it's not really like a big difference maker so far. But we have now the Super Barbarians starting at the top side, trying to push the king inside. But the king is getting targeted right away, which you normally don't want to have to happen, as the monolith is just shredding that king. There goes the freeze, just to make sure that the Rage Tower is not going off too early and the king can tank a little bit longer. As we have now the Royal Champion from the bottom side, trying to overpower this bottom compartment.
Yeah, that is actually a nice take there. Unfortunately, finds some skeleton traps, and the Yeti Blim took out a huge chunk of defenses there, but with the Teslas around there, there's still a lot that the Royal Champion has to go up against. So nice reaction there with the freeze, but hey, wow, and look at this, there is the tornado trap. He just missed the tornado trap with the Yetis, or like was able to get around it. That is interesting. So something like this might have been here expected by the defender, but now it's very interesting to see how this attack unfolds, because the time is so close, and the queen now goes to the warden. I don't know, will it be enough? It's close.
This one gold storage at the bottom side might be the difference maker, as the skeleton trap is keeping that Inferno Tower alive, and this now means it's going to be a high percentage fail. It's not going in favor of NJ Flex. There's always those little things which are just going in early attack's favor, and this is another 2-star, another defense. Yes, it is a high percentage, but at this stage, the high percentage attacks, they are just too late. They are just not going to change the outcome of this match anymore in favor of NJ Flex. They would need 3 stars, especially with how the EA team is performing so far.
Yeah, that's right. So now it is really, let's not say easy, but it's kind of a home run possibility now for early attacks. They really only need high percent 2 stars now. to end this in their favor. Look at this. So we have a 9 against 9. So even with a 3-star for NJ Flex, they will just be able to get 12 stars. And if early attacks get 2 times 2 stars, they will have 13. So that means like it's a tough question, you know. They have a perfect hit rate so far in this war, 3 out of 3. So they might be okay, maybe we can get a perfect war or whatever. But I say at this point, just go for the save 2. If it gets you to the next round, you really gain nothing from a 3-star over a 2-star at this point. You want to get to the next stage, you want to get to the World Championship, and you won't get there with more with a 3-star than with a 2-star.
Yeah, I fully agree. Like, it's not really needed to take that certain risk. Let's see how risky this approach is, as I would guess that we have a hero dive into the top side, which sounds like, okay, he's going in faster from the Town Hall, but in the end, I think the Lalo is going to come in from the Town Hall side with having only 2 freezes for the invisibility tower, though. That might be the issue. But let's see how good this is going to work as he's diving into this base with the lock launcher, leading the charge, and the Queen seems like, never mind, not going the wrong side. I mean, he's playing that Queen with the controller. Like, how did that Queen come back there?
Unfortunately, the lock launcher did not open the wall towards this multi-inferno. So he's most likely not going to get this with the Yetis. Yeah, especially as they move to the right side. So, yeah, let's see. Lalo into the Town Hall. Yeah, but he definitely needs to activate the invisibility tower. Royal Champion should do that now. Yes, she does, but he also hasn't crossed the 50% threshold, but he will shortly, and the Town Hall will then be activated. So I think this should get the 2-star that they need.
Yeah, I would agree with the rage now happening. The Town Hall is going down right away, and that's exactly what they had to do. The Tornado Trap only catching a couple of loons. Most of the loons are going around that Tornado Trap. No, now going towards that Queen and Scatter Compartment on the right side. Perfect freeze right there. Only a couple of headhunters are getting spring trapped away, but we have so many lava pups flying in there now, and still a haze spell. Now depends on if there are any red mines inside that middle, as the minions are coming from the top left trying to trigger red mines.
And he still has a haste there. He's using it. Nice job there. Ooh, but the raged up multi is so strong. And then the red mines. Let's see. He's got the Phoenix. That's basically his only hope. These loons will get melted on the way to the multi with the rage being still active. Yeah, they don't even arrive there to do some drop damage onto it. And all of these pops and minions, they will get burned quickly. I don't know how much health the Phoenix got. Full life. Okay, let's see. Phoenix versus multi-inferno, guys. This is the battle of the century. And oh wait, the Phoenix would still have to get the Rage Tower, so time could be the biggest issue now.
Yeah, 10 seconds and a Dream and a Phoenix, but the Rage Tower is having not full HP.
No Phoenix!
But the Phoenix is just not getting enough damage. Buff the Phoenix, please. I'm kidding, but it's like a 99% in the end. Not enough damage on the Phoenix, but it was just so close. But this means it's the first defense for NJ Flex. It's just happening a little bit too late, to be honest.
Yeah, probably. So this is like the worst thing that could happen. He got the save. He got the 2-star, yes, but then he went for the 3-star and missed it by just 1%. So the perfect war opportunity is gone, and on the other hand, they have the victory pretty safely. So but still, Sam has to do his best here. We know it's just a theoretical chance, but if early attacks would get a 1-star or like a disconnect or something, then it would still mean that NJ Flex have a chance. So you can never think that a war is over unless it is really like technically impossible to still win it. And at this point, NJ Flex with a 3-star and also with a high percent 2-star, they still have a theoretical chance.
Yeah, the chance is always there. Never give up. We have seen crazy comebacks happening before. And the strategy now, which NJ Flex have chosen, is actually Dragon Riders, and Inferno Dragons, interestingly enough. And I can see why he's trying that. He's trying to dive into that tunnel with them. But those Arch Towers, they're kind of annoying. He's trying to snipe the tunnel with the single Inferno, or like with the Inferno Dragons, but this King is just running around. Stop running, King. Just stay there and let the Inferno Dragons do their job.
Yeah, and I feel like he's thinking heavily how to react to that, but hasn't found the right solution yet. Pretty good idea in my opinion. It is expensive, but it is quite safe to send the dragon to tank. And actually, I feel like the 6 o'clock corner was protected better than at least I expected, with so many traps and Teslas there. But now he finally got the King down and can take on the Archer Tower and the Town Hall now.
Yeah, overall were really, really good traps. I don't know if they were expecting an entry like this. If yes, hats off to the base builder team. If not, then just unfortunate timing for Sam. But we have that invisibility spell for the Inferno Dragons. They're getting their town. That was the plan from the beginning. But this King just messed things up so bad. And now he's missing that power with those dragons as they're moving in versus the Town Hall, versus the Clan Castle and the core defenses.
Yeah, it was quite an early warden ability, so let's see how many air traps are stacked in the core. But given that there were already, I don't know, like 4 black mines at the 6 o'clock corner, I think there can only be red mines in the core now. So that's a good, good news for the dragons actually. But now the Rage Tower will be active on this multi-inferno. Maybe he can get it down beforehand. I'm not sure. Hero's still going strong, so I think there's still a chance.
It really depends on the back-end traps. I feel like we're saying that a lot of times, but this is really how I feel with the possible black mines. Maybe some skeleton traps denying the value of the Queen and the Royal Champ. There goes the first freeze. He has one more freeze left to deploy. The question is, what is he going to freeze? Is it the Scatter? Is it the Expo? Is it something else? As the Royal Champ ability is getting popped, and Queen ability is still there, but the entry has cost so much time, Maxi, that there's only now 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and this is definitely not going to be enough. Just too many buildings for too little time. Even if he had the power, which depends on which buildings the Queen will target next. He does have enough power, but it's not going to be enough time-wise. That is very unfortunate, because he took some time to think his plan over. As he found the traps in the 6 o'clock corner, and that was probably the time that was missing there in the end. Still a very good showing, and I mean, it is not their last chance yet. Even though they will lose this war, they can still get to the next stage with a victory in the next one, and it definitely showed their potential in this war.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think both teams did incredible over this entire match. Luckily, okay, should I say it? I would just say, luckily so far no 1-star, which is amazing. Let's just hope that this is not going to change with the last few attacks. But we have next Chihuahua attacking for EA for early attacks. And, well, I'm looking forward to see what is up next for them, and if they can get up to 14 stars with this match.
Yeah, that's the most that they could still get with a 3-star, and as you just tried to jinx with a 1-star, they would get to 12 stars. So let's see what it will be.
There's a P.E.K.K.A.
Oh, beautiful! The P.E.K.K.A.'s also on my shirt. Maybe Chihuahua
I didn't know
watched
that
the
troops
stream.
exist.
But very interesting troop composition in general, also with the 2 super minions. But I'm happy that he's deploying troops, because looking at the scoreboard we see that theoretically NJ Flex could still win if early attacks do not get a single star, but this would only be possible with a disconnect, and so far it's looking like Chihuahua has a well set up internet connection and can do this attack, and can let all of us witness it. Nice setup there with the Flame Flinger on the left side. Soon he will have to react. Oh, I think that's what the P.E.K.K.A. is for, maybe, to tank the multi-mortar. But yeah, let's see. Oh, the Rage spell just in time. The Queen barely survived there without using the ability. My call was wrong with the P.E.K.K.A. It goes down on the right side to tank and funnel for the Queen. And let's see how this attack unfolds now. iTzu as he puts down the jump.
Yeah, I'm really scared about the multi-inferno tower on the left side, as this is out of range for now for the Queen. The P.E.K.K.A. has funneled those 3 buildings. Beautiful. I'm a bit evil there, but I really... And they're looking so cool, the P.E.K.K.A, right? I would love them to be a little bit stronger. As he's deploying the super minions to take to the multi-inferno tower, genius plan. But there's only, I think, one healer left, right? And one healer charged on Tunnel 15 is not that easy.
Yeah, sorry I was making those noises, but I was watching these super minions trying to take out the multi in time, but it was just that tad bit too late and the healers died. And now with the Black Mines, the Queen is there without any of them. Now, okay, he has to get into this Town Hall first. No Tornado Trap so far, very early Warden ability, but with 3 freezes in the back, he should be able to get through there. Okay, no Tornado Trap triggered still. So this is going to secure at least the 2-star. Now he has a Royal Champion, but she will step into the Town Hall Poison, maybe even into the Monolith. And look at this. Once again, the Tesla farm is towards the end of the attack. And I would call at this point that this is going to be a fail.
Yeah, but I just appreciated that he tried something creative there with the Super Minion, the P.E.K.K.A funnel and everything. I don't know if they really changed this on the fly, like said, okay, let's just... I think this might work, and we're already kind of like one as long as I get like a 1-star. So I don't know if they really said it that way or something different, or if that was the original plan from the beginning. But either way, a really cool plan. You have seen just a couple of seconds later where the Inferno Tower, or like earlier where the Inferno Tower is going down, this could have made all the difference. It was an amazing plan, just not going to be enough to get the 3 stars, but still great plan and a great win for early attacks.
Yeah, definitely great win. So congratulations to them. They are the next team to make it to stage 4 on weekend. Congrats, great showing today. And I definitely agree that this was a great plan with a little bit better timing or a little bit more luck there. If the healers would have survived the multi-inferno, then I'm sure that this Queen Charge would have taken out everything necessary to take out the rest of this base. But yeah, enough about this last attack. It was very enjoyable, but we have some amazing wars in store as well.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of action happening in the background and a lot of other matches which are going to come up in just a couple of seconds as well, which will happen really shortly. So let's just have the other 2 guys coming back. Carbon, Woody, how are you guys doing, and what exactly was your impression of this last match? Carbon, you can start.
Well, I was still impressed with early attacks. The attacks that they came in with, the 3 stars, and they did deliver. And we'll take a look at some highlights of this last match. So congratulations, they will be actually advancing to the next weekend. They got their 3 victories, but NJ Flex is still having to try to keep their hopes alive. What was your thoughts on this one, Woody?
Well, the result was not what I had predicted, and yet my more specific prediction did hold true. It was either going to be a major star win for early attacks or a narrow percentage victory for NJ Flex. It turned out to be the former in this case, and so Eve Maxi is going to have our one and only perfect prediction run so far today. But NJ Flex, I think, did do a very good job coming close in several of their attacks to pulling off that upset, looking for any opening that they could to just inch ahead on some of those really close 90+% 2-star strikes to try to get within, distance of their opponents. But early attacks just coming out with a strong lead at the beginning of the war and then being able to push on through, denying NJ Flex some of those really close hits, just ultimately snowballed to victory. I mean, getting 3 for 3 in the first 3 attacks has got to be very demoralizing to go up against as NJ Flex. They did manage to get some solid strikes in themselves, and I think that they have got a good chance to move on now that they are going to be going to another bubble round. But congratulations to early attacks for ultimately getting the victory here and getting to enjoy some really close hits of their own. Kumo with that Phoenix in the fight of the century, as it was called, trying to finish off the 3-star, but just coming short.
Yeah, that was definitely a great one to watch, and finally we see here Chihuahua's final attack once more. The nail biter that in the end was not enough due to some very small mistakes. And here we have the post-attack post-match stats, yeah, we can see, as Woody mentioned, pretty much all of the fails from NJ Flags were high percent, so definitely it could have gone the other way as well. It was a close match, other than it seems from just the star count at the end. But yeah, guys, were you able to take a look at some of the matches going on? Are some other matches already finished, or where are we standing, Carbon?
Yes, and I've got some news here. So VN Esporting, they won their match 14-10, so they will be advancing, or not advancing, keeping their hopes alive. But this is definitely, wait, what? This next match, Time to Throw versus Melesmine, and Time to Throw won. They have defeated them 13-12, so now they are going to go from 2-0 to now being 2-2 and trying to keep their hopes alive. So, and the percentage was on their side. They were 95 to an 88%. So they took the victory there. Congrats to them. No Limit and SWAT, they were both battling at 1 and 2. And if I'm looking at this, No Limit has won that one by percentage, 94.2 to a 91.4. So a lot of these matches are super close. If you want to see any of these in particular as well, you can go into the game to take a look at them, as a lot of the scores are starting to now update and be there, as TPM does defeat ETX Titans 14-12, and some crazy results in these upcoming matches, and especially the ones that are 1 and 2. There's teams that have been eliminated now, iTzu.
Yeah, that's right. We have now some teams being eliminated as well. As you said, everything can be as well seen in game as well. I think we're already getting ready for the next match, right? Because this next match should happen really shortly. We have Dark Phoenix versus Team Esports, or X-Team Esports, if I remember this correctly. And yes, indeed it is. And those two teams, I mean, come on, this is just insanely close based on those stats. Only 0.3% average destruction being the difference maker. Obviously, I think star-wise, they're like maybe some other 0.0 whatever still being the difference. But otherwise, those two teams are close, Woody.
Yeah, this is just about as close as you could possibly get these averages to come without any sort of mathematical shenanigans in the background. Let's go ahead and look at the Dark Phoenix Esports team lineup now, as we get a chance to deep dive into the 5 players competing for them. It's going to be Jack, Rishu, Maziar TK, Ashok, and Kartik. Definitely have got a few recognizable names in this lineup and some impressive hit rates, no lower than 50%, but pushing up to 75% in Maziar TK's case. He is the MVP for this lineup, right there in the middle, a stalwart player for the Dark Phoenix lineup. They have got my pick, as I have been rooting for them in the background for a while now, and have the opportunity to move on with a 3-1 record if they take the victory over X-Team Esports. But of course, they've got a tough opponent. Why don't you go ahead and read off that lineup, Maxi?
I happily will, especially as I predicted X-Team Esports to be the winner. And we have Jaga there, Homura, Meli, Denden, and Mood. Some very familiar names who we have seen at several World Championships before, and especially Jaga is standing out here with an extremely high hit rate of 74%. The others all around the 50% hit rate, but we've seen that in total the stats are very, very close between those two teams. And let's just say in the end, I would say that the experience of X-Team Esports will cut the edge for them in this one to be victorious in the end. We definitely have a lot on the line, because the winner of this next match is going to move on to stage 4.
Indeed. So let me actually do one correction that I was looking at. It was Time to Throw was taken on Melesmine. It was SG, not Melesmine MG, right? Because MG is the team with Tryhard, Amoal, and Kingsman. So Time to Throw won 13-12 there. So Melesmine MG took on VN Ace, and VN Ace actually did win that one by 1 building. 12 to 12, 91.2 to a 91. One building was the difference in that one. So now they, VNAs, have got that victory. So incredible stuff. What craziness. But let's go take a look at the predictions of this match here. And Dark Phoenix, a handful of us are selecting that. And Maxi's trying to stay perfect. Can he do that? Oh, the pressure is on. Oh boy, here, iTzu.
I mean, if it's a match where you could pick like, if it's even underdog, I don't even know. But like, if it's one match where those two teams just like seem to be incredible close, it might be this match. So let's see if Maxi is going to be correct all the way. But I'm really looking forward to this match, as it just promises to be a really close one just based on the stats, and hopefully it can really live up to that hype and really make sure that we're having another, or like one of the first actual close matches, because I feel like so far most of the matches were kind of snowballed from one of the sides really early on, and was really hard for the other team then to come back. So is that going to happen again? Is that not going to happen again? We will find out, because I think the first tanks are going to start in any second, any minute.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to it. I know we were talking about other matches in the background, and we got some good reporting there from Carbon. I'm not quite sure if these were reported yet, so I do want to let everyone know at home that there was a victory for HS Esports over ETX Badzinger. And a pretty crazy result, 11-star win for HS Esports, very low instruction there against Badzinger, which only had 10 stars in that war. So kind of a surprising dip in their offensive performance relative to what we had seen previously in the day. But HS Esports, with that result, will have a 3-1 record and advance as one of the top 20 teams in the world on into the money with a stage 4 showing that we'll see next week. In addition to that, TPM Esports picked up a 14-star, very impressive finish against ETX Titans. They'll also have a 3-1 record, while Badzinger and the ETX Titans will both be going to another round with a 2-2 record. But I think we're ready now to kick off the next war. The predictions are already in. Maxi's going to have a difficult time defending his lone spot, sticking out as the only one to make a prediction against the Dark Phoenix, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it turns out, guys.
Yeah, so am I. So we'll say goodbye for now to iTzu and Woody. Thank you guys so much, and we'll be back with you in just a minute. And for now, Carbon, we are going to take a look at this next match. The teams are preparing. We are almost in the first attack, and it is always such an important one, this first attack. With just 8 minutes to prepare this attack, that is the highest, or like the second highest pressure maybe after the last attack. And so do you feel like most of the teams or most of the players, they just go in with their favorite attack strategy that they just feel comfortable with, for example, because they use it in Legend League? Or do you think that 8 minutes for these pros, it is enough time to take a look at the base, have a fresh plan, and, you know, just choose every single troop and do something exactly for the base?
Well, I think they could pick the exact strategy maybe for the base around if they're comfortable, right? That's the big question to see. But if Den can do this with the Super Archer Blimp into Super Barbarians is the question. Can he get the value? Taking out the Town Hall, taking out this whole compartment, as we have a scatter shot. If that goes down, that's a nice value only. Oh, he's out of spells here. He's out of spells.
Oh, the scatter is so close. No. Oh, it's got like 1 HP, Carbon. That is incredible. But I feel like like I've been using this strategy in Legend League as well to figure it out a little bit. And what I noticed is that the Clan Castle troops can really mess up your Super Archer Blimp value. And in this case, I feel like he should have made the super minions invisible, and thus the super archers would have skipped them and taken out the defenses instead. However, we see the king has an easy time taking out this scatter shot then, but yeah, now everything is kind of moving in. Like the king is moving into the core, but the queen is on the outside, so everything is split up. I don't know, Carbon, what's your take on this attack so far?
Well, the biggest issue now is that Eagle Artillery not going down. He can reach it. The Queen walks to the left to the multi. Queen go into that compartment, and the Royal Champion's trying to help set that funnel for the Queen, but the Royal Champion's taking quite a bit of damage. But now the Queen finally now locked on the Eagle. He only got 8 super Super Barbarians left, as the RC ability was unfortunately now forced, but the scattering and defending RC, there is so much still to get through.
Ooh, but he's got the queen ability and 3 headhunters. Oh, I don't know if they were timed perfectly there. Let's see. The scatter shot. Oh, takes all of them out. The queen ability, come on! She dies in the ability. Oh no, and there's so much base left. Look at the left side. There's such a huge compartment on the left side around this king. I just think that the Super Archer Blimp didn't have enough value there in this attack.
Yeah, unfortunate, not able to get the value there. Only the 77, trying to get a little bit more percent, 78, 79. And it's just going to be the 2-star Fendendon of X Team Esports here.
Yeah, I don't know if production got it, but before this, I changed my prediction actually to Dark Phoenix.
Oh, okay, sure,
just before
sure.
it. I don't know if you guys realized, but yeah. No, just kidding, of course. I trust in my X Team Esports guys. They will turn this around, no worries. And also their defense is so strong. I would be surprised if Dark Phoenix would be able to get more than what Denden got in their first attack.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on. Can they deliver? Remember, this is your tournament life on the line here with these teams. Actually, no, this is 2-1 match. So if you lose, you're still actually in. You're not actually out of it. I just double checked. So it's not as much pressure as if you were 1-2, 2-2, because if you get that 3 losses, then you're for sure out. Well, let's see if Dark Phoenix has the answer with 36 Super Barbarians. And Maxi, that's a lot of invisibility spells here.
Yeah, that is right, but I think it's pretty common to bring this with the Super Minion Blimp. Sorry, the Super Archer Blimp. But let's see, the very interesting use there of the Ice Golem, and he was able to save the Warden ability there. Good call. Now a very nice clone spell over the wall. And look at this, how beautifully he is making the rocket balloons invisible all of the time. And he also lured the ice golems towards the bottom side. Now the king is a bit painful there for him, because a lot of super archers are shooting away at him, and I don't think he will get any more buildings, so he should hold on to this last invis. Yeah, he's doing just that. Good call there in my opinion, because you can always use it to, for example, get the damage of the monolith or away from the royal champion or the queen, so it can come in handy later into this attack. But so far the value was okay, but it was not crazy. However, I really love this compartment there around the Eagle Artillery, at least from an attacker's point of view, because you can get all of your troops, like your heroes and some Super Barbarians in there, and with the Warden ability, you will get so much value from them. It is really incredible.
And the question is, how is he going to use this Warden ability? Is he going to wait till he pops the King ability to protect all the Barbarians, continuing their way through a raged up double scatters Eagle? Oh, is it? Yeah, it barely clips there. Multi-target Inferno, but there's the Warden as he's trying to protect every single... Oh my, look at all those Barbarians getting sprung by the Spring Trap.
Yeah, the traps are insane down there, and the Royal Champion has to fight against the Raged Up Multi and the Teslas, and the ability is forced pretty early. I don't know, 9 more Super Barbarians got a wall break, but it's looking a little bit better than in the attack before, but I still think that with this multi there, it's going to be hard to 3-star.
Yeah, with that multi still there, he's trying to make his way with a Mylith still up to the top side. He's trying to continue to make his way up. Oh,
Diggy comes in handy, definitely.
The invis will be very handy for the Royal Champ. Pops that Queen ability, but he's not using it. Oh, he's able to take out the multi. The RC's going to be able to stun, and yes, with 30 seconds left, Dark Phoenix is getting that triple.
Ah, good job. I really like to see the 3-star there.
Well, does that mean, are you going to be able to keep your perfect prediction streak going? Is that a little nerve-wracking?
We'll see. I mean, our competition will just get a little more exciting if I don't, but also we're just one attack in. So yeah, this war is very young yet, and I think that both teams still have their shot, but it was definitely very nice attack here from Maziar TK. I think he really exposed the or exploited, I should say, the weakness of the base there nicely with this huge compartment at the bottom side, and the Warden ability really got him through there quite easily. And then towards the end, yeah, he just estimated correctly that he would have enough firepower, not even using the invisibility spell. But now it's time for Mood, and finally we see a Queen charge twin Hawks, or Hawk hybrid, whatever you like to call it. What do you call it, Carbon?
Yeah, I've been calling like the Queen twin hogs. Pretty much means that you got regular hogs and super hogs in the mix in your attack. As we're seeing the Queen waiting to deploy the healers once the air defense goes down. Very nice to protect those healers so that Queen can charge it. Oh, nice Goko Loon there to pull some traps. Headhunter, rage this up so they continue this charge for the Queen towards that town hall.
Yeah, nice job there, and nice job with the Coco Loons as well. Now there will be a lot of damage. Okay, it was very important that he used the invisibility spell there early, like anticipated, even because the damage from these raged up expos plus the Archer Towers is just so much on this Queen. But for now, with the rage spell, he is doing great here. Not having to use any other spell. Also, this baby dragon taking out the cannon did a great job. And so far, I think this is looking very nice there, especially because he's using his spells very efficiently.
Yeah, with his Queen taking out that bomb tower, continuing through this town hall. Oh, wait, those skellies might... Oh, I wasn't going to think that. Those skellies were going to pull the Queen all the way outside the wall, but no, it's okay. As we got hogs with a skeleton trap, or no, skeleton spell to the top side. Monolith is on his Queen, forcing that Queen ability now, and... Wait, Maxi, now he's finally dealing with the defending clan castle.
Yeah, this is not going great there timing-wise for him, in my opinion. He's doing great, but when we used the invisibility on the Queen, not just the skellies went over to the Flame Flinger, but also the eagle shots. And because of that, it opened early, and he didn't even get the scatter shot on the left side. Now he's doing a great job keeping this Queen alive, but with 2 scatter shots still up and the Royal Champion ability, yeah, it's getting close, but actually he still has a shot there. If Diggy would now be able to stun this... oh, actually Frosty is stunning the scatter shot on the left. Now the Queen is tanking towards the right side, which should make the Royal Champion... Let the Royal Champion access this scatter shot without getting any damage. Will there be skeleton traps? No, not even that. And with the Royal Champion ability... for everyone at home, we have the first 3-star for X Team Esports, and X Team Esports is back in this match.
That is what they're looking for, getting the answer, the 3-star indeed. It was looking at kind of a little sketchy there as the Queen had made her invisible, Eagle switching into the Flame Flinger, but getting the value. Fantastic job, and putting super minions inside of a Flame Flinger has proven to be pretty effective for these pro players.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, never doubt Mood. That's what I take from this. Great guy, great attack, and this could be the first stone in the house that they built for the World Championship. And now we have Jack from Dark Phoenix, who is known to be a very strong Legend League pusher, and he's coming in with the Queen charge dragons. Oh, but also Dragon Riders, Carbon. What did we call that again?
Well, we have this Queen charge into the Hydra with the lightning spells taken out, the sweeper to the left, which will probably be pointing to the left there. Yeah, it's kind of pointing towards the Grand Warden altar, as the Queen will make her way towards the right side, grab an air defense. Then you can take the Queen and send her on the complete opposite side, maybe towards 9 o'clock to the left, so you can then send the dragons on in between where you just funneled with the Queen.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is doing, and it looks very nice because the pathing, there's such a big gap between the defenses he took out on the right and the scatter shot there, a 2-tile gap, and that makes for better pathing for his troops. Now the Warden ability, he times it perfectly. Unfortunately, this one dragon on the right side not in it, but I should hope that this will not be too big of a problem for him. Unfortunately, this invisibility spell, okay, it seemed to be a little off there for a second, but all of the super minions are in there. But now they really need to target this town hall and the monolith. Yeah, the next invisibility spell was placed better, and the town hall is down, monolith is down. Great job. Now it's about the heroes finishing the base. Come on, Queen, take out the single. Yeah.
Oh, that the super minions getting cloned up at the last second was clutch, and then by making the monolith invisible, it allowed them to go take out that town hall. And now Maxi, he still has a world champion, not yet deployed, but you have to be careful because there's a defending king still alive. This queen is kind of stuck to the top side. She has to make her way through there. We have a defending king by that multi-target inferno, which could absolutely crush a world champion, especially a defending rage spell is slowly now coming back over there.
Yeah, I think he just has to be patient at this point. Okay, I think I would have even waited there, but he can use the freeze and the headhunter together. So maybe that would get the royal champion through the king, but the time was also running low, so I think it was a good call to start the royal champion. There goes the freeze, and yeah, quite good for him that there are no skelly traps whatsoever, and because of that, this is going to be the next 3-star for Dark Phoenix. Nice queen ability. I think he should, with the royal champion ability, doing some damage on some buildings, taking some out. Well, I don't want to jinx it. Come on.
No,
Skelly trap?
Oh, crap!
Question mark? Yes!
Yeah, there is a Skelly. There's a Skelly taking on the Royal Champion there. Can he take this down? Seeking here by Pops.
Go, Jack.
4-3. Yes! Jack gets the 3-star again for Dark Phoenix here. Whew, that was close.
Yeah, thank goodness. I didn't want to jinx them. And then they would have said, oh, you just jinxed us because you didn't pick us in the prediction and so on. So I saved myself from all of that. Oh, Jack saved myself from all of that. Thank you, Jack.
Yes, Jack getting it done, getting that 3-star. Well done. Keeping the pressure on because both these teams here are 2-1. So if you lose, you're still in the competition. You'll only be 2-2. Remember, you need 3 losses in order to be eliminated, but 3 victories, you are advancing. So both these teams are 1 win away from advancing to yet another Swiss stage competition next weekend where they won't have to play tomorrow. But here we go with Homura. I remember Homura loves to come in with hog type of attacks. So it's only fitting to bring a hybrid, which involves your fair share of hogs, but it's not fully all hogs here, as the queen is going to take her time through this defensive king. Doesn't have a skeleton spell for that monolith.
That's right, no skeleton spell. That's interesting. He does have an invisibility spell though, and but the queen nicely took out the king with. Oh, look at this, skellies. Oh no, that's. That was close, but there are lots of traps, lots of skellies, some air traps as well. He's going to have to send a headhunter, use an invis. Come on, do it quickly, quickly.
Oh.
Okay,
he
he's
takes out the
on. Nice job.
Grabs that, and
now
now
he can concentrate on tanking for the flame flinger at the top side with a Yeti, maybe.
Yeah, that mortar, though, is going to lock on soon. Oh, he's just barely out of range of it as the queen's going to continue her charge in towards this town hall. Headhunter helps deal with the defensive royal champion. Queen, where are you going to go? You're going to walk up and around? You're going to go to the town hall. Queen, walk in, and yes, queen is able to grab the town hall, but this is going to be a lot of damage on his queen now.
Oh, no. So, a little late there with the spells, unfortunately, so it would have been better if you just used the ability. He also tried, I think that's why he messed this up a little bit, to tank for the mortar there at the top side. Unfortunately, now the scatter shot opens, but he's got some good troops to take care of this scatter shot in there. Now queen is in danger there. He's using some spells, but I think he should start the hybrid now, so something tanks for the queen. Hybrid is coming in, and now it depends on how good it can get through the center of the base. This queen will die.
Ooh, yeah, that queen goes down super fast to the super minions. He drops the heal, leading the hybrid in towards a that's a double bomb tower right here. So you definitely need a ward and eternal tome to protect as they're pushing their way through. Royal Champs now taking on the super minions. There's the ability for the warden as he finds the tornado trap spinning around, and these healers are actually protected through all these red air bombs.
Yeah, that is really nice, and we like we know this back from the hybrid meta days in Town Hall 14. Healers that change from a queen charge to a hybrid are actually quite strong, or like make the hybrid so strong. But the raged up defenses there are also slowing him down quite a bit. Does he have the king ability? No. So just the hybrid troops will probably need to finish this base. Royal Champion also about to go down, and the time Carbon is running down and down.
He does have one balloon, drops it onto the cannon down south to help take it out. Minion up top for the storage. He's got Archer to the left. He's only got 10 seconds. It's a race against the clock, but he's got a storage that is up that probably has not been touched. And he's not going to have enough time here. Homura, great effort. Unfortunately, he is going to fall short for a 94% 2-star. While Dark Phoenix has 2 triples. They're looking to get a 3rd one and be up by 2 stars.
Yep, that would be the case if they get the 3-star, but if they don't, it's actually still quite a close call. This Homura attack was heartbreaking there. A time fail in the end, but still high percentage 2-star. But you said it, yeah, the Dark Phoenix definitely still have the upper hand, and Homura was not able to put some pressure on them with his attack.
But can Dark Phoenix do it again? They've been very impressive. I remember Woody really been keeping an eye out for this team over the last several weeks, as we're now seeing another Twin Hog style attack with a mix of Super Hogs and regular Hogs, with the Yeti now down south, far enough away from the Queen, because if you put it too close to the Queen, those healers can transfer off to a Yeti. Has that happened before to you, Maxi?
Of course not. I'm flawless.
Oh, okay.
No, it definitely has happened to me. Yeah, and it is, it is something that is a lot harder for you as an attacker than, for example, having your match being streamed. It's just, you look at the, oh no, it's the same like when your queen follows Skelly somewhere where you don't want her. No! But that is really unlucky. Like, with the healers, you really have to mess up. But this was just bad luck for Rishu. Maybe he can send a wall breaker to this wizard tower compartment that would open also the inside wall so the queen could step out again.
Well, he's got jump, so that will allow his queen to kind of go somewhere and just react on the fly. King to the left, the queen. Oh, that's a lot of damage. No! I thought she was going to die through ability. At least she's still alive here.
Yeah, I was worried about the exact same thing, but now with 3 ground bows on this queen, and the rage tower soon being off, he would really like to still have this queen ability, but he does have freezes and invis. Oh, what, more skellies? Will the queen go again for them? No. She, okay, jumps into this compartment. Weird, but okay.
He's got an awkward angle, rages the queen up again, invested. Queen can now walk back around for the town hall as the hogs are now coming straight to the bottom side as the queen is securing this town hall, which is clutch, so that the ward ability is used nice and early to continue this push with the hogs, but the queen does go down. But the value was there for the queen at least to grab the town hall.
Yeah, this is a crazy attack here, and it even still has a chance at 3-star. He's got 5 balloons still in the back that he probably had planned as Coco-loons, at least a couple of them, but oh no, this monolith locks onto the Royal Champion too early, and she will die in just a second. So did his Hog Riders, and so these balloons are not going to be able to save him much. And I said it before, Carbon, X-Team Esports is not out of this yet, and this is not going to be the highest percentage attack either.
Yeah, with this 2-star, putting them to 8 total stars, only a 1-star lead over X-Team Esports. You can just hear the hog slowly dying off. It's the super hog that was stuck inside the wall that the healers actually went to and did not transfer off to the Royal Champion or the main hog push. So nice try here, finishing at about an 81% 2-star. But this means X-Team Esports, the door is open for them to be making this comeback.
That's right, and it's so funny to have to hear these Hawk Rider voices in the background the whole time. I really love this new effect. But yeah, we have the post attack stats here for Rishu, 81% 2-star. We remember that I think Dan had 79% 2-star in the first one, so that's about the same. And definitely, if X Team Esports get a 3-star now, there will be a lot of pressure on the Dark Phoenix's next attacker's shoulders.
Yeah, Jack is looking to deliver, either taking on Jack or one of these two. Oh, or maybe it's... Yep, okay. We still have now a Super Dragon attack in the cards. 5 Super Dragons with a blimp to send in. Couple rocket balloons, and the reason he's sending in rocket balloons and regular balloons is because he doesn't want to invest a warden to help try to get that town hall. Can he? Yes, the super minions do actually lock out of the town hall first, so now you can take out the rest of the value.
Yeah, it's looking very good here. These super minions really have no threats whatsoever around them, and it would be nice to get this ground targeting expo, but he's not. The invis was just a little bit off, so would have been better to hold on to it. He lured just parts of the clan castle. That is also not ideal there. What else could there be? We got a couple of archers and one super minion, so either yeah, probably 2 ice golems, I guess. So he needs to make sure to take out this, or an Hound, of course, to take out this clan castle before his heroes step into its range.
And as he used that skeleton spell on the top side, tanking for that queen, she's going to make her way up as the final super minion looks to come out of the defensive CC as he pops that warden ability perfectly to protect all those dragons in the core, freezing up the defensive Rage Eagle and the ground expo for his heroes, making their push up top.
That was really a great warden ability, catching so many troops there, some that split into the core and some that went into the Eagle artillery. But still, this clan castle is staying there, but I think there's probably just the ice golem in there. So, okay, well, I had many ideas, all of them were wrong. Who cares? There were rocket balloons, as I said, but now the heroes have to finish this phase anyways. And he's got the Royal Champion, he's got a free spell. I think he's looking good there, because once he gets through the scattershot compartment, there's not too much left. At the 6 o'clock side, there is the king, yes, but no major defenses that surround him.
Yeah, he's got to wait till that bottom archer tower goes down till he can drop the minion down there. You can drop one freeze to assist with the Royal Champion, but her ability will be clutch for the final 4 buildings after this archer tower goes down. Then you can use the ability of the RC. He's still waiting. He's at 45 seconds now, still waiting, and he's really being patient with this. As it finally goes off, takes down some of those buildings. There's the Headhunter, and he's gonna deliver. Getting a 3-star for X Team Esports, bringing them back in this match. So this one's gonna be very interesting. Will Dark Phoenix triple? If they don't, then it's all tied up on stars.
Yep, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 92% 2-star that Dark Phoenix need to even things out entirely. We take a look at the post-attack stats here for Jaga, the man with a 74% hit rate. Very impressive, and so was this attack. He really keeps his streak going, and that at a very crucial moment there for his team. And yeah, I said it, 2 stars, 92%. That is the threshold for Dark Phoenix now to get back into this. And wow, it is Kartik, another man who is high up in the Legend League leaderboard.
Yeah, Kartik looking to deliver for Dark Phoenix. And the attack is going to be another Twin Hogs here with the healers. So going to do a Queen charge with the invis behind the Town Hall and the Rage, which is going to rage up the Town Hall, Expos, Grand Warden, both multi-target Inferno. So much value that Rage spell is covering. So you have to be very careful if you do decide to send a Queen into that area.
Yes, but he also has a log launcher, so he might even charge from the other side. Yeah, that's what he's doing. It is interesting.
As that Queen is coming from the other side indeed. Gonna take out this multi-target Inferno. Then we're gonna see a log launcher come in right behind once that multi's down. And he drops the skeleton spell for the... Yep, okay, so he wanted to wait till the multi went down. so that the log launcher didn't take any damage from it. The skeleton spell is providing very nice distraction so that the log launcher can continue its way through, going all the way to core, planning for this queen to follow behind potentially, or even make her way towards the scatter shot.
Yeah, he reacted really well there. I was quite concentrated there, looking at the monolith, and whenever it locked onto the queen or was if the queen was in danger, he reacted very quickly with sending something in, or in the end using the freeze spell. And look at this, he opened all the way into the core. Now King goes in there, Royal Champion, most likely onto this other scatter, I would think, or maybe just the Hog Riders in there. And the queen's job is to take out the Town Hall. And now the question is if the invisibility spell... Oh no!
Queen.
That was actually good for him that the Yetis didn't take out the Invis tower. Otherwise, the queen might have weighed her way into this bottom scatter compartment. But now he's starting the Hogs as the queen's taking out the Town Hall through her ability. A great job by Kartik. Now the Expos will be raged up, so this queen is going to have a hard time surviving. He doesn't let her die. Okay, he uses the spells. Nice job. And now it's all about the force of the twin Hogs.
But look at this. He still has the jump spell. That's not going to do anything. You want to jump the Hogs? Sure, but it's not going to provide any help. Actually, it could, because when Super Hogs die, they split. That's where you could get a little benefit of a jump, I guess. But he's continuing through a Warden ability, taking out this bomb tower, making his way through the backside multis. And I was worried if the Queen charged in the Town Hall, that would have been way too much. But she charged from the complete opposite side. Got so much value, and Kartik delivering, and doesn't even need that jump spell, swagging it in the end.
This attack was so good, not gonna lie. I thought for a second that in the end there might be just too much defensive power there for his troops, but there was a reason he brought 3 free spells. And he used them so perfectly. I mean, he held on to 2 of them. And used them just in the right moments, protecting not just the queen but also the Hog Riders. And this looked so easy in the end, and like such an overkill, but there was so much concentration and perfect timing and perfect decisions necessary from the player, and it was very impressive from Kartik. So pressure is once again on X Team Esports' side, because Melly needs this 3-star, otherwise things will be easy for Dark Phoenix in their last attack.
Yeah, there's just 4 attacks used on each side, so this is the final attack for each team here. So a lot of pressure on these attackers, like you talked about before, where, hey, you have to be able to deliver if you're attacking in the last one. A lot of pressure here as he's deciding to go in with the blimp, and we've got super archers cloning them up, another invis so he can take out this whole bottom compartment of the Eagle, multi-expos, taking some damage. But these archers are going to be quite annoying, causing a little bit of distraction and tanking a few shots, so these super archers aren't going for exactly what he wants.
Yeah, and I don't know, I think a couple of mistakes in this super archer blimp. So first of all, he was a little bit too late sometimes with the invisibility spells. And the second, a more crucial thing, I don't know why, but he opened the blimp a little bit too early. The sweeper didn't sweep for the second time, and he could have just let it fly a little bit further because he wanted to go for the multi. And you can see like this, they are very close to this elixir storage on the outside as well. So yeah, it was just yeah, I think not ideal, but let's see how this attack unfolds. He might still get it even without having the multi taken out.
Because he's got the open wall, so it allows him not to have to take any wall breakers, so he can take more troops. And those more troops are the Super Barbarians, and he still has that Warden Eternal Tome to utilize as he makes his way closer to this Town Hall. But we do have a defensive rage up protecting, or really covering that whole area, including 2 expos and a multi.
Yes, and he also has a small Lalo there. See, he's got a Hound and 9 balloons. Which also is nice, as he didn't find the tornado trap around these around the town hall there, so his heroes were able to take it out. But actually, like this this monolith looks quite scary. He needs to pop the queen ability. He's not.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not paying attention. Just I feel like this attack was too complicated for him. I mean, for us, of course, it's easy to say. We have no pressure whatsoever, but he tried to do many things at the same time, but he was not able to perform well on the parts of the attack that he wasn't concentrating on, and because of that, I think he fell short. If he just would have waited a little bit with the Lalo, for example, and used the Queen ability, maybe he could have done both parts of the attack better, but like this, he will be falling short, and so will I with my predictions.
Well, and this is going to put them to 12 stars total. Dark Phoenix, all they have to get is a 2-star to be victorious, putting them up to 13 stars. But you know, they don't want 13. They want to at least put out 14 and have an easy way to advance to the next Swiss bracket. But if X Team loses, they're not out of it. They still have another opportunity tomorrow to keep their hopes alive.
Yep, that is right. I was just trying to calculate how much percentage Dark Phoenix need. I think it should be 66% 1-star or any 2-star.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so let's see what Ashok can do. He is the last attacker and he needs to bring it home now for Dark Phoenix, and then he will secure their spot in stage number 4, while X Team Esports would have to go through a 5th match and trying to get their 3rd victory.
Yeah, indeed, they do need a 67% to win in terms of a 1-star. Yep, 67% won. Or they get a 2-star, 50% they win as well, because that's 2 stars right there. As he is charging this Queen directly into the monolith. The Grand Warden is there, Defensive King, a lot of stuff. Oh, the Queen gets locked on yet again. Pulling Sigir Mine, pulling a second Sigir Mine that does not really come out because the balloon got taken out. As this Queen with the Apprentice Warden is looking to continue to charge towards that Town Hall.
Oh, the wall breaker did not what he expected it to do, I think. And I don't know if the Queen will go in there now. We will have to wait and see. He could invest the invisibility spell, which he's not. I don't think this Queen will ever go back in.
Nope, this Queen is going off on her own to the right side, does pull out this Lava Hound, making his way around, and the Hybrid is now deployed, trying to bring that Queen back around to the Town Hall, which he can, because she'll go for the Tesla, and then the Builder Huts and Town Hall in there. But he's got the War Internal Tome to protect, pops the ability, protects through a bomb tower, finds the defensive rage, Teslas, ground skeleton, scatters, ground explodes, the whole Tesla farm. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare to push this Hybrid through. And the Queen doesn't even go to the Town Hall.
What is wrong with this Queen?
Oh, wow. Well, remember, 2-star, that's enough. He makes the Yeti invisible to be able to grab it. He's going to at least approach. There's the 1st star of the Town Hall. He gets the 50%, and he gets the victory here for Dark Phoenix. Congratulations, which means they will be advancing to next weekend, and X Team Esports will play one more war tomorrow to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, but look at this. It just shows how close this match actually was. Because they will now win with basically like 4%, 5% something more, but just 1 star more. So it was actually always in X Team's reach, but unfortunately the last attack was was not close to becoming a 3-star, but if it had been, they would actually have won this one. So nice job there from both teams, but also hands off, nice job to Ashok, because it is very hard when things go that wrong. I mean, he reacted so well with sending the Hybrid early to create pathing for the Queen into this Town Hall, and then it was quite unlucky that she didn't go there. I think she was following some skeletons or something like that, and he reacted quickly on the fly with the blimp. Just imagine if he would have used the siege machine somewhere else already, then he would really have sweated a lot more than that. So good job to him securing the victory, and congratulations to Dark Phoenix. They are in stage 4.
Congrats indeed. Dark Phoenix advancing, keeping their hopes alive, where if you make it to the next stage, everything is reset. all your wins goes away, all your losses. So then you will have to just win 3 more to be able to advance again. But let's go and welcome back Woody and iTzu here. What was your guys' thoughts on that match? And I'll start with you, Woody, because Woody, it seems like you are a fan favorite of the Dark Phoenix team.
Very happy to see them moving on, and happy that there are no undefeated predictions among the casters at this point. We have all made mistakes in the past, but when it comes down to it, the most important predictions for the teams that you've been watching the longest, I think Dark Phoenix has got a solid chance at moving on. So great job to them, even though it was a bit of a dicey performance. In the end, we had some tight attacks that didn't quite live up to expectations. It was a win nonetheless, and a 3 victory run brings them on to stage 4. But we've got one more war left today, and I'm really looking forward to casting it. I'll let you pick up the bits from this last match, though, Maxi. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that it was very close, not just in the war, but also between us and our prediction. It was bittersweet, you know. We saw a great war, which was exciting, but it didn't go my way in the end. And yeah, I feel like I was more disappointed with that than the attack not being a 3-star itself. But anyways, here we see some of the highlights. This was the first attack from Dark Phoenix, and I really loved this opener. And that was something that I saw in all of the attacks from Dark Phoenix. They tried to find the weaknesses in the bases and exploit them with the strategies they brought to get their 3 stars. And that was successful in the end. So yeah, good job from them. What is your take, Carbon?
Well, my take was Dark Phoenix, a team to keep your eye on, because we were seeing that they were doing very well in the previous stages, and they're getting those stars. If you can't be putting up those 13-star performances, then you're not going to beat a team like Dark Phoenix. What was your thoughts, iTzu?
I mean, overall, we had a lot of really, really good attacks, I think, and it's really showcased with Dark Phoenix that they are, I think, especially consistent. I think overall for different matches, they have always put up their stars. And I feel like we have mentioned this, especially with the Swiss stage. This is like the most important thing, being consistent and not having those like off matches from time to time, because this can really cost you. So them being just so consistent and really showcasing that, and even saving attacks like this one where the queen totally is going the wrong direction, like chasing some skeletons into a base. I know that feeling. It's like the feeling where you just want to throw your device somewhere else, because it's like it feels like it's not something you have done wrong, if that makes sense, right? So still being able to like just save those to a decent percentage is just a key thing, and they have done that amazingly well. So I feel like there's a reason why Woody is cheering for them.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's take another look at the middle of that war here, as we saw the lead from Dark Phoenix coalescing around an ultimate win. That 13-star total is what we've come to expect from winning teams so far. It's always tough to break in past beyond that. And with a shot getting the final blow here. And as we heard earlier from Maxi, like using quite a bit of variety in their attack styles and strategies. I think Dark Phoenix bodes pretty well for being able to advance on through stage 4. They are now in the money, so congratulations to them for being one of the world's top 20 teams. X-Team Esports has got another solid chance now with their bubble round, holding a 2-2 record with this 12-star defeat. Came very close, especially on percentage there. I mean, just only behind by barely 1 and actually 1.4. But overall, very solid showing. Homura just getting 6% more could have taken this war down to a very frighteningly close finish.
Yeah, that's right. That would have been the 1% or 1 building difference then in the end, deciding this one in Dark Phoenix's favor, just like we saw in the other match. So yeah, it was a very, very close one. And yeah, that's what we always keep on saying, no matter how bad it looks. I think we were X-Team Esports had 7 stars and Dark Phoenix had 6 stars out of their first 2 attacks. So it seemed pretty one-sided, but still with them not getting a 3-star right after that, it kept being close until the very end. And that's what we love to see in these matches, because then then we have everything in last attack. We have the long planning time, we have the last base maybe that was not the base that they liked most, that they found a plan easy on, and we have the pressure rising up to the highest point. So great stuff from both teams, and thanks to them we had a very exciting war.
Absolutely, very exciting indeed, because the next match is going to continue that excitement, where we're going to have Inquisition taking on All Exceed, and this one again trying to now find out if you're able to continue and keep your hopes alive here in the Swiss stage. But you know, iTzu, there is one team that is having a little bit of an advantage in terms of stats here.
Yeah, I would agree. I have just, before we jump into this, double-checked the stats of this current Swiss stage, right? Like, because those stats which are showcased are always the combination of the first 2 stages. And in stage 3 now today so far, they have pretty much gotten every single match, even their losses, 12 stars. Well, on the other side, we have pretty much in every single match gotten 11 stars. So, well, let's see if this streak is going to continue, but take a look at the stats of Inquisition with Stefan, Einstein, Fabian, Simon, and Mark. They have all around this 50% hit rate, with Einstein being a bit higher with his Queen Charge attacks. And, well, they're not facing any easy opponent, because their opponent's looking really good as well, Woody.
Right, you are. Let's show them up there. All Exceed is here. We have Kazu, Arazi, Kazuma, Luca, and Hamu ready to fight. Might be missing stats there for Kazuma, but he is a superb player. Maybe even their MVP. I'll let the other guys debate that a little bit. Well, let's throw the predictions up there once and for all. It is a unanimous decision on this 6th match of the day for Inquisition, which, since I'm talking right now, I'll cue off my prediction a little bit here. I think Inquisition has been underperforming today. I've been a little bit disappointed by their showing so far, but they've had a tough run. Inquisition and All Exceed, in fact, have actually gone up against both of the teams that we just saw. Inquisition took a tough 12-12 loss against Dark Phoenix in round 1, while All Exceed played against X-Team Esports and took an 11-12 loss. Kazuma definitely a standout here on this lineup for All Exceed, but I think that Inquisition have got multiple great players to keep an eye on. Maxi, what is your primer for this upcoming match?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with everything that you just said. Also, Inc. is a very well-known team. They are from the German scene, so I have known them for years. They are very strong, and they have proven they're consistently strong attacking throughout this year. And also they have Mark, who is a very good base builder. But guys, I think the match is about to start. So Carbon and me are signing off for now. Have fun in the match, and see you in just a bit.
Sounds good, and yes, indeed, we're getting ready with that last match of the day, and with hopefully some incredible attacks. I mean, the last match was somewhat close, even though the beginning didn't really show that, but let's hope that we have the last match being a super tight one. And hopefully, again, no 1-stars, as I feel like we want to see some more 3-stars, right?
We sure do, and I'm excited to cast this final one with you, iTzu. You bring the brains, I'll bring the volume, and together this will be a match to remember. Hamu is moving in with Super Dragons to start this thing off for All Exceed. He's got a Flame Flinger up in the top corner. Just did a little bit of poking with that balloon to check around the top side, but with that Flinger grabbing the first air defense nice and easy. Expect to see him pivoting toward another corner to try to get another air defense down before he moves in with these dragons. The left corner is what he's going to be aiming for. He's also got an enemy Archer Queen a little bit deeper in the base over on that left side, so he's going to commit the King as well to try to help take her out nice and early on. Warden to protect the balloons and these big super dragons, which get quite a bit of a spread early on. He pops the Eternal Tome, and with one rage spell out early, he's going to try to charge in hard and fast.
Yeah, and he's trying to really make sure that this cut exists where the Super Dragons are pathing towards the Town Hall guaranteed, because this is where they have to go. There is no blimp whatsoever to save the day. He has to get the Town Hall, and that's exactly what he's doing. But maybe there were a bit too many of the Super Dragons there, because they're taking a lot of damage. Right now, they're just going through all of this like it's nothing. We have 2 Super Dragons connecting to that monolith, and this base just disappears in a lot of flames just being thrown at this base.
Absolutely crushed on the top end. Great timing on that skeleton spell going down to protect them from the monolith as well. It's just a little bit of tricky play here in the center bottom side of the space where an air sweeper has been just providing so much great protection for that multi-inferno. I think that ultimately is going to wind up getting all the super dragons finished off in the end, and it's going to rely upon the heroes to try to get the cleanup to finish this thing off. Toss the shield there, and the Royal Champion's going to give us one more little shot in the arm to try to power through along the bottom end. And actually, you know what? I guess a couple Super Dragons have survived until the last line of defenses again. The final air defense is going to get annihilated, and with plenty of time left, Hamu has just summited over the walls. Look, the Flame Flinger didn't even deploy, iTzu.
I mean, this is just how fast the attack was as well. I mean, it's not like an overkill, but as well, it's a fast attack. The Flame Flinger did not even open in time. This quick this attack was, and especially now for them, this is really important as this was one of the players with the lower hit rates over the tournament so far, but it's all about showing up in those important moments, and this is exactly what he did as an opener attacker for his team. And we have talked about this, they have averaged 11 stars over this third stage over so far. And on the other side, Inquisition have averaged so far 12 stars. So with the first 3-star in, All Exceed is looking really good with Inquisition now up next. And we see a recall Titan Smash attack.
Up top, it is a hot entry for Simon. Finds the enemy king with his queen and will take him down for a quick regicide as he moves toward the town hall. Checking the edges here real quick to protect those healers from any seeking air mines that might be on the outer edges, but not really getting very deep into that top compartment. Headhunter was very helpful at taking that king down alongside the queen. And it's an easy clear entry from the top thanks to that super wall break, cracking into that compartment. Another really good coconut moon there. Moves in but does not find a seeking air mine. Queen gets the early lock into the town hall, and the first star will be claimed as he sets up for the Electro Titan Smash to follow up. Still is holding on to one of those healers because he probably intends to recall after he clears this top compartment, and we'll be able to pivot to another lane of the base, maybe over on the left side where that enemy Archer Queen's defending. As he gets ready to heat up. Oh, hold on. I guess he's going to go all the way to the multi-target Inferno? No, okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's always tricky. If you recall the queen as she's moving, it's really likely that you're missing either the healer or the queen. So you try to wait until that she's, like, staying somewhere, but then you have to recall really quick. Otherwise, there might be too much damage. As he's now pushing with those Titans into the base, he can just jump into the core, open up pretty much the entire base, and have the king with the P.E.K.K.A. from the Siege Barracks funneling this outside. As the Titans are going in, and the Warden ability should be used any second now as he is approaching the core, but he's delaying it for now, which I think is a good decision.
CC's pulled in, it's going to be triple Ice Golem, and that can really slow things down over there as the Ice Golems start to pop, but he did get a little bit of a stack damage thanks to the Electro Titans. Won't be slowed down quite so much. Multi-target Infernos are not the worst thing to have to worry about with Electro Titans, as he's really quickly just powering through this core thanks to those Rage spells. Defenses have Rage 2 as well, though, and that's a nicely timed freeze by Simon to catch that enemy queen off guard. He's powering along the top side, tossing that spear out with the Royal Champion. 1 minute left for the cleanup, and it looks like a 3-star follow-up is coming from Inquisition.
Wow, we have already talked about the first attack of All Exceed, which was a insane overkill and really fast one, but take a look at this one as well. Every single hero being alive. He has the queen ability as well to use, and so many troops survived. What an incredible start to this match. Both teams are starting off strong. Both teams are starting off with 3 stars. And this is exactly what we want to see. With even the P.E.K.K.A., the final P.E.K.K.A. from the Siege Barracks surviving. And that was a really beautiful attack. It's now back to All Exceed, and the entire match is tied up again.
Just love to point this out that Simon did use that final super wall breaker at the very end to get a little bit of splash damage on one of the exterior buildings. If we do wind up going down to a complete tie on stars and percentage, the final tiebreaker is time, and whichever team had the quicker attacks will ultimately win. We did have one war earlier today, as Carbon had mentioned, that was decided by a single building. So if it gets down to the seconds that matter, Simon might have just saved his team a couple of seconds with that quick deploy. Luca will be the next to attack as we are now tied up 3 stars to 3 stars in this clutch war where survival is on the line. Both of these teams do have a 1-win, 2-loss record. And as soon as either of them loses 3 times, they will be eliminated from the Clash of Clans World Championship. Neither of them want that, to be sure. And so it's up to Luca to try to keep his team up and above the competition. Now with a Flame Flinger out the right corner, setting up for an Electro Dragon assault this time. Can you give us a little bit of an insight, iTzu, as to why someone might choose Electro Dragons over the Super Dragons? Is it mostly just the Chain Lightning value, or is there something else to think about there?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the chain lightning value, which is the key thing for this strategy. A lot of times still, like, as well, I guess it's personal preference sometimes as well. That's at least how it feels like, with both dragons being pretty similar. But overall, we have the beginning, the setup started with the Flinger on the far right side. Let's see if he's going to use maybe the Valkyrie or something to distract that mortar. But we have those Electro Dragons starting as the Queen is really nicely funneling them into the middle. And there is no chains in the beginning to get to those towers, so it's not getting activated too early. And so far, this looks really good. But the Electro Dragons are going back to the inside. The Tornado Trap is getting triggered earlier. This is not doing anything to them. Now we see the Rage. There goes the Freeze. And he should have a perfect warn ability moving further into the base.
Enemy Rage Tower is activated. Got to give a shout out to the MVP on defense for this new Town Hall. These Rage Towers are so tough to deal with, but the Chain Lightning value is working really well through the core of the base. Those tightly compacted defenses are just getting shocked to bits. Still, the lightning is raining down, and that means Electro Dragons are dying. And in the core, even though there has been a lot of offensive damage to dump in there, the defenses have done their job too, and it's going to be a very tight finish here for Luca, who has just been taking a hammering blow into the middle here. His Queen does survive up on the top side with the healers intact, but she has had to have her ability forced, and Luca's E-Drags did not manage to take down the enemy Eagle Artillery. That is going to cause some problems, as on top of that, there still is a Monolith to contend with. Super minions over on the right side give a little bit more cavalry support for this Archer Queen as she gets another Rage spell to try to take down that enemy King as well. It is a really tight finish here, iTzu, but it's looking like Luca will pull ahead. Ability pop for the Royal Champion over on the left side, and the collapse on the end is going to be clean. Plenty of spell and hero and troops left for an easy swag finish from Luca, which I was a little bit worried about, I'll be completely honest, but he just really came in over the top in the last few seconds there.
Yeah, really strong attack, and I think always those attacks, they look, I think in the middle of the attack you just think like, oh, this is turning out really bad, this will never work, especially when those Electro Dragons are going down near the core. But then you're remembering, wait a second, the strongest thing in an army is always the hero, so they can typically finish off a lot of bases, especially if they have access to those key defenses, as Luca did in that recent attack. So, well, up to the next attack, because so far all XC is being 2 out of 2, and this now is the highest hit rate player for Inquisition, with Einstein playing the Queen Judge Lado, his favorite strategy, and he's still playing that, as far as I know, in Legends. So let's see if he can show that off in this match, where it's been a really important one for those two teams.
Slow start for Einstein, just making sure everything is picture perfect for this deploy. Gets a Coconut Loon through, but doesn't catch any Seeking Air Mines in the top corner. Queen will get an easy snipe at some of these buildings along the edge, and ooh, even gets a little skeleton shield in there to try to catch some Monolith shots. He does have a couple of storages that he's going to have to get through at least one of before he can get the lock over onto the Monolith, but the skeletons are doing their job despite there being a Tesla trap or two right next to the Monolith to try to shut them down. Slow going so far on defense with a Rage up. Now Einstein is going to be cleared for a landing as he paths through the top side. Does catch a Seeking Air Mine. Happy news for him as he sets up for the Law Loon to follow.
Yeah, where's the Queen going next though? That's the big question. I think he wants her to go in, at least that's how it looks like. I'm not sure if he wants her to go to the outside. Maybe turn buildings invisible, but let's see what he's deciding to do. She's following now to the outside. Town Hall should not be activated, that would be really bad, but the Loon does not do that. The Tesla though is getting healed back up again. Now the question is, what is up next for this queen? Is she going back after the wizard tower? And yes, she is. So I think everything looks fine.
Okay, had me a little bit worried with the queen pathing there, but all's good as long as she can make her way back in. That little wall's going to help her as well. Oh, look out. We've got rocket loons. Need a quick response there, and Einstein does drop the poison to slow them down and finish them off. It's going to be ice golems as well coming out, and thank his lucky stars that that loon earlier did not activate the town hall, because it is not going to be firing away at her until she is ready to attack it first. Stone Slammer moving into support, and we'll be able to finish off that scatter shot over in there on the right side. A few Barbarians going to join the fray to chop it to bits. With the Town Hall claim, that's going to be the first star, but we are running very low on time. It's only 1 minute and 10. We have got to go awfully quick with this Laloon to follow up.
Yeah, but Lalo is one of the quickest follow-up strategies there is. It's just crazy how fast you can take down a base, which always surprises me, especially if you can keep your queen alive, working non-stop alongside with this Lalo. He's going against the sweeper, but the queen should be able to take it out. There goes the queen ability, but she's avoiding the sweeper for now. The warn ability goes off, and he has only a couple of loops for the reinforcement, but this sweeper might mess things up, especially now with everything moving into the scatter.
Yeah, that rage is a little bit of an awkward placement. I know he probably wanted to get in there a little bit faster, but I think he will manage to come over the top and finish him off. Even with the Tesla farm popping up over on the left side, that is not going to be enough to stop these balloons with a healer army still supporting that queen. She has just done her job and can go home happy. 18 seconds left, but the cleanup is going to be easy with only one more building in the center and no walls to stop her. The queen is making a last charge with so many balloons. I can't even count them all. iTzu, fire away, and the castle has fallen. Einstein has proven his theorem, and Inquisition can gain another 3-star as a result.
What is happening with this match? I mean, both teams at least a little bit struggled with the latest matches and getting a lot of 3-stars, but both of those teams are starting off with 6 stars each in their first 2 attacks, so this is really impressive to watch. And now it's all about the next few attacks, because both teams are being tied up right now when it comes down to stars and percentage, and Kazuma is up next with having 3 different targets to attack. Stefan, Einstein or Fabian is going to be the defender in this next one.
We'll find out shortly, but I was given a lot of credit to Kazuma earlier as being one of the strongest attackers in this lineup, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this Laloon shapes up. He's got the 5 healers ready to send on in. No recall spell this time, so he's going to hard commit to whatever lane of attack he chooses to go for. Both the king and queen up at the top side going to get a little bit of funneling done before they are able to move in against that first air defense. King is going to get the shot to finish it off. Wall breaks into the top left compartment, and it kind of seems like a little bit of a dead end there, but rolling through with a log launcher as well to support. The queen will have access to quite a few buildings here. She's going to have her ability force, though. Kazuma is taking a lot of damage on that queen very early on, and the log launcher is getting pummeled. It's not rolling maybe half as far as he had hoped, and the king is just going to be stuck on the top side against a raged up multi-inferno and expo firing away at him. Did he get the value he needed out of this dive early on, iTzu?
No, I feel like he did not get the value, especially if you're diving in like this. You want to get at least the rage tower out if you can't take down the defense around it, because this multi-fire tower near the center can still be raged up again if this rage tower is not going down. This is then a really big problem for any Lado. We have seen now plenty of times how quick loons can go down when there is, well, a ranged multi-phone tower right next to it. Wonderful, really nice wall break to get that queen access to the core. But the question is, what is next? Like, what is this queen going to do as soon as she has taken down the eagle and the clan castle? Because as soon as that is happening, I feel like she's kind of stuck inside the middle of the base, and everything is relying now on this Lalo, and he has to face still all 4 defending heroes with a multi-phone tower near the town hall as well.
Oh, that Phoenix came perilously close to finishing off the Rage Tower, but ultimately left it up. And that is going to be a raged up multi to have to worry about on the back end unless this queen can finish the job. Her ability has already popped, though, and she is eliminated. That monolith has just obliterated her, and Kazuma's got to hope to make sure that this 2-star can come in clean now. With Loon's pathing right over to the town hall, it's going to be an Eternal Tome to pop, and the balloons will get the job done there for 2, but he's going to have a lot of percentage to push back up, and not many spells left to dump onto this raid to try to finish it off. There's just no balloons left, iTzu.
Yeah, no balloons left, and this is like really the problem with this Lado. I feel like it is really not easy to pull this off, and he has gotten a decently high percentage, but this is going to be the first defense in this match with this opening with the lock launcher just not getting the value he was looking for. So really unfortunate, but well, it is what it is, and this now means Inquisition needs to take advantage of this because, I mean, he's getting way higher percentage than I thought, but getting... wait. No.
No,
is this...
way, no. What
Wait,
the?
what?
No way! No way! Kazuma just pulled that off! The man of steel has come back from absolutely nothing! iTzu! We were spelling out his death note and he was ready to kill us with a blast from the past. He just obliterated that last tower.
I mean, that both of those defenses are being literally 0 hit points, and the red mine was on its way. I mean, the red mine flew towards the warden, and somehow this... Are you kidding me? Okay, not the first defense in this match. I have not said anything. I mean, are you kidding me? What was that? But, well, Inquisition is up next. And I feel like if they have watched this defense, they are going to be kind of mad about it, because those are like the things which can really break your mental if the other team is getting 3 stars like this, where you already cannot celebrate, like, let's go, the opening did not go his way. It is going to be a defense, yes, high percentage, but it's a defense. We take those, and then in the end, it's like the warden with literally 0 hit points clutching it out. So that was crazy, but hey, we have the next attack, and this one is going to be a Queen Charge Super Barbarian attack versus this base of Arazi.
Well, if either of those last 2 spells had been wasted, that would not have been a 3-star for Kazuma. He had no wiggle room at all for that final deploy. But a 3-star is a 3-star nonetheless, and that is exactly why he's known for being the best. Mark from Inquisition has to try to go toe-to-toe now against this incredibly impressive lineup and show us something at least as impressive as what we just saw there. Log Launcher going to be rolling in through the top left side now at that 11 o'clock position, ready to try to support these other 2 heroes as we get set up for this Electro Titan smash through this top lane, holding on to that jump spell to be able to hop over these walls and help that Queen out along the bottom. If she can make it all the way to the Town Hall and get a few pop shots off, or maybe even get some damage in against that Monolith, that would be really great. Free spell to support that Log Launcher as well, and it's going to be a dicey entry here, iTzu.
Yes, it is indeed. With the Queen, keep charging forward. The pathing towards the Town Hall is set, but the problem really is that, well, the Monolith went down quickly, so that's not big as of a problem anymore. But there's the first Black Mine. Queen is getting raged up again. She has her abilities, so she should be fine. But 18 Super Barbarians with a lot of power on the back end, is that going to be enough?
Smashing through. I was giving a little too much credit to the Electro Titans. You're right. This is mostly a Super Barbarian army, and here they come over on the right side corner. They're catching the notice of that Tesla duo popping up over on the right side, but with the Royal Champion to help out, knocking those defenses down. It looks like he's clear on the top right. He's going to get him invis now to his own Queen, so that the healers have a chance to top her back off. And this is just still a pretty scary bottom right section here with lots of point defenses and a Barbarian King to bolster the defenses. But I think Mark is going to be able to do it. He's got 43 seconds left, so no problem on time. And with 2 hero abilities left to deploy, this is going to be another 3-star. iTzu, we are seeing total perfection across the board from both of these teams so far.
I am just blown away. I mean, both teams do not want to drop out of this tournament. I mean, you can see that so much with their performance. I feel like Oleg Seed has now gotten more 3-stars, or at least the same amount of 3-stars than all of their matches so far combined on the day. And for Inquisition, they're getting close to that number as well. So this is just crazy how good those teams perform under pressure. But at the same time, the team which is going to lose in the end, because we will have only one team making it to the 2-win and 2-loss group, and the other team is going to drop out of the competition. Just imagine being in that position. Just think about, if we would have had this performance 1 match earlier, we would have not been in this group and we could have stayed in the tournament. Both teams are fighting for the tournament life, and they're doing really, really good so far. Kazu is in, and he's starting with a Sketty Donut. Let's see if he gets that right.
Taking out a clan castle and a monolith right over the wall. The skeletons are on both sides and will get the work done. He gets another little stab against a wizard tower there, but only those 2 key structures was what he really had to go for with that early attack. This is going to be a full Hog Rider army, not going hybrid this time. He'll be focused solely on those defensive structures. He really needs a clear plan then in order to deal with the enemy heroes, which Hogs will not be able to target onto. He did bring 5 headhunters for them, so that is a pretty clear plan. Let's just make sure that everything is lined up appropriately so that it can follow through for victory.
Yeah, and this queen getting targeted by the 2 defenses there has to invest that phrase to keep her healthy. And the queen is moving along towards that scatter while the king is moving into the town hall, taking that out. This looks like a really solid entry so far, with the king leading the charge with that Valkyrie, with the queen following that golem. The golem just explodes, the headhunter is in there, but is he getting all the value he's looking for? Because we have seen many hawk attacks over the day, but most of them use super hawks.
All right, ready for the setup now. And they're storming on the top left side. Eternal Tome ready to pop immediately as they are deployed very quickly and facing off against a lot of splash damage here. Giant bombs going off under the tome is good news for Kazu, as he won't have to deal with that damage later on, but skeleton traps are now engaging the Hog Riders as they try to make their way through this base, catching quite a few Tesla traps over in the top right side here. He drops a freeze, but I think it's a little bit too late to save the Hogs over on that side. He's gonna have to rely on the World Champion to make the stab up to the top, and her ability has already been burned, and there's no queen that I can see at this point. I think she's been knocked out. Kazu is running really low on offense, and there's still so much base left here, iTzu.
Yeah, there's a lot of base left, and it feels like, I don't want to say it, but this might be maybe the first defense. I mean, at this point, I don't see that there's a miracle run of any troop making it. Like, maybe there's the owl, but that would be a really crazy chain for this owl to finish off the base. But this should be the first defense.
Hold on, because the owl is working with the unicorn now.
I mean, pets OP. No, well, like, that owl is not going to make it, especially not in time. This is a really solid defense, and now Inquisition need to transition this into a solid offense and into a lead if they really want to get into the next round. And, I mean, so far both teams are doing really good, but this is like the first sign of, like, stress or maybe weakness. We will see, but Inquisition has to take this chance.
On its own, a 2-star 78% is a pretty significant slip up, but especially in a war that has been this tight so far, for your team to be tied up and then you are responsible for leading off the late war, just that 2-star 78 is going to be quite a miss. Stefan from Inquisition would be happy with pretty much anything that's better than a 2-star 78%, because then at least his team would have the final say and the opportunity to get that clean win. Bats up top are going to be distracting this monolith, but it catches a Tesla farm, which could cause some problems for Stefan here. If he doesn't have enough firepower to overcome this big clump up at the top. Battle Bump's going to be storming straight through him, though, and drops a lot of bombs in here, catching also a lot of Seeking Air Mines. Goodness, grits and gravy. There are a lot of traps in that top corner, iTzu.
There are a lot of traps indeed, but those grounds, I mean, maybe the ground skeletons are going to distract the dragons a little bit, but no, he's trying to lure them away, which has not really worked. He has another archer. Come on, deploy. Okay, he's trying to lure them now into the dragon. They could really mess things up for him pathing-wise, and the dragons are staying behind. The dragon riders are flying in front, and this is going to be a problem as the damage is just missing. The dragons are not following those dragon riders, and this now is not what they were hoping for, as the entire core is going to survive.
The Warden is just not even protecting the Dragon Riders now. He's just so far behind trying to keep these dragons up. He did not get in there to protect them with that life aura, which, I mean, in a war where we have seen so many attacks come down to the wire with troops barely surviving to the final stages of the hit, those traps up top were just an excellent setup for Kazu, who just really clearly saw that. I mean, that would be a very easy point of entry to try to grab the Town Hall first for multiple different attack strategies. but is it going to be enough to deny 78%? That was the bar set by iTzu with their last attack. And as long as Stefan can come in with more than 78%, his team will still have the clear opportunity to finish for a win.
Yeah, the Royal Champion going in from the bottom side, taking down the Eagle right away is really, really smart, because this means then the percentage can be picked up slowly as he has still like 1 minute left. The Ice Golems on that. Wow. I mean, the Expo going down with the last spear of that Royal Champion, making sure the Queen can get healed up again and can move forward into that base to pick up more percentage is massive for them, because now we can just use the Queen ability, pick up even more buildings, because the ability has not been burned earlier, and the Warden picking up some more buildings, and this is going to be for sure a higher percentage. So even though both teams are failing to get the 3-star, we have an Inquisition in the lead because of percentage.
This is a pretty rare circumstance where I think if I were playing spotter for an attack like this, I would absolutely say that this is the sort of attack that you would want to pivot from any sort of 3-star attempt to get that Queen along the outer edge and try to pick up as much percentage as possible. That triple multi-inferno right in the core with so many walls to try to hop over would just be too much for the Queen to be able to finish off. But as it stands, Stefan is going to be walking away with a low 90%, looks like 92, 93%. 2-star, and that is going to be a very nice position indeed for Inquisition to be in. Even if iTzu managed to get the triple, Inquisition could still come back in over the top with a triple of their own, and I mean, anything short of a 3-star leaves Inquisition in a very easy spot to close this one out for a win.
Yeah, that's for sure indeed. But we'll see what is happening next. Is this, I feel like so far, has to be our closest match of the day in this broadcast at least. Arazi is going to be the last attacker for iTzu, and there is just so much pressure on the line. This could be possibly the last attack for his team in this World Championship for this entire year. Everything depends on this attack, and he needs a 3-star to put up the pressure on Inquisition to really make sure that they need to 3-star as well. And, well, scouting early with some Barbarians for traps as he's trying to go for that Zap Titan approach with the Warden Walk on the far right side.
So just a reminder to you all at home, there's a 14% destruction advantage in Inquisition's favor. iTzu are looking for a 3-star here to give them a shot at winning on stars, because even with the triple, Inquisition could still get the victory depending upon how their next attack goes. If it does wind up coming down to percentage, Inquisition do have a very strong lead that iTzu is going to do his best to try to whittle away at here. Flame Flinger is a very long-range, long-lasting siege machine, so he is going to try to go the distance now with his Electro Titan Smash, backing it up with a couple of Witches as well. This one could really go down to the wire, but he's got a clear entry point here from this right side, and it's going to be trying to pierce deep into a base with a well-protected Town Hall. So it's all about getting a good jump in here, shutting down this CC really quickly as the Rocket Loons are coming out and dropping right over the Electro Titans. But iTzu, what are you watching?
The Queen has gone the wrong way. She's now going for the Town Hall, which might be not the worst thing to happen as she's taking it down, but this was not planned for sure, as now pretty much nothing can really target this Monolith. He has to send the Royal Champion in really soon to take that defense out, because right now the Titans, and especially the King, they're suffering quite a bit. There goes the Royal Champion now. The defensive King is onto that siege machine, and with the Titans trying their best to tank, he's keep moving forward. Their Titans are insanely tanky. There's another Titan reinforcing the troops from the siege machine. Everything is relying on this scatter compartment. Can it hold? Can it defend? Or is this going to be the 3-star?
That was just such an unfortunate and awkward reposition for the Queen to pull the King over, and then iTzu to be a little bit late on the Headhunters to shut down the King, who then finished off the Flame Flinger, which then couldn't destroy the multi-target Inferno, which then burnt up a lot of his troops. It was looking a lot more possibly to be a 3-star until this scattershot compartment wound up being the last layer of defense here. It's now taking down pets, minions, popping away at this Yeti next. I mean, there's a couple of Electro Titans that are getting healed up to a pretty high point, but only 25 seconds left and still several defenses to have to chew through. They are not very quick, iTzu. And this is seeming like all Exceed are going to be short of the 3-star.
Yeah, this looks like another defense for Inquisition. Now it comes down to percentage. They don't need the 3-star anymore, but they still need a solid percentage. I think, what did you say? I think it was like 14% advantage, right?
It was a 14% advantage for Inquisition, but with now a 96% 2-star, Arazi has done almost all he could to give his team a chance at winning. With 96% there, it looks like, I guess doing the quick maths here, we would need 90%. Is that right? No. What is the math on that?
82 for a tie, if those 14% points were correct. Like 82 for a tie,
right,
or like 83 for a win then.
Okay, yeah, 83 for the win.
Okay, Maxi is saying 83 2-star to win. Yeah, exactly. So if Maxi says this, we are completely right, as he knows the numbers. And we are in. The last attack is live. It's Zap Lado versus this base of Hamu. Fabian is in. There is just so much pressure on this attack, as this could be possibly the last attack for them in the World Championship. If they 3-star, or like if they get the 83% 2-star, they are making sure that they have yet another match tomorrow then to fight for their seat in the 3rd stage of the championship qualifier.
Barbarian King swinging away at that Eagle and takes it down before it can even activate. Log Launcher will also roll through and get quite a bit of splash damage, knocking apart an enemy multi-target Inferno and rolling through several walls. We've got a Queen as well with a Unicorn to keep her topped off the top side with an Ice Golem to freeze that enemy scatter shot and slow things down quite a bit. Fabian is setting up for that Law Loon and just needs to get the 2-star 83% to secure victory for his squad. It is going to be quite a bit of spell support as well to move in deep and heavy against this base. Lots of easy buildings to be able to snipe along the outer edge for percentage, and it's looking like Fabian has got a very good chance of making this happen, iTzu.
Yeah, he has gotten so much value with the Zero Dive. The Lava Hound might be the only problem, as he still has the Royal Champion. So the Lava Hound is going to follow the Royal Champ, so it would be really hard to make good use of that hero. But there goes the freeze, making sure the Rage Tower is not getting triggered early on. A lot of Hounds are going in, as I can fully understand. If he gets that Town Hall, this is looking really good to get the percentage which is needed. Early Warden ability, he has still a couple of Loons to reinforce. He still has the Royal Champion to get those percentage, but the Tornado Trap, Woody, is not making sure that the Town Hall is going down.
Lots of damage on those Loons. The Tornado Trap spins him around. A freeze goes out, but it's not going to be enough. The Town Hall is standing. Big, heavy beams burning apart these balloons. And the elimination next for the Grand Warden. Last shot from Hell's Heart. I stab at thee. The Royal Champion is in. Tossing her spear, but distracted now. The shield is out. Can she eliminate this Lava Hound and refocus in time? There is a poison spell Fabian can add on top to try to get rid of these pups, but that Inferno Beam is just heating up way too hot and heavy. Fabian needed only a 2-star 83%, but cannot get the second one down.
No way. He had the skeleton spell, he had the archers, he could have lured out the Hound to the outside and take that out early on. He would have gotten the 2-star. It looks like he would have even gotten the percentage if he would have taken the time. I don't know what was going on. Maybe the spotter was not really calling him that. It feels like they just panicked and sent the Royal Champion in for the Town Hall, completely forgetting about the Lava Hound. It was an 83%, which was needed. And instead, it is going to be a disaster for Inquisition. And this means they're out of this year's World Championship with a 1-star. And well, this means all Exceed are in the next round. They have another chance tomorrow with 2 wins, 2 losses. And they have another chance to prove that they are, and they should be, in this 3rd stage next week.
It feels like a dour and a sour moment because of the loss of that last attack, but you know all Exceed are just so incredibly happy that their defenses could hold there for a moment's notice. That Town Hall just finally burning up those last balloons, which, I mean, really just all kind of came down to the traps, right? The tornadoes spinning them around at the last moment denied the damage that they really needed there. And even with the freeze out there, I think you're right, iTzu. He should have committed a little bit more to ensure that the Town Hall was finished off. But even if he did, he would have been short on percentage. Didn't reach the 83% mark. But I mean, if anyone's out there asking you, do men really have feelings? Just look at members from either sides of these teams, because I mean, that is going to be a heart-wrenching finish for Inquisition, but just such a fist-pumping moment for all of the base builders over on All Exceed. Let's bring in our other two casters now who can give us even more of a breakdown and let us know what they were thinking about that last round. Why don't you go ahead first, Maxi? What's on your mind, man?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I changed the troops towards the end, because I was so focused on this attack, and man, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And there were so many things that I like. Honestly, before he started the lava, when his queen died, and iTzu said, but there's the lava hound, and he still has his royal champion, I was like, okay, put an archer at 9 o'clock, lure the lava hound away, already at that point. And if just someone out of his team would have said that, or at least later, keep cool, man, take a second to think, and then drop something, but that you could really see how the pressure can get to you. I mean, I have gotten 1-stars like this before. Like, it's just human that when there's so much pressure and you don't want to disappoint your fans, your team, and so on, that you make a mistake. And this one cost them a big time, unfortunately. Yeah, it was a emotional roller coaster for sure. This match. Yeah, I was impressed. What did you think, Carbon?
It was intense indeed. Let's go take a look at some replays of this match here. But like you guys talked about, that lava hound, unfortunate, not able to get that 2-star. But yeah, the way it comes down to this, and Woody, I could have sworn you woke me. I was just like, what is that? I'm like, I couldn't believe what was happening. This was just crazy, iTzu.
I mean, this match in general, like, just this one attack could be already like history of the closest attack we have ever seen. And then you need like, take a look at this. The red mine is underway, and the water is sniping it. Like, you can't make this up. This was the attack, and then right in the end to get like an 83% where then the base defending. I mean, this match was just incredible. It had ups, it had downs, it had lows. It was crazy. And as Maxi said, I feel like in this position, if you are in a position like that, you need someone in your team who's just really good in spotting. And this is something which I feel like a lot of people are completely underestimating, how much impact a really, really good team player can actually have on the attacks. Like, if you have someone on the team who's like, okay, that went wrong, concentrate, take like a breathe, and make sure that you're like placing the archer at this stage. As the train trap triggers, the person on board can already say, okay, you have the option to freeze, you have the option to lure the lava hound away or something. Really make sure that you're doing that, and this could have been all the difference. I mean, this could have been all what was needed to get them to the next stage, or have the chance of the next stage, get them already into the prize pool as the first set, like get into the top 20 of the championship qualifier is already $5,000 of prize pool, right? Like, this is a lot of money. And yeah, then just panicking and getting in the end the ones that are like not the needed percentage is yeah, really, really painful to watch.
Well, we have the legend of the last lava pump, and now we have the legend of Kazuma's grandest warden ever. The supreme last blast to finish things off and clinch the victory. If the Grand Warden had gone down, I mean, that obviously would have been enough to put All Exceed behind. We see now that there was only a 0.4% average destruction difference in their favor, and missing a star in those last few buildings could have absolutely made the difference. This was just such a razor close match, and congratulations due to All Exceed for their victory here. I think that this is going to be excellent opportunity to break down attacks for a long time and focus on this war, because I have not seen a better one to end a stream with besides this one.
Yeah, that is right. It was definitely something to watch. so are our caster predictions. So let's take a look here. Well, CarbonFin, we don't have to talk about that. Then we have iTzu. No, just kidding, of course. You just had a little bit of bad luck today. In the end, we all were wrong in the last match. I think it was the only match where all of us were wrong. But it was a very, very close one as well. I don't know, Carbon, maybe you can do the math. What's the final score?
Well, I mean,
It's probably between Woody and me.
I got 3 right. So, yeah, obviously you guys is between the two of you. And he got Dark Phoenix, but you got EA. Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3. You guys both started 3 for 3. And then swapping that, I think you guys were tied.
I think iTzu also had 4 correct.
I'm tied as well. Like
And you 4 as well.
Oh, yeah.
Carbon 3 and the other 4.
Well, so that means I was the odd man out.
You're better than chat. You're better than chat, Carbon. It's all good.
You know, we need another column for chat. That's what we do need for next time. But let's go take a look at the advancing teams here today. These are the 10 that we know of, and the rest will be advancing tomorrow because we will be covering 5 matches, and each match we'll be able to learn about the teams that are going to be going on and moving to the next weekend, which is going to be another Swiss stage, which really starts to narrow the competition down here, iTzu.
Yeah, and I mean, there are so many teams, and especially players, I feel like, on this list, which have already this experience of playing in qualifiers on a really high level or already on the world stage. And overall, I think this competition is already really, really stacked, but we're going to have overall 6 more teams joining tomorrow with then the next stage. And I mean, tomorrow is going to be insane. Tomorrow we have pretty much every single match being like out of this 2-win, 2-losses group. So every single match is going to be exactly as this last match. It's going to be drama. It's going to be who is dropping out of this Esports competition and who is actually making it to the next stage and already making some prize money. So it's like just so insanely close, and this will be some insane matches, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're going to wrap things up now and say thanks to everyone who tuned in to watch these amazing players put it all on the line today. We once again had a lot of extremely close matches and some tough finishes for teams that were eliminated, as well as great moments of glory for the advancing teams. But we're not quite yet done with Stage 3, as we'd mentioned. We'll be back again at the same time tomorrow. So please do subscribe, follow, do whatever you got to do to make sure that you're back here in the morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may be in the world, to catch all of the action again. We're also over on social media, so follow us on X or Instagram or Facebook, wherever you may prefer to find your Clash of news. We hope that you'll also stay apprised of all the details coming out in the tournament hub that's in the app, and make sure to get those clan castle attacks in. We have got a lot of great Clash in action happening this weekend, but keep your own clan happy as well. Guys, it's been a wonderful time casting alongside the 3 of you today. I want to also say thanks to Supercell and the production team for keeping us all on track. Maxi, what are your final thoughts?
Well, you pretty much wrapped it up perfectly. I was just very happy to be here and cast alongside you guys. Thanks to everyone at home that was watching here. It's always a pleasure to be casting for you and seeing your thoughts in the chat. I think today was a great promotion of what's ahead of us in the last couple stages here until we find the 4 remaining golden ticket winners. We've had 10 teams advance today. We'll have 6 more advance tomorrow. And from that on, we'll have the 16 best teams in the world. Yeah, what better advertisement can there be? I'll be happy to welcome all of you guys back tomorrow at the same time and in the coming weeks. It's been a pleasure. What do you think, Carbon?
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure indeed. So much amazing stuff today, and it's gonna only get better tomorrow and the weeks ahead to find the final 4 teams to get that golden ticket and being flown out to Helsinki, Finland to play in person between the top 8. Cannot wait for that. Again, thank you to the Supercell and everyone watching. Of course, you guys as well, helping bring all the amazing excitement and the hype to these matches. And any final words from you, iTzu?
Drama, baby, drama.
Yes.
I feel like this is going to be the topic for tomorrow. A lot of heartbreaks, a lot of clans, players, teams celebrating, getting to the next stage. I think this is exactly what is going to await us tomorrow. I think you do not want to miss that, so make sure that you're tuning in. And well, we will see you guys back tomorrow, and that's already everything from our side. Thank you so much for watching, and clash on, everyone.